Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It's great to be here on a Choo Choo Tuesday on a very magical and important day in the world of MMA. In the history books of mixed martial arts, November 12th, 1993 is perhaps the most important day. And so we will talk about that in a moment. It is great to be here before I head off to Dallas for the big event on Friday. And of course, New York City is on fire because the UFC is back in town at the world's most famous arena, UFC 309. We had three guests who are a part of the UFC 309 event on yesterday's show. How about Michael Chandler in studio? Got emotional, got deep, got reflective, got introspective. That was tremendous stuff with iron. And by the way, regarding iron, I was thinking about this last night as I was laying in bed. I'm fixating over this. How could it be I-earn if it's I-R-O-N?
It's got two syllables.
I-earn. Wouldn't the spelling then be like I-E-A-R-N? I-earn?
Nah, it doesn't work like that.
There's
English is weird.
There's another word like that where it's like the words are like Wednesday.
Arn?
Wednesday. It's like Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, some people just don't enunciate, like button instead of button.
Yeah, I do that. Argumentative.
Oh, I always spell that A-R-I-E-O.
Wow. That might have been your best quip yet.
Oh, thanks.
How did you do that quickly?
Because that's how I
It actually took me a minute to process that.
Right.
Wow. In any event, Iron, Mike Chandler was in studio, Bo Nickel, and of course the great Stipe Miocic, all those interviews and more up on the YouTube channel right now. Thumbs up to the chat. Thumbs up to the chat, please. We're trying to get to 250K by Christmas. That's December 25th for the uninformed, and we are moving our way up. Also, please, on Spotify and Apple and all the other pod players, follow, sub, like, comment, all those things. They mean a lot. Now, yesterday we talked a lot about 309. Today we talk a lot about 309. Two more in-studio guests. So we have ripped off the Band-Aid. I was worried about the in-studio guests, mainly because we have a bit of a weak link when it comes to the audio, and so I just wasn't sure how it was going to sound.
Wow.
But we ripped it off. I feel good. And so two more in-studio guests on today's program. At 2:30, we'll be joined by the pride of Wales, the Welsh gangster himself, Oban Elliot. He'll be in studio. He competes on Saturday. Third pay-per-view card for him this year. He made his debut in February in Anaheim. He returned in July in Manchester. Now Madison Square Garden for the Welsh gangster Oban Elliot, going up against Bassil Hafez on Saturday. So he'll join us. And the pride of New York, the pride of Long Island, the former UFC bantamweight champion, the one and only Aljamain Sterling, a.k.a. Funkmaster. He'll join us. He returns to action at 310, the final pay-per-view of the year. He was supposed to fight 2 pay-per-views ago, got injured, returning 310, 145, made a successful debut at 145 back in April. This time, he goes up against Movsar Evloev. Tough fight. Looking forward to chatting with him in studio at about 3:30. Also, we'll be joined by the Nightmare, Carlos Prates. He made his 4th walk this year in the UFC, 4 fights, 10 months. Breakout star potentially of 2024. Another big win for him, this time against Neil Magny. All finishes. What a guy. What a personality. The Fighting Nerds squad. Is it the Fighting Nerds or the Fight Nerds? I might have screwed that up. Is it the Fighting Nerds? Yeah, the Fighting Nerds squad. They are so fun. They get it. Their gym looks awesome. Their squad looks awesome. They understand the art of promotion and selling yourself, gimmicks, all that and more. So I'm looking forward to talking to him at about 2 o'clock. Now, on Tuesdays, we like to shoot this week. Usually we like to shoot on Wednesdays. But because I'm leaving tomorrow, and a reminder, tomorrow is Boys in the Back. And then Thursdays, Pete C. learned the news first on the show yesterday. The Crack is on Thursdays. So this is the lineup today. We had a show yesterday, as you probably know, a show today that you're consuming right now. Thank you very much. Boys in the Back on Wednesday. Thursday, Crack. Why? Well, Friday, we'll have a watch party for Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano 2. Post-show as well. Saturday, 309 watch party. Post-show as well. So a lot of content coming your way on the channel. A lot of content coming your way on uncrowned.com. A ton of good stuff already pertaining to this weekend's festivities on uncrowned.com. So that's why we'll do On the Nose in a matter of moments. But as I mentioned, November 12th, 1993, a beautiful day in the history of this sport, a historic day, a very important day. And so we say happy 31st birthday to our good friends over at the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Yes, it was on this day, on a cold and wintry night in beautiful Denver, Colorado. There it was, the Ultimate Man. Yeah, Ulti-Man, they call him. Look at that scene. And it was, of course, the McNichols Sports Arena, former home of your Denver Nuggets, which hosted this now infamous event. It was UFC 1, a cast of characters unlike any other, an 8-man tournament. Ken Shamrock, Patrick Smith, Royce Gracie, Art Jimmerson, Kevin Rozier, Jane Frazier, No Rules. And of course, there he was. Look at that head of hair. Royce, don't call me Royce Gracie. He was the star, as you know. Gerard Gordeau against Taylor Tooley kicked things off. Tooley's tooth went into the crowd. Vicious kick to the face. Yes, 31 years ago tonight. Where were you? I mean, GC was probably in pre-K. On Air Jordan was in first grade.
For UFC 1?
Yeah.
I was
born?
Look
at those splits.
4 months old.
Wow, that is unbelievable. November 12th, yes, 1993.
I was born. UFC was born as well. I mean, it's just
What a time to be alive.
perfect.
So you were born in 1993. I thought you were in 94.
Shout out 93 babies.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Of course, November 12th, also the date of UFC 205 back in 2016 at Madison Square Garden, Conor McGregor, Eddie Alvarez. But do you remember how the broadcast started? UFC 1 back in 1993, November 12th to be exact. On this day, 31 years ago, it was the great Bill Superfoot Wallace who welcomed us to something known as the Ultimate Fighting Challenge. Take a look.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You're about to see something that you have never seen before, the Ultimate Fighting Challenge. Hello, I'm Bill Wallace, and welcome to McNichols Arena in fabulous Denver, Colorado.
It's tough. It's tough. I mean, I feel bad. I feel
What do you
bad.
mean? Why does it crack you up, dude? He fucking.
I mean, I've
he
heard
jokes.
it, like,
He
how
had a
many
like.
times?
He had an internal burp or something.
I don't want to hate him, but it's so good.
It's
so
tough.
good.
I mean, that is the definition of tough. Probably nervous. It's happened to all of us. God
tough.
bless.
He kept rolling perfectly though with the excuse me and
The other thing is, like,
Challenge part, was that
did he mess that up, or were they calling it?
no, he messed that up for sure.
Yeah.
Like 5 minutes
Yeah.
before the air, they were probably like, maybe it's challenge. Maybe
No, he was probably like, wait, what does the C stand for?
Yeah. Crazy. Sitting next to him in that booth, Kathy Long and Jim Brown. Yes, the former running back, of course, of the Cleveland Browns. I mean, it's a great broadcast. It's a really fun time. And, you know, you watch the NBA in 1993 or even the NFL, and yes, there are differences, and yes, technology has advanced, but the difference between the UFC today and the UFC in 1993 is pretty remarkable. One of my prized possessions here is this glove, signed by the great Art Jimmerson, the late great Art Jimmerson, who we lost earlier this year. To Ariel, thank you for the support. Art Jimmerson, UFC 1. Art Jimmerson fought with one glove. He was the boxer who went up against the jiu-jitsu artist known as Royce Gracie, and he decided that he'd fight with one glove and then, you know, one bare hand. It didn't really work out, but it was a nice thought. He became a part of the folklore of the UFC, and later actually was a boxing instructor at the UFC gym. I connected with him. I think it was prior to maybe Ronda Rousey. It was either prior to Ronda Rousey, Liz Carmouche, or maybe the Fox debut event in 2011. Regardless, this is a prized possession. UFC 1. Happy birthday to the Ultimate Fighting Challenge. Now, also want to give a shout out to my good friend, Gunnar. This guy, look at this guy. He's made our water bottles up on the merch site, ArielHelwani.com. He made me this custom water bottle, uncrowned custom water bottle. Yeah, Gunnar Woodworks, my guy over in California. He does all our bottles, and he sent me this. Go check him out. He's incredible. He sent me these pencils. I don't know if you can see him. It's probably a little bit too far. He sent me uncrowned, and wait for it. Look at all these pencils that I got. Wait for it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I mean, this is incredible. Branded number 2 Helwani pencils. I mean, this is unbelievable. He also sent me this. Anyway, just wanted to give him a shout out. Very thoughtful, very nice. Now
Leather portfolio. Bring it to the meetings.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, Ariel, what do we got on the
opened it
agenda? What's on tap for today?
Have
What do
you
we
opened
got?
the portfolio?
Not yet.
I'm
just
sure
got it.
he put an invoice in there for you.
Now, is that water bottle that has your name on it?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. That's
I opened the box and I was like, oh, maybe something for the team, but nothing.
well, a win for you is a win for us.
That's what I said. So thank you very much to him. And before we get to On the Nose, what about the fact that the UFC announced today that they are returning to London town? Yes, London calling. March 22nd, back at the O2 for a fight night event. There you have it. That was the announcement. And the good news is, as you can see, tickets on sale January 24th. Good news is, not in the middle of the night. So if you're planning on going, you don't have to drink massive amounts of coffee. Very early as far as who might headline. We did happen to see a tweet from one Leon Rocky Edwards, the double eye emoji there. How about that? That's from Leon. I would think if he's on the card, he would be headlining. Put out some feelers. Obviously, there's interest, but it's a little too soon. Thought maybe Renato Moicano versus Paddy Pimblett could be a potential, but I'm hearing that there's some other plans for Moicano, perhaps in January, not in March. So I mean, Moicano versus Paddy would be an incredible shout. I would love that. But let's see what they come up with. I'm sure more news to come, and hopefully some of the other favorites, Arnold Allen and company, Lerone Murphy, will be featured on the card in a big way. We could talk more about that news. Perhaps there'll be a question or two on the nose, but let's get into the questions here because I've wasted enough time at the top of the program. Let's get into everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
On the nose.
Yeah. Oh, how about this from Alex Moreno up first? Ariel, this is me shooting my shot. Let me know if you need anything while you're here in the DFW area. I've lived here my whole life and would be honored to help you in any way. I know you're going to kill it this week and take the Paul versus Tyson press conference fight to another level. Should I take him up on his offer?
Yeah, why not, man?
Yeah. Okay.
You're in DFW, you might as well.
Yeah. I always thought DFW stood for Dana Effin White.
That was Fort Worth.
Dersh. Hello, Ariel and the crew. I'm a relatively new fan of the UFC, began watching in 2022, just like On Air Jordan. And have only seen Jones fight Ciryl Gane live. Jones insists fighting Stipe will be better for his legacy than fighting Aspinall. My question to you is, where would a win over Tom Aspinall rank right now in Jones's career victories? Second, third? Let me know. No, I mean, like he was fighting Shogun, he was fighting Lyoto Machida, he was fighting Vitor Belfort, he was fighting Alexander Gustafsson, DC twice, Rampage, Rashad. So by the time it's all said and done, maybe, but right now, no, of course not. And more interviews have come out. There's the interview with ESPN that has come out. There's an interview with Aaron Bronstetter. Here's my take at this point. And maybe people like it, maybe people don't. I just can't wait for Saturday. I can't wait for Saturday because A, I think Stipe is going to do a lot better than people think he's going to do. B, I still maintain it's a 50-50 fight. And C, I can't wait for this story to be over, for the fight to be over and done with. We know if it's Stipe or John. We know if Stipe wins, will he retire or not? We know if John wins, will he retire or not? Doesn't sound like it. We know if John wins, will they push for the Aspinall fight? Like, I'm just so tired at this juncture. I reached the point yesterday where I was like, I'm just tired of debating this. I'm tired of hypothesizing it. I think John's playing us all like puppets. I think that the shots, like he mentioned something oh, I'm well aware. He's very good. He's very good at this. He said, I'm well aware of Tom Aspinall's resume. And then he pauses and he goes, or lack thereof. He knows that he's getting all the British fans riled up. He's leaning into the Duck stuff. Magomed Ankalaev is coming after him as well. He knows all of this. And he's playing us like puppets. And so I just can't wait for this chapter to be over and we can actually move on and hopefully look forward to an Aspinall-Jones fight or an Aspinall-Miocic fight. That's my take now. Okay, here's something regarding the UK. Stephen Folks says, good day, Ariel and crew. Long time, first time. Glad you are all back in our lives. I've heard you mention a couple of times when talking through the numbered UFC events that will be coming up and where things will fit in. You mentioned that you had heard something big/special maybe coming for March 2025. I was hopeful of an event in the UK in March. Is that off the table, do you think? Or is the something potentially big going to be UK based? No, I don't think so, especially, I mean, there is a March UK event. And by the way, didn't I say that to someone last week and they're like, no, I heard April? I feel like I heard.
Tom Aspinall, no?
Yeah, Aspinall did he try to correct me? No, I think it was Arnold Allen.
Oh yeah, it was one of those guys.
Some of those.
Misinformed.
Can of pisses. No, I heard something. I heard a pay-per-view, big plans for a pay-per-view. But Pete, what do you think? What do you like right now? Here we are, 4 months out.
Pay-per-view.
Oh, yeah, of course. But you think Leon headliner? If you had to predict right now, who's the headliner?
Listen, man, how many times do we see Leon actually courting an idea? I think the fact that he's put out a tweet here with the eyeballs, I know it is one press of a button on a phone, but that is massively purposeful when it's coming from Leon Edwards. I feel like Leon probably thinks like, wow, I've really been swept aside since Manchester. I'm not even in the conversation to get a crack at the title I just lost. I think he's very keen to remind us all what he's about. And honestly, I've seen the guy on his phone. He takes it out once a day and the thing just erupts with notifications. And then he goes, nah, I'm throwing this away for the day.
Wow.
So the fact that he got on the phone and he did something like that says to me that it's very likely it will be him. Would have loved Paddy and Moicano. But again, after seeing Paddy in Manchester, he's a draw unto himself. I think there are plenty of captivating fights they can put him in. And I honestly think that the UK audience will be very happy that it is taking place at a normal time, regardless of whether it's a pay-per-view or there's championship fights on it. The guys that they want to see are their guys. Whether they have belts or not doesn't really matter to them.
So there was once a push. I would hear from fans saying, like, we don't want to just see UK fighters on a UK card. But now with the likes of Arnold Allen and Lerone Murphy and Leon Edwards and Paddy Pimblett, and on it goes, I'm missing a few. Obviously, Aspinall wouldn't be a part of something like this if he's the interim champion or fighting for the belt. I feel like you have to have those guys on there. I think that's maybe like a vocal minority on Twitter, but in real life, that's who the fans who are buying tickets to this event want to see, right?
It completely kills the atmosphere in any country you go to. And I've been all over Europe for UFC events. If you have a kind of a card built for that neck of the woods, and then there's suddenly two guys who aren't from there who have no association to a place coming out, it just kills it off. That's the buzz. It's, getting behind the guys. And I think that criticism probably goes back a few years when there weren't as many guys in these high stakes situations as there are now. As you mentioned, every one of the guys you mentioned, you could put up 5 names and hit one with a dart and it would be an interesting fight at this stage. Like there are so many guys in prominent places that I think this is the way to go. I think the fan base have been exhausted by these pay-per-view situations, the late nights, and the Manchester card in particular. So let's get things back to normal and see where we go from there.
Okay, so right now, your prediction?
Honestly, if Ian wasn't matched, I would have said Leon v. Ian's a perfect fight for that card. Man, it's perfect. Like,
what about the winner of that
good.
fight? Too quick? It'd be 3 months.
I think Ian would be up for it, I really do. I
wonder if I don't know if he wants to fight in the UK.
That's the one
thing. And is Buckley Leon a big enough fight?
I don't think so. It doesn't have the same juice as a Ian Gary in that situation. I think you can do. There's a lot of fights at welterweight though. It doesn't have to be simply Joaquin. Like there's a lot of guys there, and as we've been saying, there's this trend of UFC matching what they see as people who've already reached the top with guys who are on their way. We've been talking about all these guys who represent a new generation of welterweight contender, including one of your guests today. So maybe, like, you know, there's more options than just Ian. I just think if I had my pick, I would pick Ian.
What about Sean Brady versus Leon?
Love it. I don't love it as much as Ian Gary.
Yeah, no, I know. I like the Ian one as well because of the history there, right? There's a great story there. I'm assuming Shavkat is going to fight Bilal. I did see Colby's video. Colby, like, I have no problem with shticks, but like that was not great. Was it like it just the delivery was not great. It was not great.
So surprised for Colby.
I know it like I'm usually okay with it, but in this regard, I was like, oof, the delivery here is just needs, maybe he's a little rusty. I don't know. Buckley's out there 9. I think if Leon is involved, he has to be the main event. I would have loved Paddy versus Moicano, but it sounds like they have other plans for Moicano. So let's see where they go from here. Here's Hutt. Ariel, does Tom's interim belt go away when the John versus Stipe fight starts? If Stipe does pull off a W, do you see the UFC doing an immediate rematch? Thanks. Love the show. Shout out to New York Rick and his Cavs still undefeated. Thanks again. The interim belt does not go away. This isn't like I heard Chael say that, and it is not accurate.
But they're not unifying them, so
Yeah.
I guess they're going to keep it around. He's already defended the thing. We don't even know what it is at this stage. It's some type of mutant interim title that he has at the
Listen,
moment.
this has happened before. Henna Barao, most famously, like he defended his belt a couple times. Now, it is weird that the champion comes back and the belt is still out there, but the whole thing is funky and sort of over it at this point. But no, the belt doesn't disappear. If Stipe beats John, is there an immediate rematch? It's actually a question that hasn't been posed, at least not of me. Maybe, I don't know.
That would be ridiculous though at this point, right? Like if you're like, listen, Tom, thanks for flying to New York. We're gonna run this back, and you can be the backup fighter again. How do you like that, buddy?
Yeah.
You know.
I saw a picture of
is movement. We need progress.
Sure. In every division, that's what we want. Tom has landed. I saw a photo of him on the plane. He looked a little snug there in first class. I mean, he's a big guy.
That big bed chair he has, and he's like filling up every section of it.
I was like, golly, Tom. Could we get the PJ for him from Manchester to New York? But yes, I don't think they do it. Crazier things have happened. And I know for a fact, unless they're making up some new rule, his interim belt does not go away. Cross, hi Ariel. What do you do when you go to dap someone up, but they don't see you, so you're left hanging like an idiot? Feels so embarrassing, man. Love the show. Thanks, Ariel and crew. Yeah, I mean it's happened. I've had this one where I've gone for the dap, and the guy went for the handshake. I had the thing with. But part of the problem is, you know, when I'm holding the microphone, they go for the handshake, and I'm holding it with my right hand, so then you have to move it. And then I've been holding it for a while, and my hand gets sweaty, and I don't want to shake someone's hand. Sweaty.
It's tough.
A lot of it is tough.
You never want to shake anyone's hand. What are you lying for?
And that's the overarching thing. Yes, I really don't. You know what really has started to piss me off? Like I'll be at like a school function or a kid function. I don't want to specify it.
Kid function.
Someone will ask me, like, be like, "Hey, Ariel, what's up?" Shake my hand. Now I'm stuck for 2 hours with a like I feel like my hand is glowing. I feel like there's like ooze on it, you know. And I'm like, what do I do?
Oh, like you feel the bacteria.
I feel it. It's like Ninja Turtles. Like I feel like it's just.
I can relate to that. Yeah. Why don't you just pull out your phone and act like you?
No, but they're like, "Oh, hey, what's up, Ariel?" And I'm like, and I think there's a massive delay. Like I'm like
slowly doing it. Yeah.
And I sometimes want to just go like this. So what I've been doing as of late is trying to beat them to the punch. Now I know who does the handshake. So I go, poof, and now we're good. You know,
you give them the elbow sometimes.
I've been known to break out the elbow. You know, don't want to catch.
This is how it starts, man. It's elbow, then the fist, and the next thing you're doing 12 to 6s, and it's just a problem.
Yeah, no.
When we think of any prop that,
By the way, love the bow. You joke about the bow. I wish we lived in a culture where what's better than a bow? What's more respectful than a bow?
Let's do this. All of Uncrowned, we just bow at each other.
Fuck, I would be so happy.
We'll start a trend for all of y'all.
I'm hugging every one of you. I'm sorry.
I would be so happy.
There's nothing worse than the guy that you see on a very consistent basis And every single time you see him, he has to dap you up.
I mean, what's better?
It's tough.
What's better, dap or handshake in that regard?
How about just
Dap is more friendly. Even a fist bump, I'm just like, brother, this is the 6th time I've seen you today. We don't have to do this every time.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Some
I'm
people are
sorry.
just happy to see.
On behalf of Frank, I'm sorry that
Yeah,
he keeps.
I am sorry. I keep doing that.
What were you gonna say there, Frank?
It probably wasn't important.
Yeah.
It never is.
Did you get smooched on the
Yeah.
microphone? What is
Here's Landon. Hey, Ariel and the boys. I think that when it comes to the John Jones and Tom Aspinall situation, the resolution lies with the UFC itself and their ability to get the deal done. They could not get Francis and John done at the end of the day. By the way, I heard that interview with ESPN and I loved it. Again, maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but he's like, I'm in the business of big fights right now. I'm in the business of, Stipe Miocic fights, Francis Ngannou fights, legacy fights, Alex Pereira. I'm like, all right, of those 3 that you mentioned, and they were the only 3, 1 definitely not happening, Francis, 2, happening on Saturday, and the other one not on the table. So what are you talking about? It's all very weird. And again, I don't think anyone would care if he wasn't champion. He said, what he said was like, I'm in that lane now. And I don't disagree with him, but you can't keep the belt hostage. Like the idea of John Jones just doing fun fights with whomever at 205 or heavyweight sounds awesome to me at this stage of his life, but you don't get to be a champion and do that. There's a certain there's a certain responsibility that comes with being a champion, and that is either fighting top contenders or fighting the interim champion. So I think that's the big hang up here. Anyway, if John beats Stipe, Landon continues, and then in the Octagon interview says the UFC and I are going to sit down and get a deal done for me to fight Tom Aspinall. If we can't get a deal done, I'm done and retired. I think that forces the UFC to get this done. Feelings on the strategy? No. I mean, to his credit, he has never brought up the deal component here. I don't think the money is the issue. I think he's relatively happy with what he's getting paid for this particular fight. I really think he's just trying to rile us up. Now, of course, is there a part of him that thinks the Pereira fight's bigger and sexier and this and that? But I think he sees something happening here. He sees it's getting a reaction. If he would just come out and be like, yeah, I'm fighting Aspinall next, we wouldn't be talking about this. Like, this all adds to the promotion. I think he's smart enough to recognize that. And maybe some other people would employ that strategy, but I think he knows exactly what he's doing. I think it's very calculated, and I think it's working. Abe, hello, Ariel. You made the point about Jake Paul versus Canelo being a realistic possibility, and I fully agree. By the way, I saw Jake did an interview with, did you guys see this? He did an interview with Sean O'Malley and Tim Welch, and he said that if he beats Mike Tyson, Canelo's next. Did you guys see that? This is after I said it.
I did see the quotes from that, yeah.
And I had no intel on that.
I did not see it, no.
Yeah, he said it.
Take your word for it, though.
What about ESPN?
You got ESPN.
Oh.
Use that joke on the boys in the back.
Yeah, and
Do
it
you
landed
honestly
just as
think it's
well.
next, though? It doesn't feel like it's next, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, he said it's next.
No, but do you feel like it's next?
I think it's a real thing.
Next.
I think
Right off rip. From
He'd
Tyson,
have a win over Mike Tyson.
from
greatest
58-year-old
ever.
Tyson to
Look.
Canelo Alvarez.
let's just say he beats Mike Tyson on Friday
Yeah.
and knocks him out. If he gets on the microphone and says, I want to fight Tommy Fury, that's...
Oh,
If he gets on the microphone and says, I want to fight KSI to a degree, at this point, I don't know if that audience cares anymore. If he gets on the
they do.
microphone and says, I want to fight Canelo, again, to the younger generation or to the casual fight fan, they know those names. These are the names. These are the very few names. If he would get on, and I'm not advocating for this, if he would get on the microphone and say, give me Floyd next, people would know those names and they would come up to me and be like, does he have a chance against Floyd Mayweather? This is the currency that he's now dealing with. And just so I'm very clear, like, of course I want to see Canelo versus Benavidez or even the Bivol rematch, which I never really liked the first fight, like those types of fights. Of course. I'm just saying
You're looking at this from Jake's perspective,
this wouldn't surprise me.
which is not Canelo's perspective, potentially.
But Canelo is like, oh yeah, you guys want to give me $1 gazillion? And by the way, Netflix gets to call the shots here to a degree. If Netflix says to Jake, we're not interested in a Tommy Fury fight, we're not even interested in a Logan fight, which I think they should be.
Logan. That's the
But we're interested in Canelo? Because let's
Now-
be honest, I don't think Tyson was a part of the plan. I think Tyson / Netflix made this his next outing.
We're
you know what I mean?
we're in a situation where John Jones is getting called a duck for not wanting to fight Tom Aspinall. If Canelo Alvarez ends up fighting Jake Paul and not Benavidez, the things that are said about him would be heinous in comparison.
But how
to
much
what's
money would it be
said
for?
about John Jones?
How much money would it be for potentially like one of the easiest fights he's had in his professional career?
If I was Canelo, I'd take that fight first, but I'm not Canelo, and I don't think he.
People were hating on Canelo when he fought Munguia.
Yeah,
like
imagine if it was Jake Paul. Imagine if he was saying, "I'm not fighting Benavidez."
I don't think he gives a crap.
Can't hate on someone for an easy day at the office to make the most money you've made in your career.
I think he does. I don't think it will be next. I am with you thinking that it could
I feel like it's a real thing.
I mean,
Jake wins on Friday. KSI fight is very interesting. The Logan fight is really interesting.
Has the KSI?
I'm not interested in KSI
and
anymore.
Canelo.
Has the KSI fight dwindled
significantly?
I mean, it's dwindled, but people would still be into it.
The Canelo fight.
Does KSI even box anymore?
I mean, he's got platinum hits now. He doesn't need to worry about boxing.
From the king to the sun to the rain to the Canelo fight. I would imagine MVP and Jake Paul want to remain in the Netflix business, right? Who wouldn't?
Yes.
How many of those fights is Netflix truly interested in? I think they would be interested in Canelo.
KSI, Logan, I would imagine, are both.
I don't. Yeah, I mean,
you don't think that those would?
To a degree, yes, to a degree. I don't think Tommy Fury cuts the mustard.
Oh God, no.
They're definitely not interested in the Ryan Borland fights.
No,
but
not.
The Ryan Borland fights were a bridge to get to the Tyson.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Andre August, Ryan Borland.
If you just name like standard top 30 in the world boxer, it's probably not a Netflix fight, right? Let's just say what it is. It is probably not. You need somebody with a bit of a name. You need a Logan Paul. You need a KSI. Or you need somebody of the caliber of a Canelo, of which there are very, very, very few.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, the problem, I mean, he is much bigger. He's fighting at heavyweight. Canelo is nowhere near a heavyweight.
Yeah, but again, if they were the same size, that would be a stupid fight. Like, nobody be interested in that fight because Canelo would decapitate him.
But again, who's sanctioning this?
I don't know.
Maybe Texas.
Who's sanctioning Mike Tyson?
Someone will sanction it. Mike Tyson is 58. Come on.
Yeah, no, Texas. Texas is probably the place.
Texas will sanction.
And by the way, what do you think does better in terms of the attendance? Tyson Paul or Canelo Paul?
Attendance, like tickets.
Like meaning if they go back to AT&T Stadium.
I don't know. I'm very curious to see what the attendance is going to look like on Friday.
I think Canelo.
I would suspect the second. I would suspect Canelo.
Because of the Mexican fans coming up, right?
But I feel like more people are going to watch the Tyson one.
Yes, I think that's correct.
On
I think
Netflix.
more people will watch it
at home. I think more people are going to watch the Tyson one.
Although there is a snowball effect. If Jake Paul knocks out Mike Tyson and people start going, "Oh, I'm interested in this," and then he's fighting Canelo, like I could
also there's the argument of like Canelo is like the ultimate hate watch. Like Canelo would be a sizable favorite over Jake Paul, and now it's like, oh, we finally get to watch Jake lose.
Oh, the fight would be the ultimate hate watch. Yeah.
Yes, I could see fans. I mean, a lot of fans are tuning in on Friday to hopefully watch Jake Paul lose. We had a dude here out in the office. He was like, "Yep, just watching because I want to see Jake Paul lose." I was like, "Nice, man."
Yeah, I mean I think that's part of the appeal, especially for older people. They're like, "Please, Mike, get it done." And then
Frank got irate when he said that, but I had to break up the fight.
Like it didn't get said.
If he doesn't get it done, then they'll say, "Please, Canelo, get it done."
That's what I'm saying.
More from Abe. Hello, Ariel and crew. Which promotion do you see actually having an event in Africa first, UFC or PFL? And for a bit of fantasy matchmaker fun, here's a UFC/PFL Africa main card. Keen to get your thoughts. I'm going with Super Sadiq versus David Onama. Impa Kasangane against Abdul Razak Al Hassan. Cedric Doumbé versus Kamaru Usman. DDP versus Izzy 2. And Ngannou versus Kennedy Nzechukwu. And of course, a Nigerian fight feast. I'm talking Jollof rice, I might have mispronounced that, Jollof rice, suya, super malt, and a side of puff puff. P.S. When The Ultimate Fighter resumes, GC should also start a recap segment called It's Tough. That's not bad.
I think that's a great idea.
Much love, your boy, Abe.
No, that's not bad at all. I just will give recaps without having watched it.
Yeah. That's actually, the question is actually a fascinating one. Who holds an event in Africa first? Because we know PFL Africa will launch in 2025, but UFC is talking about potentially DDP. I don't think his next title defense. I'm going to go with PFL. just because they have the PFL Africa. And does PFL Africa count, or does it have to be like a major PFL event? What do you think, Pete? PFL or UFC? Who holds an event in Africa first?
I think PFL. Like, I mean, if they're committing to setting up a whole arm of the organization out there, you'd think they're a bit further down the road than the UFC. Dana White has talked about how frustrating it is to get things over the line, and even in South Africa. I think at this stage it'll probably be PFL. Not a major event. Francis has told you he doesn't expect to fight there,
Right.
which is unfortunate. But if it's a PFL Africa event, definitely.
Bebin McGee. Hello, Ariel and crew. Does Chandler still get the Conor fight if he loses? Does he still want it if he wins? Could Conor fight the co-main loser / winner on Saturday? What's the crack with Hooker? What are the possibilities here? Geez. Yeah, I mean, Conor's coming off a couple losses, so the Chandler fight should still be a thing. If Chandler loses, it shouldn't preclude him from having that fight. We asked him the first time he was on in the new era, and he said that obviously if the Conor fight is right there, he would take that as well. There's a lot more money attached to that. Could Conor fight the co-main winner or loser? Yeah, yes. Hooker, I haven't heard anything about Hooker. Well, they are going to Sydney in February. We spoke to him. He talked about Moicano. That's not what I heard regarding Moicano. There was another name he mentioned. Was there not? Did we talk about someone else with who's the name that
He mentioned Dustin, Gaethje, and
Gaethje was the one. Gaethje was the one. I'd love to see Gaethje versus Hooker in Sydney. I don't know if Gaethje would go there, but sign me up. Michael Chiesa's gross meat. Ariel, I was not impressed by your performance on Monday's show. Please tell Bo to stop sending pictures of me to his internet friends. P.S. It's all in good fun. These moments are what makes live content so entertaining. Nod to Pizzi. Good on you, fellas. Well, thank you. I hope we put a smile on your face. Matt Mo, sup, Ariel? At about 1:02:05 in Monday's episode, a person can be seen in the top left window of the apartment building behind you, closing the blinds. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple of times.
Amazing. My question is, what will you do if people who live behind you catch on that their apartment windows are famous and prime real estate on the most popular show in combat sports? I could see them trolling, waving, or holding up signs. How haven't any of their friends told them? Do you think they know? Thanks for all you do. I don't think they know, but yeah, I mean, I see some activity there. I guess I'll rely on the crew to let me know.
But that would be incredible.
There's a window open.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
If someone started putting signs up in their window for this show, I mean, that'd be unreal.
I would love it. I would absolutely love it. Please, let's make it a thing. It's like when College Game Day goes to a campus and everyone has signs. I would absolutely love it. Sign me up. But thus far, I don't think anyone has caught on. I mean, it's pretty nondescript. What are the chances that someone's watching this show and either lives in that building or knows someone that lives in that building?
1,002%.
Jesse Orozco. Any updates on the following? Nick Diaz concerns. Did see that video that I think a lot of people are worried about and that Jesse is referring to. Did ask his team about it. Didn't hear back. So leave it at that. Don't know what the context is. Don't know anything, and don't want to. Don't want to hypothesize at this time. Zuffa Boxing, haven't heard much. Doesn't mean it's not a thing, but personally haven't heard much. Schaub versus Diaz has sort of, I don't know, it's sort of died off. I haven't heard much on that one either. And I never really thought anything was going to happen. Ryan, hey, Ariel, if you had to guess, what would you say is likely for when and where Aspinall and Pereira return? Golly, that's tough. I think Pereira fights Ankalaev. So we know about January. It's going to be Arman and Islam. February's TBD. That's the Sydney card. I wonder if Merab Umar goes on there. Ramadan, I think, is during the March pay-per-view. Yeah, because the Sydney pay-per-view is February 12th. Ramadan starts February 28th and goes to March 30th. If I'm Umar, I'd probably rather fight February 12th. Does that work for Merab? I believe he told us that February would work. Ilya is going to factor into that at some point, March, April, hopefully, against Volk. So So if I, like I said, I if I'm Pereira's team, I wait a bit. Maybe it's the May Brazil card if that's a thing. The Aspinall one is the big one. Is John fighting again if he wins? If the winner of Saturday's fight doesn't fight anymore, relinquishes the belt, moves on, whatever, you can get Aspinall back in there faster. The question is against who? By the way, if Aspinall, if John or Stipe retires, vacates the title, who do we think Aspinall's first title defense is against? Is it the winner of the Gane-Volkov fight?
Either that or Pereira, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
You do Pereira.
By the way, yesterday we were talking about, the duty of the champion.
Yeah.
You need to remind, Michael Bisping captures belt.
No, I see this all the time.
Robert Whittaker, interim title.
Yeah.
Bisping, lower weight class to fight.
Yeah. I see people bring this up all the time, and then I see people giving shit to GSP. First of all, lest we forget, Bisping did get a lot of shit for that. Do you remember this? Bisping got a ton of shit for that. The sport wasn't as big, but I remember him getting a ton of shit for that. People were saying he was ducking Romero. People were saying he was ducking Whittaker. And then people forget that GSP vacated the title 3 weeks after beating Bisping. So he didn't hold it up, if you recall.
No, GSP didn't hold it up.
No,
Bisping
but people bring up GSP and wait, what?
Bisping took a different fight
Yeah.
than the interim champion.
But people did give him a lot of shit. Do you not remember this?
I remember it. I'm just saying there's even precedent
there's
for
precedent
this exact thing.
to get, and John is getting maybe a little bit more.
He hasn't done it yet. He hasn't even done it. He hasn't even beaten Stipe to then get the opportunity.
Yeah, but people are reacting to his words. And most people would have said fight Aspinall on Saturday, not Stipe. This is in many respects, this is the GSP Bisping fight. You know what I mean? It's the legacy fight, which didn't need to be for a belt.
That's a fair shout. You're right. This is that one.
Yeah.
This is the equivalent.
But I do remember Bisping getting a ton of shit for it. But again,
John should get shit for it.
But this is actually John's point. That was 2017. 7 years later, who the hell remembers this? And the truth is, in 7 years, very few people are going to remember. Like, we're going to talk about it, and that's it. So much changes, so much happens, and so John's thing is, I'm not going to gamble. I understand to a degree what he's saying. It's just like he takes these shots, and people want the proper protocol and lineage, and so this is why there's a promotion, and they have to step in and say, and this is why in boxing, you have the sanctioning bodies that step in and say, okay, we're going to strip you if you don't do this. His desires don't always mesh with the desires of the A challenger or B promotion. And so this is where they have to step in.
Yeah, the UFC would also need to want the Pereira fight. It can't just be John who wants it. If the UFC wants Magomed and Pereira to fight and not John and Pereira, then John's in a tough spot.
Kai, with Turkey buying the Ring magazine, and yes, he did announce this yesterday, with some lofty plans, making it a physical mag again, digital back issues, making the belts matter more. I mean, what he posted was quite thorough and obviously, lofty plans. He's a huge boxing fan and boxing historian and aficionado. And I saw some people say like, oh, maybe this isn't good. But here's the thing. Important to note, Oscar De La Hoya owned Ring magazine. And so it's not exactly like it was like this independent thing. A. B, I would not be surprised, no intel on this, there are the Ring titles, which are generally respected and recognized. If he uses those, you know how he makes those undisputed titles? If he tries to make that into his version of the UFC belt, that he can pick, oh, I'm going to do, I don't know, better be a Bivol 2 and IBF doesn't want to be on board, it's going to be for the Ring title. And just try to make that into his own thing. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. I should have read the rest of Kai's question. Do you foresee a scenario where the Ring belt becomes the title in every weight class and we start to see a more monopolized structure to boxing similar to that of MMA? It's exactly what I was saying. And yes, I do see that scenario for sure. Corvette. Hey, Ariel, it looks like Gable Steveson has recently been training with John Jones and Gordon Ryan. Any updates on Gable? Is MMA still in his future? I think we're close to talking to him. We've been talking to him for quite some time. He had the sort of 3-month period where he couldn't do interviews, then the Bills stuff, but he's free and clear now. And so hopefully in the near future, we will talk to Gable about his future plans. Would love to talk to him about what went wrong with WWE. Would love to talk to him about, the Bills experience, training with John Jones, where he goes from here, what his plans are. There they are. The mega powers, John Jones, Gable Steveson, Gordon Ryan. By the way, I love the shaved head beard look for one John Jones. That's my favorite.
I love it for anyone. I think it's a great look.
It is a great look.
Personally.
Kevin Williams. Hi, Ariel. Couldn't help but notice Markel Martin's absence during Ngannou's fight week. They seem to have a special bond, so wondering if they're still working together. My understanding is they have put a pause on the business relationship. So that's why you did not see him there. Moderator Emeritus Lewis, hello, great team. Would New York Rick kindly weigh in on the current status of social platforms? There's threats of mass X/Twitter exodus. Blue Sky is emerging as an alternative for Ariel. God bless Lewis. I was literally just about to ask, what is Blue Sky? And he offers the explanation. For Ariel, Blue Sky is a Twitter clone. Is Threads on life support or dead? Eric's thoughts carry great weight as always. Happy 1 month of Uncrowned and the Age show. Love always, Lewis.
We saw the threats of mass exodus when Elon took over the platform, and you'll be shocked to know that the people who said, I'm leaving this platform forever, remained on the platform.
Mm-hmm.
It is a shocking development. Nobody's going anywhere. Nothing will change. The platform itself has definitely shifted. Elon Musk is very clear in his political leanings and his stances and what kind of content is being surfaced on the platform, what kind of view he has on quote-unquote free speech, and what community notes serves as opposed to moderation. We've even seen blocking no longer actually blocks people. It only
it's been great. I get to see Dana's tweets again.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
But now your trolls get to see your tweets as well.
I know,
So
it's not great.
they can't interact with them though. So there are changes to the platform. Do I believe in any capacity that the people who are publicly flaunting their profiles and get their lifeblood from being visible on that platform will now all of a sudden leave? No, I don't believe they're threats. They can feel free to prove me wrong and go over to Blue Sky, which nobody uses, but I don't.
What does Blue Sky look like? Is it just the same thing?
It's the same thing. It's a clone, just like Threads is.
Does anyone use it?
Is Threads dead?
They're all dead. Twitter is.
Is Twitter more powerful and successful?
It's X, by the way. It's not
yes,
Twitter anymore.
Is X bigger, better, more successful, whatever, than it was prior to Elon buying it?
I don't think it was ever successful because it wasn't really a...
Meaning, you know how everyone was like, this place is done, it's burning down, da-da-da. Is it actually bigger? Because I saw people saying X was the place to be for the elections, and X is the only place.
I mean, it's a better I don't want to say news source. It's just so up to date. It's so in.
But that was
real
always
time.
the case. That was always the case with Twitter, right?
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying that's to me, that's the biggest benefit of the platform.
It depends on who you are and what you're looking to get from the platform. If you are looking for genuine conversation, I think those days are gone. It seems to be more of a platform for surfacing causes and things that you're interested in already. And in addition to that, now we have there's less of a verification process, right? The ability to purchase the blue checks, the ability to purchase the verification, remove the idea that there are credible sources. Now we see more than ever sources that are not super credible being floated and highlighted, and so it is up to the community to kind of police that, and that is what those community notes do. So it really just depends on who you're asking and what they're trying to get from the platform. I don't know how you'd measure success in that scenario, right? It's a very individualized experience. From a business perspective, I don't imagine they're doing better, because I think there's still some fear from advertisers and others about the platform.
Supposedly a 80% value decrease since 2022.
Can I tell you some of my issues with the current version? Obviously, I'm still on it. I do notice a lot of, when I say bots, it's so very clearly Like I'll tweet something like, we're talking UFC 309 on the show today, and then you'll get these comments like UFC 309 is sure to be, it almost feels AI-ish, is sure to be a great card. I can't wait for all the action. Do you know what I mean? And I
Some
feel like,
listener out there right now is just like, that.
no, I
was
see
my
this
comment.
all the time now.
No, you're right.
That was
There's a
that was
lot
a
of
genuine
AI.
comment
There's
I
a lot
put
of
on.
There's a lot of AI that I didn't notice before, especially in the lead up to the election. They were 1,000% serving up Elon tweets. Like every time I went on the app, it was just all Elon tweets. I don't even follow Elon Musk.
There is now incentive for Twitter previously did not have a monetization system in place for users, right? There was not a way for users to monetize the engagement of their tweets. Now there is, and so there is an incentive for people to have more engaging tweets, and so thus we see bots being created. And now Elon, when he initially came in, was trying to remove bots from the platform. It seems like that kind of happened for a bit, and now there are many bots.
I hate that every time I go on the app, it directs me to the For You column because like I'm not smart enough. I end up freaking going down the rabbit hole of shit that I don't follow and don't want to see and never was subjected to. And it just seems like every time I open it, it's back to the For You, which is, clearly done on purpose. And
it works, right? Because
it works
Because you go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, you start to see, oh, what's this? Oh, what's this? Oh, what's this? And then there you are 10 minutes later and you're like, what the fuck have I just been looking at?
Again, so
I wish the old verified days were back because it was so easy to just streamline
Didn't he
everything.
say he was going to verify everyone? Didn't he say like there'd be no more of these faceless, nameless accounts who don't have an identity attached?
that
to
was
them?
an
Just like-
initiative early. Now it has kind of gone by the wayside.
Carlos Prates
more
had
than
a fake
ever.
account this weekend, like tweeting as if it was
Yeah.
him, and then Caio Bajalio.
But was it
tweeted out that.
verified?
No, but I mean, people thought it was real.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing too. The problem was like if someone could just buy a tick and say, my name is Carlos Prates and
It may have been verified. I don't know. Actually, I saw a couple tweets from him. I was just like, oh, it's good to see him going off on social media. You're really trying to build that brand up.
Second one from moderator Louis Emeritus. Ariel, did you finish watching / sleep watching your way through the Vince McMahon Netflix series? If so, final thoughts. Yes, I did finish it several weeks ago, believe it or not. I genuinely enjoyed it, but I did understand in retrospect. I'd seen some criticism. The final episode felt like it was missing some new information. They try their best. Like if this would have ended before the latest allegations via Janelle Grant came out, then it would have been fine. But it did feel like it was missing something, and it was trying to wedge some of the old interviews to the new story and new allegations, new accusations. And that felt like it wasn't quite as seamless. I know that he wouldn't talk about it, and there was that one interesting part where they went back to Bruce Pritchard, and he sort of commented on some of the things where he talked about Shoemaker. That was interesting, at least watching it unfold. But overall, you watch it. There's a lot of nostalgia. That's what it was to me. Didn't learn a ton. I actually thought the two most interesting parts about it. And these things are tough. And so, I could sit here and criticize. They've worked on it for years. The early days stuff I thought was really interesting. Him as a kid, his upbringing, North Carolina. And then just the stuff about his relationship with his children, Shane, Stephanie, extremely interesting as well. But I just wish that last episode had a little bit more of the new stuff with new interviews attached to it as well. Adele, Ariel, hello. I feel like you used to talk about wrestling more than you do, even though this is your show and not the MAR. What's changed, my man? Thanks for all that you do. Much love, Adele from Canada. I really didn't, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, like we didn't really talk about wrestling that much on the MAR. We would have the odd wrestling guests, which I loved and am planning on having in this new era. People would get all crazy when you'd have like one wrestling guest every 3-4 months, but we wouldn't really come on the show and talk about Raw or SmackDown or this and that.
I also just think a few months ago to a year ago, wrestling was like as hot as it's ever been.
Yeah, it was
in terms of,
WrestleMania
like,
time, and it will ramp up.
Stream and stuff. It was just like so hot right then.
WrestleMania time will always ramp up, like around Royal Rumble, around Survivor Series is coming up. That's a fun one. But also, I'm just answering. the part where we would usually talk about wrestling the most would be during On the Nose, I think. So, you know, I don't know. I think we never really like broke it down on the Monday like we do a big UFC event and even a boxing event. But we'll get to it. I'm not worried about it. Matt Mo, sup Ariel? We all know Amen and Guram are UNGC's spirit fighters. My question is, who is Rick, who is Pete, and who is Frank's spirit fighter?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
I got nothing. Somebody help me out.
No, I don't have a clue.
I don't really got anything. I mean, the obvious is like
There's
Rey
no
Mysterio for Frank.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think we stick with that.
I've just
Why can't
never
it be the
seen anyone with
Undertaker?
his skin condition before. No offense, Frank. I've just
No,
never
I mean-
seen it. It's very rare. It is rare. It's a rare.
It's very.
illness,
It's not even in the DSM-5. Can it
Is
be
there
the
any UFC
Undertaker?
fighter that has gout or whatever, or sleep apnea? Whatever those guys.
Shara
got
Bullet is a
both.
pirate.
Who is?
So
Oh, Shara Bullet?
Shara Bullet,
Can I pull?
he's a pirate. So
I can't
mean,
pull off the beard. I could possibly pull off the eye, but I can't
Like
pull off
maybe like a there's no one like that like really sticks out. Maybe like a Roman Kopylov for Rick. Get the hair going. I mean, it's a little too much, little too much curls on the hair. I was gonna say Chase Hooper, but Rick isn't as boyish.
well,
Tom Egan for PT.
yeah,
Who?
very similar.
Yeah.
What? He was the third Irish man to ever fight in the UFC.
I'm
Third or-
casual, bro. You got
Third or second?
Second.
Okay.
Oh, third.
Ah,
Third.
you
It was
said Tom
Big
Egan?
C
Yeah.
and the other guy that Ant knows about.
Yeah.
David something or other.
Nah, you don't look like this guy.
Jorit.
Jacked and handsome.
Hey, Ariel and crew.
Yeah,
First of
true.
all, I want to say that the extra content is definitely not too much for me. The only thing it did was erase the need for other podcasts out of my life.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I've been asking this question for a long time, but I won't stop until I get my answer. All right, here it goes. What do you and the crew consider the 5 best regional promotions in any order? And have you heard about the relatively new Levels Fighting League? They have been making waves lately, and 5 of their champions were on the last DWCS. Thumbs up to the chat. P.S. English is my third language, so please excuse some mistakes. I think you did a great job. Top of my head, Cage Warriors, LFA,
Rage in the Cage.
Cage,
KSW.
Well, it's KSW Regional.
I guess that's a good point. Celebrating KSW
Yes.
100 this weekend as well.
Yeah.
Biggest MMA show going on.
Yes. Hopefully we get a big breakdown of that on perhaps the Crack this weekend.
Yeah, that's what we're aiming to do. We're actually going to take the hour just to focus in on Phil DeFreeze as a
Yeah.
potential opponent for Francis Ngannou.
Is KSW
the-
a regional promotion?
That's actually,
No.
I mean, that's a great question. Okay.
Well, I mean, if you consider Eastern Europe as a
It's the
region,
whole
I guess.
region.
okay, here's another question. Is Octagon a regional promotion?
It's the same as the same situation as KSW.
Right, like if you fill a stadium with 60
No, because
people,
I
regional.
think do you put Octagon on the same level as KSW?
No, I don't feel they have the same prestige. They don't have the same
Right.
prestige yet.
They might get mad at this, and they're certainly
Oh, they will.
yes, 100%, and they certainly are selling out big venues.
You call them sellouts now? Jesus, Ariel.
No, like
Well, joke, I'm joking.
okay, so LFA, Cage Warriors,
Too hard at that.
LFA, Cage Warriors, CFFC, Unified MMA, and then
Aries Fighting Championship in France is very good. They've got a lot of guys.
I feel like I'm
Like if KSW is regional, then so is Ryzen. You know?
Yeah, I guess the more I
Yeah.
think about this, I never really defined what regional MMA is. I guess it's literally in the name. Regional MMA.
Listen, you can make a case that KSW is
LFA.
actually the definition of regional MMA because they stay in
Yeah.
one region, and as opposed to an LFA who goes all over the place, right?
But here's I think the distinction people are making, when they see regional, they're like a feeder league, whereas KSW has proven that they're they're the top destination for the best guys in their area. That's the way they see themselves. Whereas Ryzen would be the top destination for a lot of guys in Japan, right? So I don't think they consider themselves regional. So it becomes they're nearly asking you without asking you, what is the best feeder league to the UFC? I think.
Yeah, I feel like I'm missing one, but I think those are the top ones. There used to be TKO back in the day.
I was Cyril Gane came
Yeah.
from TKO, of course.
Some guy named George St. Pierre as well.
Never heard of him. Is he good?
Yeah, not bad. Bama. I would say Bama was a regional promotion, right?
Leon Edwards.
Back in the day.
Marky Casey.
But I think those are the
Paul
main
Craig.
ones. There's one that I feel like I'm missing. Is PFL Europe a regional promotion? No.
It is in terms of its
Yeah.
serving PFL, the major
Yeah.
organization.
No Soup. Y'all must have forgot. No Soup for you. Welcome back. Did you ever find out for sure who sent you that text from the unknown number after you left ESPN telling you they told you they'd get you out of there? Love the new channel and shout out to the master Ben Folks. Cheers, No Soup. No, I never did. Obviously have talked about this many a time.
Any suspicions, Ariel?
Yeah. The spelling in particular, the spelling is what really tipped me off. I was tempted to call it back in the moment, but I don't even think it was a real number, to be honest. So no, I don't know and don't care at this point. Jordan, hey, Ariel.
Don't care.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Darren. Hey, Ariel, this week is the 27-year anniversary of the screw job. I know you've talked about being there with a close friend and how surreal it was. Yes, my good friend, Jason Tackefman. Where does it rank in your top wrestling moments? What's so funny about the screw job is, so like around 93, 94, I stopped being a wrestling fan because I really started to get into the Knicks and the Bills. And, that was kind of during I wasn't a WCW guy all that much back then. And WWF was struggling a little bit. And I don't know. I just didn't watch it as much going into 95, 96. And we were at our driving test. It was either the lesson or the actual test that we were at. I'm 100% sure that I was sad because I had failed. And we were sitting around. It might have been the lesson. Anyway, we're in Henri Bourassa. If you're from Montreal, you will know where that is. And he tells me, my friend Jason, who we're still very good friends, spoke to him this morning. He tells me, he's the one, by the way, who I said that I would pay top dollar to watch eat chicken wings. He tells me Survivor Series is coming, and I'm like, whoa, a pay-per-view is coming to Montreal? That never has happened before. This is a massive, massive deal. And so I got very excited about this, and we decided that we would both go. And so we bought tickets, and I had not watched the product in some time. And so I missed the explosion of the signs, everyone having a sign, and the product was different. The oddity, I remember being blown away by the oddities, and they're walking out with a Cartman doll. I remember being blown away by Kane. I don't know if I was watching when Kane debuted. Obviously, I knew The Undertaker. I remember being blown away as a 15-year-old by the women there, to put it bluntly. Sable, Sunny. I was like, what is going on here? This is not the WWF that I was watching 3-4 years ago. And I remember getting brought up to speed on who, what the whole situation was with Bret Hart, and he's maybe leaving, he's maybe not leaving. Watch the match. He gets screwed. He does the whole WCW thing. He smashes everything. I go home that night and I get exposed to internet wrestling. So Scoops Wrestling and Raja and all this stuff. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? He left? What the hell is this? And so I remember just being blown away by wrestling. And that's what got me all the way back in, like all the way back. So I've been to that. I've been to WrestleMania 18 in Toronto. Going with my kids to Survivor Series was super fun, and going backstage with them. I'll exclude some of the recent events that I went to because of the work for BT. I was at the Raw after WrestleMania 18 where they gave Hogan the crazy ovation. That was a lot of fun. Have I ever been to SummerSlam? Maybe for BT. But yeah, those are a few that come to. I mean, going to the event in Wales was fun. Clash at the Castle, Principality. But as a kid, and of course, my most memorable moment was first grade surprise party. My parents get us tickets to the event at the Montreal Forum. I'm at school, and everyone's talking about going to the Forum to watch wrestling, and I'm like, oh man, I can't believe I can't go. I'm in the basement playing with my brothers. I see one of my friend's shoes in the window, and I'm like, why are those shoes up there? What's going on? Run upstairs. All my friends are in the kitchen, and my parents tell me that we're going to the Forum that night, all of us, like 11, 12 boys, to watch WWF. And on that card was, and I remember my Lebanese mom making us all hot dogs in pita bread. And she might be watching right
fantastic.
now. And I remember being like kind of embarrassed. I'm like, why can't we just have normal buns? Why do we have to? Why do we?
In front of all your friends?
I'm like, come on, Mom. Why do we have to be so Middle Eastern?
Why the pita?
Yes. Why the hot dog and the pita? Can we just be normal? My mom would make me stuff at school, like Middle Eastern people will know sambusek or manushe, and I would be so embarrassed I would eat it under the table. Now I would do anything to eat that stuff, but I would be embarrassed because I just wanted a peanut butter and jelly like every other normal kid. Now I recognize, looking back, how special and incredible it was. And so we went to the event, and Bret Hart went up against Mr. Perfect. And I think I've told this here before. Incredible match, which I just found footage of online. Not the Montreal one, but they obviously were working together for several months in that same time period. I think 89, and I saw it, and it brought me back what Perfect was wearing, what Hart was wearing, and they were going back and forth, and Perfect's out, and Bret is crawling, and then finally gets his arm over Perfect, and it's 1, 2, and then ding, ding, ding. Time limit. And I'm like, come on. It was an incredible finish. In fact, when we were looking for new stuff in the studio over here, it's not exactly the same event, but we did blow this up. This is a newspaper ad live at the Forum, Friday, January 12th. Title match in a steel cage, Bret Hart versus Diesel, a.k.a. Kevin Nash. WWF World Tour de Force, which is a, they would just call it that, the house shows. Last time at the old Montreal Forum, the last house show at the Montreal Forum, Survivor Series was at the Molson Center, now known as the Bell Center. But that was pretty remarkable.
Is it really called the old Montreal Forum?
Well, no, I think they were just, it should have been just the Forum. But this is like a newspaper ad. Tickets make great holiday gifts. So that event that I went to for my first, I think it was the first live event I've ever been to, but in the first grade, the birthday party, that event was at the Forum. So this seemed significant.
Can we go back to those hot dogs for a second? Was there yellow mustard available? I just feel like that wasn't a thing.
Can I be honest with you?
Please.
I despise mustard on hot dogs.
All right, so we're going to move on to the next question.
You're just straight ketchup?
I'm just straight ketchup, and I think it's
relish?
insane.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah, I think it's.
I am as well.
I think it's
I don't like mustard
insane.
either.
I think it's insane. I don't think it's insane that people don't like ketchup on hot dogs. I think it's insane that people think this is a weird thing.
No, I don't. I actually like ketchup and mustard. It can't be just ketchup though.
Y'all want to know my favorite hot dog topping?
Tell me.
Very southern.
Oh, I thought you were going to say berries.
No. Very southern
Sauerkraut?
coleslaw.
Oh, that is very.
Slaw dog?
Wow.
I'm okay with that.
Sounds all right. That sounds all
Oh,
right.
I'll suck down some slaw dogs.
All right.
Okay.
We'll add that one to the bucket of things that were said yesterday.
Can I tell you my favorite? Like if I've I got that. Can I tell you my favorite? My favorite is ketchup and relish.
I was going to ask, relish is good.
Just the fact that you don't like even mustard seeds, like
Sweet relish?
Sometimes I feel like sweet relish is too sweet, but I don't mind it.
dill relish all the way.
Yeah.
What about Chicago lime?
I was going to say, yeah, y'all go crazy with like the Chicago dogs. I feel like with the dogs, simpler the better.
Nah, Chicago dog is amazing.
What's mustard seeds?
They're just the seeds that mustard comes from.
Dijon honey? Any type of mustard?
That's for Frank. I don't like mustard in general.
Period. No mustard.
What kind of dogs are we working with? Hebrew natties?
Hebrew
pita
National?
dog.
It was
Yeah.
ketchup. It was ketchup. It was ketchup
ketchup,
pita,
right.
yeah.
Nathan?
I do like a Hebrew National. I mean, the last time I had a hot dog, I
So-
can't even remember.
Answer the question, though.
Yes.
Was there yellow mustard in your household? Or was it like, hey, guys.
For this birthday party?
Yeah, like my mom made hot dogs with pita bread and, we got ketchup. and
mustard,
ketchup.
I don't know if it's a Middle Eastern thing. Very hard to come by. At least in our house.
That's
Look at you.
So,
You're
yeah.
getting
So
you're
the hot
repulsed
dog
by the
shop-
thought of
Like,
mustard.
you're getting
I pulled the
sick.
Bill Superfoot Wallace.
All right, well, one last question. Pete,
Super throat.
Yeah.
Pete, have you been to a wrestling live event? WWE
No.
or no? Okay, that
No.
was easy.
I've only been to an AEW one. Hopefully I can go to a
Yeah, I went
to
WWE
the
at some
AEW
point next year.
Queens.
Shout out to Bronson.
By the way,
got the shirt on today. Let's go.
Oh yeah,
Shout out,
you guys are.
Coca-Cola, my
I mean, the
favorite wrestler.
production is fantastic
I've always wanted
Yes,
to
for
go.
WWE.
I still haven't gotten to that point where I'm tuning into Raws or SmackDowns, but when I do watch the WrestleManias and the Royal Rumbles of the calendar year, I mean, I'm always blown away by the production.
I mean, from a live event, I mean, UFC is different, but like I'm blown away by how far it's come because there was a point where it wasn't all that impressive. Andy's telling me that a Colombian thing is pineapple sauce.
I'm down to try it.
Yeah.
Maybe like
Pineapple
a little,
sauce on the dog.
I'd put a little pico de gallo on it.
Venezuelan hot dog is as follows: coleslaw,
Oh, I'm there.
chips. Like, do you mean like
Yeah,
Lay's?
Ground up chips, yeah.
Oh yeah. Give it a little crunch going.
Because I think PTE, when he thinks of chips, you think of fries.
Well, they're different, but anyway, okay, I get you.
Okay.
Parmesan, mustard, ketchup, relish, mayo, all that.
Mayo.
This is a lot. That is
And if you're Colombian, it's pineapple sauce. Okay, now I get it.
Pineapple sauce on
Here,
top
can
of
you
all
check
of that?
In
Oh,
addition,
separately. No, separate.
Oh, separately.
Separate. You guys grilled or boiled dogs?
boiled.
Oh, he's sick.
boiled is gross.
You disgust me.
Beautiful.
You disgust me. I thought it was going to
Well,
be unanimous.
You disgust
grilled.
me too.
I thought it was going to be unanimous grilled. You just throw the pouches of processed
And then
meat
drink
into
the
boiling water. Yeah,
That's big.
yeah. Hot dog.
Yeah, we don't
water.
eat them that much over here.
When you
honestly.
when you look at the water, by the
The
way,
Super Bowl is probably the only time I eat.
I'm not
those.
gonna lie. I don't eat hot dogs too often.
when's the last time you had a hot dog?
I actually can't,
in New York.
I can't remember. Maybe like a 4th of July, but not even this. No, I had one this year. Yeah, I had one this year on 4th of July. 4th of July. Grilled.
Oh yeah.
Even sautéed. If it's bad weather outside, I'll throw it on a pan.
Pan, actually, I don't mind. I prefer pan. Like you slice it open. Pan more so than
If I'm eating a
boiled.
dog, I'm like you. I
You
like
don't
my hot
boil
dogs
it?
well done.
I like it boiled.
Yeah.
You,
All right,
you
dirty
just
water
jumped in
dogs.
on this? You were serious,
Yeah,
Frank?
yeah.
No, you're sick. The fact that this is a 2-2 split on boiled
Is that
versus
not how they
grilled?
sell them on the street in New York? The classic dogs, like a dirty water dog. Isn't that what they call them?
Dirty water dog.
disgusting.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
getting
what they
kind of
call it.
grossed out. Rick, are
That's
you,
what Anthony
are you
Bourdain calls
boiled
them.
or
He knows
grilled
a
hot
fucking
dog?
thing or two about.
He
about food.
wagged his finger.
Rick just said F.
He's too busy. He's too busy. I mean, it's just one word: boiled, grilled. You just got to get it out.
I think
too busy.
read between the lines. He likes it boiled.
He's hashtag locked in.
Very good chance. I think those pita hot dogs were boiled. By the way,
Oh, pita
Nice.
dog! A pita dog with ketchup boiled.
yeah.
Okay,
I'm getting
pita.
sick.
Was it cooked in like a clay oven? Like, I'm really intrigued.
No. This was definitely from the store.
No, I imagine she made these hand battered, right?
I don't know
Let's
about this. This is crazy.
call her up.
We can call her up. I do want to ask one last question to Rick, or is he busy?
He's
No, he's
very
too
busy.
busy. He was too busy to even give me boiled grilled.
God, this is an incredible question. Let's just ask it to the group.
Okay.
It's actually hilarious. HG Spike, yo, Ariel and crew. This question is just for Rick for absolutely no reason. Rick, would you rather spend every weekday of your life handcuffed to an 8-foot tall plumber or a regular sized plumber who only ever screams when he speaks? It has to be one of these. Thanks in advance for taking this seriously also and new this Saturday.
If this guy knew how busy Rick was right now,
that might have been the best on the nose question we've gotten in a long time. The fact that he finished it with the "and on New Saturday" is also great.
By the way, the next question is grab his Rick and twist it. This is the guy's name. Hola, Ariel and crew. What is up with this, quote, Rick the type of guy looking like, quote, end quote, nonsense going on? Gout?
yeah, the gout and the sleep apnea.
Gout and sleep apnea. He does kind of look like that.
Oh.
All right, so but back to this question. Someone's got to answer this.
Yeah.
Either
Yeah.
way, you're drawing massive attention to yourself. 8-foot tall plumber or one that's short, but he screams every time he speaks. How
Go with the screamer.
How often is he speaking?
This is an awful scenario. I would pay good money to just hear Rick try to make sense of it all in a matter-of-fact tone.
We have to bring this back when he isn't as busy as he is right now.
How busy is he right now? Can you interrupt him?
I mean, he's not even in the room.
We're having
he's
a
back now.
situation
He's
right
back.
here.
But I mean, he's dealing. He's wheeling and dealing. I asked grilled boiled. He gave me a finger wag, so that shows you how.
Do we have Big Carlos in tow? Is he there?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Are we getting him or?
Nope.
Oh, we're not.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I'm only kidding.
Oh fuck!
We're efforting right now.
Oh,
He
Jesus.
said that so.
That you
that was
cannot
very
joke
good
about
way
that.
to-
That is-
that
I mean, it
very
was
good.
pretty funny.
That is out of bounds. All right, we'll get him in a moment. Jalapeno Man, hey Ariel and crew, I have a bone to pick with Bruce Buffer and Dana White with how we announce champions pre-fight. For UFC 309, Bruce Buffer will undoubtedly announce John Jones as the undisputed UFC heavyweight champion of the world, but isn't this completely false by the very definition of the word undisputed? John is the most disputed world champion of all time. Yes, I said this yesterday. He is the disputed heavyweight champion of the world, which is a great title. I actually think he should run with that. Print the merch. I also remember Dana announcing Conor McGregor as the reigning defending UFC 155 champion when Conor was fighting Floyd. At the time, Conor was reigning, but definitely not defending. My old friend Snacks, may he rest in peace, always used to give me shit for this, and that's why I keep it going, because Jalapeno Man and Snacks are both right. If you have yet to defend it, technically, you're not the reigning defending, you're just the reigning. My argument to him was, A, it sounds cooler, and B, if you're planning on defending it, if it's something in the works, on the books, then you're reigning defending. But yeah, I do that as a nod to him. But yes, you are right. Is it time to change the wording around champions if there's an interim champion for the same division, or is that just me being overly picky? Yeah, I think you're being overly picky. One that I used to complain about was "and new" or "and the new."
Oh, I always thought it was Ant New.
Oh, like Ant Evans?
Mm-hmm.
It's and new, hands down.
Yeah, it's for me. It's and new. I feel like and the new is a European thing.
Too
In
many
boxing,
words.
they say "and the new."
Yeah.
Like David Diamante say, and in pro wrestling back in the day it was "and the new."
I guess like grammatically, and the new makes sense. And
They
the
do the
new
double-second
UFC
name in
heavyweight
boxing.
champion of the world.
And
And new.
You like
Actually-
the double second name, Ariel? Like Ariel Helwani. Helwani.
That's
Oh,
also-
I hate that.
that's also a
I
Diamante
hate
thing.
that. I hate when I go to a Yankees game and they're like,
I kind of dig it.
number 99,
I like it's
Aaron
old
Judge. Number
Judge.
99.
La Mata. La
I like
Mata. It's
Oh,
also.
I hate it.
Why am I not surprised that boxing
stand
would
it.
add a useless word and just drag everything off?
Wow, it's a little bit. I kind of dig it. Everyone needs their own little thing. I don't mind it. Does it like? It's really not that big of a deal. One thing that's weird about boxing is that they'll announce the guy and then they'll announce them again in the ring. Do you notice that? And now coming down, say hello to the undisputed WBC champion. You know what I mean?
I think KSW have the best way to do it ever. Like they give you the guy's backstory as he makes his way to the ring, and then they just fight as soon as both of them are in there. It's great. This man has been forged in the cliffs of Finland as he's walking down. It's great. I love that shit.
Yeah.
No.
But you know what I mean? Like they'll announce them and then they'll come to the ring and then they'll announce them again. We just heard the announcement.
Yeah.
It seems,
Just that they're trying to waste as much time as possible these boxing broadcasts, as far as I'm concerned.
yeah, it's a lot
Trying
of
to
Wait,
invest.
I just said the same thing.
Me and you, Frank.
Pizza, you want to do our own boxing show?
Yeah, we just talk about the.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we just
Another long
have
one tonight,
opinions
Frank.
about-
We're gonna be joined by our next guest in a moment, but I'm trying to get a quick one in here. Well, how much time do we have? Maybe I don't need a quick one.
You could do a quick one.
All right.
Here's a fun one. Dupes, hi Ariel and the crew. With Trump's ties to Dana and the UFC, what should have been Trump and Kamala's slogans to combat sports fans? Imagine you knew nothing about both parties' policies. I can see Trump preaching that he'll let Khamzat come to the U.S. so he could get a title shot. But what could Kamala have ran on to get the MMA fans to vote for her? Were there any like openly?
We are starting a fighters union on my first day.
Yeah, I guess that would be it. But like,
I'll unify the heavyweight title.
Maybe she did a ding with
yeah.
Nina Drama. That would have helped.
yeah. Here's my take on this. It's not exactly the question. I do think that there is a very, very, very strong argument to be made that Dana White, the UFC, Joe Rogan, that Trump's appearances on these events, that his relationships with these fighters helped secure him the
Oh, definitely.
presidency. Like
It
it was
plan.
brilliant, right?
It was 100% plan. Like
No, not planned. Oh, 100% was planned, but it worked. That's the thing. Of
Oh, yeah.
course they planned this. Of course it was part of the strategy, but it actually worked, and it worked, I think, better than maybe most people predicted. But the whole thing, like the 18 to 34-year-old age range, and it's not just white males, going on all those podcasts, being associated with all those people, like Dana, people kind of mocked him for the way he said, "Oh, Nelk Boys and Rogan and Theo Vaughn." It worked, man. It absolutely worked. And the UFC in particular was a huge, huge part of it. Like it or not, it absolutely worked, in my opinion. So yeah, how about that? The UFC, powerful.
How about that?
Adam, hello, Ariel. I'm so glad you are back in our lives. I've noticed a few subtle changes to the intro. The first being a new voice over person compared to the previous MMA Hour intro, and your signature, the Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life, got cut. Well, it's not the MMA Hour, and it is Lenny Hart. It's the exact same person. It's the same person from the MMA Hour days, same person from the ESPN days, same person now. She just obviously changed it because it's not called the MMA Hour ago. Would you ever revisit this change to the intro? Perhaps the Ariel Helwani Show is back in your life? I don't know. I feel like it's too long. What do you guys think?
Wait, people are really upset about this.
Maybe we can workshop this one. Sorry to nitpick.
The
Love the
first
show.
15 seconds, mate.
It's crazy.
Very important.
Also, any comments on Josh Haley and Haley Steinberg? That's not who he's dating. He's dating Haley Steinfeld. They're not all the same, all right? I don't even know. I had no clue they were dating until yesterday. What is Haley Steinfeld known for? Is she an actress?
Yeah.
Spider-Man, right? Spider-Man across.
It's your boy's daughter,
My boy's daughter.
Jerry.
No, this is Steinfeld. Jerry's Seinfeld.
Oh, they're not
That's what
the
I'm
same?
saying.
Yeah. Jerry Stein.
Okay,
Seinfeld.
let's break the fourth wall for a moment. So we're not going to Carlos. Are we trying to do Carlos at 3:20? I need to know when to end this interview here. So what are we doing? Because I'm not going to have headphones. There's going to be no way for you in the next hour to communicate with anything with me. What exactly is the plan? I need some sort of... Can anyone tell me?
We're going to go to Oban next.
I understand that, but what... That is the plan. Okay.
Listen, man, I've just been back here floating on,
Yeah,
on
what are
boiled
you-
hot dogs and...
Well, yeah, what is going on?
Look,
Pita bread, hot dogs.
Well,
we
this
added
is
extra
going on.
producers so I wouldn't have to be, sweating this. Here we go.
Well, this is happening. Shaky Shore is sending me videos from the green room.
Ah,
I'm
this is
trying to
amazing.
read them. Well, also try to talk to you guys.
I'm meanwhile texting...
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm seeing it now.
yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. So we're going to do our man CP at 3:20.
Yes.
And we're going to go to Oban next. I'm just back here producing on the fly. No big deal.
Yeah, I'm producing on the fucking air. No big deal.
I'm just chilling.
I'm also just reading the Slack messages from Rick and Andy.
Oh, yeah.
It's tough.
Okay, now will you guys tell me no when Oban is ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
And how will I know this?
Rick's going to hit the Slack and say Oban's ready.
Oh, okay.
He's grabbing Oban. I mean, really bad typo there on Rick's part. OBASN. I mean, come on, man.
He could be listening to this right now.
I hope he
He's
is.
definitely listening.
Actually,
He showed me a
he's
picture of him
listening and
in
he
the waiting
can't say
room.
anything.
Yeah, know
Rick,
yourself.
you could talk to Ariel directly. It won't go on air.
Oh, this is great.
I know he's listening.
This is incredible.
Can you hear him right now?
We're working through the kinks. I can't hear anything. Is Eric talking to me?
Not yet.
Okay, this is wonderful. I would like to say that we are going to be joined by Carlos Prates. It's just going to be at 3:20 now is the plan. Oban Elliot coming up in a matter of moments, and then Aljamain Sterling coming up at around 3:35. That is the plan. Oh, this is wonderful. All right, without wait. Everyone calm down. There we go. Let me just get everything in order here. I want to have this up in case you guys tell me things during the interview that I can't see because I'm never looking at the Slack, but then I'll come back to the Slack and there's a million things there. Without further ado, let us say hello to the pride of Wales, the Welsh gangster himself, Oban Elliot. There he is. There he is.
God, brother.
In the flesh. First
I
time.
got some gifts for you, Ariel. What an honor. Okay, you're strong there. You're strong. Hey, I got some gifts for you. Yeah, we can work on
Okay,
that.
all right.
We
We're
can work
working
on
on
that.
it.
But that's fine.
You got
okay?
some gifts for me.
So this.
What is that?
So this is my team T-shirt for
Wow, this is an honor.
I've got my lovely sponsors on
Wow.
there, and I've got obviously. Where are we?
Talking to the microphone. Talking to the microphone right here. I
Sorry.
want the people to hear
So
you.
this is my team T-shirt for the trip. I do one every trip. Thanks to Weekend Offender, printing off my lovely sponsors. Can we get that a zoom up?
Look at that. There it is. Look at that shot.
And we've got it's limited edition.
Wow.
In New York City, and that's for you, Ariel.
That's a great honor. That's a great honor. Thank you,
course,
sir.
of course,
Thank you.
my man,
I'm going
of course.
to.
And I've got Whoa.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
And I've got this one, and this is my first T-shirt that we did.
Look at this. Look at this.
This is the day I got signed to the UFC is on the.
Oh, that's sick.
Is in the date, and yeah.
I love this Weekend Offender.
It's great.
Is this big in Europe?
Yeah, well, it's
Talk into the microphone,
Yeah,
please.
sorry, I'm sorry, but
Act
there
like
you
you've
go.
been here before,
There you go,
Oban.
there you go.
Oh wow, this is amazing.
Sorry, I'm just used to talking, chilling.
No, this is incredible. Look at this. Look at this. Can we get
Yeah, so
that?
there you-
Where? Over here. Oh, look at that. That's not a real mugshot, is it?
It's a few years old, but we won't go into why I was
Is
there.
that true? It's legit. We got to get into that.
Okay.
Okay.
It might be a work, Ariel.
Wow. Hey, listen.
You might
Work
have seen
shoot.
that photo before.
Hey,
somewhere.
Fabe. I love it. Welcome. We're not sponsored by Poland Spring. If you don't mind taking the water away from the shot. I mean, we want.
I did. I asked Eric
Yeah.
about the sponsor thing. Didn't want to cross any.
No.
anyone, but that's fine. Yeah. Eric, what an honor to meet you. mate.
Welcome.
Yeah, lovely studio. Amazing.
Isn't this great?
Yeah, you're actually in New York as well.
We're in New York.
I thought from watching Chael
Oh, here we go.
years
I
ago.
was in the basement.
I really did.
You really believed him.
I
That son
thought
of a
we were
gun.
going to some basement. I didn't know what.
This is
yeah,
the
I
heart of
didn't
New York City.
We're in the heart of it. Great driver. He showed me all around. It was amazing. So
Well,
look, here we are.
can I also just say you smell fantastic?
Do I?
Yeah.
I wish it was a cologne of my own. It's a Mont Blanc.
Okay, who is it? Shaky that gave it to you?
I know I bought it in the airport.
Ah, well
Yeah,
done.
yeah.
Duty free.
Yeah, duty free.
Yeah.
So yeah,
You got to do it up.
look-
I saw yesterday you were taking in these sights and sounds.
I was.
You took a stroll over to the Mecca.
I had to. I wanted to get on the plane and walk there first.
There you are.
Yeah. Look, do you know what, man?
You look fantastic.
Thank you.
And what a building, huh?
I know. What do you think of the tan? Do you think the tan's good?
Is it legit? I didn't know how sunny it was these
Well,
days.
it's not sunny Wales, but I work on it. But yeah, look, what an honor it is to be in this city. You know,
I thought you were going to say in the studio.
and the studio,
Okay,
of
yeah,
course.
yeah.
Well, I said that. I
Yeah,
said
yeah.
But look what I'm about to go and do, man. Do you know what I mean?
Incredible.
This is crazy.
Have you ever been to New York before?
No, I never wanted to. That was my. Did I tell you this?
No, I don't think so.
My superstitions.
No. You never wanted to come to New York.
Nah. I didn't want to come to New York. I didn't want to go to America, full stop. I didn't want to go to a UFC event, full stop.
Okay.
Unless I was a part of it. Unless I was there. Like, I didn't want to go to a WWE event, but I was invited, so I was there on a different. I didn't want to just buy a ticket and go in. I felt like it was always in my story to be a part of this show, and I wanted my first UFC event to be the one I fight on. I wanted the first time I go to Vegas to be when I'm fighting. I wanted first time I go to New York is to be when I'm fighting, and the New York one came true because obviously MMA was banned in New York for so long, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But it came true when I saw McGregor on today, 8 years ago today, to the date.
Isn't that insane?
It was when I looked at it and I thought, I got to do that. You know, I've seen all the WWE matches in MSG and the history it's got. And then I realized there was a route I could actually do it, you know, one day. And I'm here. I've done it. I've done it. I've made it before I even get in there and whip Bassil's ass, which we all know is, I've already made it. I've made it. I'm not stressed at all. My weight's good. I'm just here to enjoy the process, mate. Nobody can talk me out of, I'm going to enjoy every single second of this. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
You know what I love so much about you, what makes you so easy to root for, is that you have such an appreciation and you're so present and you are comfortable in saying things like this. You are so appreciative and such a big fan and a historian, dare I say, of combat sports and MMA and wrestling in particular, that you come across like the super fans who actually were good enough to make it. We aren't good enough to make it like you, but you're one of those who actually grew up and realized the dream and continue to remind us that you're realizing the dream. And that makes it so fun. Other people are just like, yeah, it's all good, you know, whatever. You know what I mean?
I feel like they're lying a bit though.
You think they're just trying to be cool?
Well, why wouldn't I be grateful for that? Like, maybe they're. I'm just being real. I could never. I just said to Shaky, funny enough. I just kicked the chair down.
You're that strong that you kick the chair down.
I just kicked the chair down.
You're like, how much do you weigh right now?
I'm I don't want to give.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but
Well, 'cause
I look
with,
big,
with your
don't I?
team, it's always a little
Yeah.
weird because we remember.
But yeah,
You're just
I
saying
just
the
said
shaky.
the shaky. If I am ever going to tell him, I literally just said this to him. You know what I tell my kids? Just be yourself, because if you're yourself, it's easy. This is easy. Like, you know, I was doing the media day. They give me a little line I had to repeat, and I fumbled over it. Anything slightly scripted that doesn't come from the heart,
Yeah.
I just can't do it. So with this, it's like I would have never have got on doing anything else in life, really. And this is, I've just been myself the whole time. I'm being myself when I talk to you. It's authentic. So when you say it's good, which is an honor for you to say that it's easy to root for me. If it wasn't easy to root for me for the way I was, then I don't think I could change it. I couldn't be anybody else but me with this all, you know? And I am massively grateful of the opportunities I've been given. I've made the most of them. I'm enjoying every second, and we're not here forever. One life we get, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's live.
I'm curious, what happens? You go to the hotel, you put your bags down, and what did you do? Because this is your first time in New York, and you're about to fight in the world's most famous arena. So what's the journey like last night?
Well, I got out the taxi and slapped the floor.
Yeah.
I went, just went boom, boom. Bags in, checked in, put the bags down, went for a walk. Me and my Thai coach team, we went for a walk. We had a look around. Then I was just following the map. We went to Times Square, then we went to MSG. We had a look at the Empire State Building from where we were, and just had a look around, just took it in.
It's pretty remarkable, right?
It is.
First time. We take it for granted. We live here.
I'm sure you
know
do.
what I mean? I tell my kids this. I'm that dad. We were just in New York on Saturday. I say, please look around. There are people who dream of coming here, who will save up for years and years for their one trip to New York. You guys are coming here for an afternoon, and we're going to drive back home. We live about 30 minutes away.
Right.
This is the most unique and special place on the planet, right?
Yeah.
And you come here and you have this feeling, I would imagine, you're not just here as a tourist, you're about to compete in that building.
But that's why I never wanted to break that pact I made. I made it with the boys I went to school with, and only one of them broke it because he got a bit lovesick with his girlfriend, and then they're not even together now. But that was the pact that we made. That's what I just didn't want it to be any other way. So I can just kind of look back and be like, yeah, I'm doing the things that I set out to do, you know? As I'm here now walking around New York, I look out the window, I'm Times Square, MSG. I got on my phone, I was at MSG last night. I'm going to be fighting there. What? That is just, why would I be worried? Why would I be? I never did this for anybody else. Of course I did. For my family, but I did this because I love it and I enjoy it and it's me. And I just count myself a lucky guy that I'm living my dreams because, like you say, I'm very appreciative of it. I am. Because this could all go tomorrow. And at least I enjoyed it, you know?
You ever have any moments, especially this year, where you're like, why is all this happening to me now? You're not fighting on Apex cards. You're not fighting on small cards. You fought at the Honda Center on pay-per-view. You fought on the Manchester card on pay-per-view in the brand new arena. And in the post-fight press conference, you're like, yeah, you know what? Put me on the John Jones card. And they put you on the John Jones card at MSG. Why is this all happening to a young man from Wales?
Why is it? I just genuinely, and this is where we could maybe go off from maybe I come across very humble. Maybe this doesn't sound as humble because I genuinely know 1,000,000%, I'll look you man to man in the eye. I was made for this. I was never going to do anything else in this life. And there's nothing this was always going to happen. If it was 5 years' time, it would have happened. I would have found a way. Nothing was ever going to stop me on this. And I realized that in this present time because, like, look what I'm doing. Even coming to this, and to break the third wall, you do work in a remarkable place, remarkable building. Yeah. Just look, this was always going to happen. And why is it happening? Because it was, I don't know, destiny. So maybe it was some spiritual intervention. I don't know. But it's happening,
and I will make the most of every second of it. And we're just getting started. This isn't just like, oh,
Sure.
peaked.
You're not just happy to be here.
No. I'm not just happy to be here. I'm here to tell you I am the fucking man, Ariel. Do you know what I mean?
Have you shown that thus far? I know you mentioned in the post-fight press conference in July, we didn't speak after that fight because I was on the hiatus, and you said something to the effect of, hey, I know it's 2 decisions, but I doubled my pay twice. I got 2 Ws. I'm undefeated in the UFC. But knowing you a little bit now, you're not just content with decisions.
No.
So are you content with your performances so far? Have we seen the true version of Oban Elliot?
No. And
why not then?
But we just... I'm figuring it out in my own little way. And that last fight, it was only when I touched that canvas, I realized just how good I could be. And I'm not holding back in the fights. I was never holding back in the fights I've had. It's just you're learning. You're learning every time, every fight you get better. Training camp, day to day, you grow as a human being, don't you? But I feel like that on the way up, am I going to make it? Am I going to get there? The Contender Series fight, there was a lot of pressure. I feel like I was still shaking that pressure off for my debut. And then the debut was so terrifying because I was so still, I had like PTSD from the Contender Series. I was like, oh my God, everything I've ever asked for is now in front of me and I get one chance. And it's like I carried that energy into my debut. And then the debut was like nerve-wracking. And then I carried that energy into my next fight until I got in the changing room. And then I got in the changing room and I looked around and I went, oh, this is easy. And then I fought a really good fight against Preston, and I look back and I could have done better, definitely massively. But that's not to take any away from it. He fought a good fight too. I just feel like everything comes together at the right time. Like look at Charles Oliveira on the card, for example. It took him a long time to get into his groove. Am I going to show that I'm in my groove Saturday? We don't know, but I'm going to put my best foot forward and do my best. And if I can do my best, I feel like things will start becoming special. These performances, not just all everything else, the performances. It's all just got to align in its own way. That's how I feel.
You said something before. You were like, what do I need to be nervous about? Like look at me, I'm living it, all that stuff. Is that you convincing yourself?
No, that's me being dead set serious about this now.
Well, there was a time you were nervous before fights.
My God, like you wouldn't believe.
How do you switch? How do you go from?
Because I realized who I am now. I've realized that now, and I was in Cage Warriors, and like I was never really. They pushed me. I said some funny things on the mic. Nobody was saying anything on the mic. I had some good performances, but I was like, I didn't fully know. Picked up a couple of losses, didn't fully know. Got to the Contender Series. I was a massive underdog fighting the world champion. Looking at that, Dana come out and said, after my fight, he said, the big focus of this fight was to build Brazilian stars. And I was like, I was brought in to get smoked by him, but I beat him. And then the debut, I'm still, I'm here now. Do I belong? And last fight, I walked out and I was like, what was I worried about? Of course I belong, And now this fight is kind of, it feels like the first one I get to really just enjoy. Yeah.
That moment where Dana is, he's kind of going through his thoughts when he announces that you're getting picked on the Contender Series. Are you shitting your pants?
Absolutely.
I can't even.
Shit.
The look on your face.
I was like, it was when the lady didn't get signed next to me. I thought, oh my God. I just thought, you can't. That's what, I'm so glad I cut the promo and did the flexing and all that. Yeah.
Do you think that saved you?
I don't know. Did it? Maybe. I thought the fight was of who I fought and the type of fight it was, the grit I showed to get through that. But you just don't know, do you?
Are you feeling sick to your stomach in that moment?
It was disgusting. It was horrible.
Because he's like,
when he said, oh, mate, I get chills even thinking about it. I was like, oh, my God, I've done it. And then, that took a while to settle down. I had the debut.
What do you think you would have done if you didn't get picked? Do you think you would have had it in you to climb?
100%.
Okay. It wouldn't have crushed you to the point where you'd have said, this means so much to you.
I would have made it one way or another.
Okay.
I look at Uncle Cheo, man. he was in the UFC. He lost a couple. He went away. He came back, and he became his prime was in his 30s, wasn't it? So if it wasn't to be then, I would have done it somehow.
Chill's gonna be here. Are you guys gonna link up?
Yes.
What's happening?
I don't want to.
Is he walking you out?
I don't know.
That would be a scene.
We're working on something.
Have you guys stayed in touch? I saw him do this video where he puts
God.
you over.
I know. What an endorsement.
How much did you pay for that?
I didn't pay, believe it or not.
He just puts you over.
no.
The way he tells the story.
Yeah.
There he is. Look at you. By the way, is that your actual Twitter account?
That's my actual Twitter account, yeah,
Okay.
because I get it just to keep tabs, but the other one got took down, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was surreal. This is the most surreal thing I've ever seen. When I looked at it, I thought, this can't be right. It come up on my YouTube, yeah. Just didn't mention me in the cage once. Just 10 minutes talking about me as a human being. I just could not believe it.
He's like really giving
That's
you the
like,
stamp.
you love Bret Hart.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
That's like you waking, just sitting on your bed just before you go to bed, you see a video of Bret Hart talking about Ariel Helwani.
He's up there for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is it about him that you love so much?
Well, it was the promo work. It was the way he just scratched and clawed. He had a few losses on his record.
Yeah.
Not actually obviously didn't lose, but the record suggested he did.
Yes.
And he, do you know what I'm saying? That, and I was like, right, so I've got this wrestling. I love wrestling. How am I going to be a wrestler? I don't know that. I train martial arts every day. And then I saw that and I thought, this is it. If there's something made for me, there it is, you know? And just latched on to the way he was talking his trash and selling the fights. It was brilliant, yeah. And the way he'd say, like, you got to leave that. You've got to leave the audience with something when you leave the cage and cut the promo. So it was like that. It was like he brought the wrestling world and the MMA world together, didn't he? You know. And just the way I latched onto that, I thought, you know, if I make it one day, I'm gonna be like, you know, something like that. And then before you know it, I'm sat here. Like, do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's mad.
So when you say
brilliant.
that 13 years ago you watched that and that's when you decided that this is what you were going to do. Are you watching this live?
I watched it. I watched that fight live, yeah, because it was the same day. Stipe, did he fight? Who did he fight?
That was, I think, that particular clip, I think, is UFC 136 when he fought Brian Stan, right?
Brian Stan. He fought Brian Stan. It was Edgar versus Maynard, I think. Yeah, that was a big fight.
I don't think Stipe was on that card, but I could be wrong.
I think he was. I have a feeling he was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Let's look it up.
Was he?
Because I take great pride in knowing these things. Who do you think he fought?
I'm going to go Roy Nelson.
And why is Stipe a part of this story? You just remember watching him?
Yeah, I remember. But yeah, well, that was 2011. Jones just beat Shogun.
136, Joey Beltran.
Joey Beltran. It was his debut. Stipe's debut.
It was his debut?
Yeah. Fuck. Right.
Well done.
Hey.
Well done.
Yeah. So, yeah.
The Mexicutioner.
Yeah, that's
Joey
right.
Beltran.
Joey Beltran, yeah.
So why, Steve? You just remember watching him?
I just remember watching, yeah, because we'd record the pay-per-views.
Yeah.
And then you just watch them on repeat then. It was just yeah.
And so that's where you're introduced to Chael.
And no, I was introduced to Chael when he fought. I just followed the sport.
Got it. Okay.
It was like that when you're younger, when you're a kid, years seem a lot bigger than they are. So it was like, was it 2010 he fought Anderson the first time?
Yes, August.
Yeah, so it was like, I was still getting in.
How old are you in 2010?
I was like 12, 13.
12. Are a lot of your friends watching MMA at that point?
No, I would be constantly telling people what it is. I actually made this little fighting organization in my school. I call it I went to school Dyson Perrins. I call it DPFC, and there was this little little, I don't know what it was. It was like a little, I called it the lava, and we just have like fights.
Actual fights?
It was body shot fights and just a little
bare knuckle.
Yeah, bare knuckle body shot fights, and then
no one stopped you, like the teachers.
No, the teachers did. Yeah, but I just swindle them, you know, like what's his hand doing?
Yeah,
what's going on? Yeah, I did that, and all of that, and just.
What town is this in?
I went to a secondary school. I went in Malvern, which is in England.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it's a long story.
Does it have anything to do with the mugshot?
No.
No, okay.
No. But yeah, so that so nobody knew what it was. I kept trying to get the boys to get on board. Some did, but it was all football and boxing, and you know what I mean? It just wasn't what it was today. And then McGregor obviously come on the scene, and everybody kind of knew what I was doing then, what I was always on about for so long. And yeah, mad.
The reason I asked about the town was someone asked you recently, like, what is it like being, a Welshman fighting on 2 UFC pay-per-views and now MSG? And you said it's great, but being from this particular, I don't remember the name, excuse me.
Merthyr Tydfil.
Yes, because you said that's where your father is from, and that's where, you're carrying the lineage. So what is that? Is that the town in Wales?
Yeah, it's a town. Yeah, it's a town.
How do you say it again?
Merthyr Tydfil.
Is that where you were born?
I was born in Stroud. I was born in Stroud where my nan and granddad was living.
Okay.
Then when I was like a baby, as young as I can remember, I was born in we moved to Merthyr, and then just before my dad died, we moved to this little town in England, and then we lost him. We ended up staying there, fresh start,
Okay.
A long story.
Yes.
So yeah, but Merthyr is obviously it's home,
That's where that to you is the thing that like you're most proud of.
The way I see it is where we were, where as a family that was the last time we were all happy together,
Mm-hmm.
So I never let go of that, because when we moved, it was a couple of months later we lost him, and it's just I just don't even like to consider that part of my life. You know what I mean? So it's kind of we stayed there, and then it's a new
How far do you live from Merthyr now?
I live in Merthyr now.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You went back?
Yeah, I went back after went to uni and went back. Yeah.
Okay.
So
What's it like?
I lived in that part in Malvern for like 10 years.
Is it near Cardiff?
Yeah, half hour from Cardiff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been to Wales once.
Yeah,
I was there for Clash of Castle.
Yeah, that's right.
Unbelievable. There's actual castles there.
Yeah, I know.
I know dragons. I didn't see any dragons, but I saw, lovely
The
place.
dragons are the women.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Are you taken?
No.
At the moment, no.
No.
MMA is your lover?
That's my love, yeah. I'm just...
Is that a conscious decision on your part?
Yeah.
You can't be bothered?
No.
No distractions?
No.
Is this shaky? Shaky said this.
More or less.
Yeah.
No, it's I just don't want... I don't want anything getting in the way of what I'm doing,
Mm-hmm.
And this is my... Look where I am. Nothing is even remotely matters right now. There's plenty of time for that. I went for a lifetime of work to get here. I'm here. Nothing's...
You don't want to screw it up in any way, shape, or form.
Tunnel vision. Call me selfish. I don't know.
No, I mean, listen, it's your life.
This is me.
Do you get noticed more around town these days?
Yeah, all the time.
And is it getting to your head?
Nah, wow. Why would they get... In what way?
Yeah, you walk around saying, I'm big man on campus. I'm the man.
I did that in my mind. I was always this. I'm not gonna lie to you. In my mind, I was always this. I never once doubted it. So I was always humble with it, and I believe in the saying: you shake hands with everybody on the way up because you'll see them on the way back down. I'm just a guy from the council estate. I work. 2 years ago, I was in Nando's flipping chicken.
You worked at Nando's?
And I was watching the UFC London card, fuming, washing plates up. Yeah.
2 years ago?
2 years ago, yeah. And then I got rid of that because I needed a job that would suit my training hours, so I just did more weekend work there and training the week, absolutely skint. And then I got the railway job, which helped a lot. But what
was that job?
Working on the railway.
Like on the tracks?
Yeah, on the tracks. And yeah, I got the railway job then. It was more labor, but more money, and I needed the money. And, I was banking on being in the UFC a little bit earlier. But then I got the call up, and now I'm just doing my thing.
You're flipping chickens at Nando's 2 years ago. Now you're fighting at MSG.
Yeah.
That guy, honestly, he would have believed.
That guy was fuming he wasn't there. And funny enough, I watched Ian Gary make his debut in MSG, and I was closing. I was scraping all the shit off, and I thought, he's done so well to get there, but how is he there, and how am I here? I would think to myself,
that doesn't crush you.
At the time, it'll crush you for half a second, and then you go for it. You man up and go for a run. You know what I mean? And you make it.
That's an amazing visual.
Yeah, and it would be, I didn't care what people think. Yeah, I'd have my Nando's. Yeah, that was that. I still wear my oranges now when I do the odd shift. Stipe is still a fireman, isn't he? Do you know what I mean?
What's the oranges?
Yeah, high vis. And people go, UFC don't pay you. They are fuck off. Do you know what I mean? I'm doing my thing. Yeah.
Wait, so you still work on the railway?
Now and then, yeah, I got a little gig going. Yeah.
And what do you do?
So, I don't.
You'd rather not. Okay, all right.
Drop myself in there. I do a lot of hard work, Ariel. Do you know what I mean?
Hey, respect.
Do a lot of hard work. So yeah.
The people that you were working with 2 years ago, when you're on the outside looking in, are you telling your coworkers at Nando like, yeah, I'll be there soon?
1,000,000%.
And do they think you're out of your mind?
Probably.
Yeah.
Couldn't care less.
Do you have any contact with them now?
See him now. So I see him now when I go in and get my order.
You go to the same one.
Oh,
that's incredible.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah. And I don't act any differently. I'm exactly the same as I was then. No, not even remotely different.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I love
that. Must be incredible when they hit you up and say like, man.
It's
I remember you. I thought you were delusional.
Well,
fair play.
And my teachers at school, I got on Facebook. One of my teachers, ICT teacher, he'd always freeze my screen because I was watching the UFC. So on YouTube, I'll be watching videos of fights. Nick Diaz highlight, freeze the screen. Yeah, sure, it's educational. You don't get it. Nah, it's not. But it's educational to me. And then and I've got him on Facebook now, and he drops a comment now and then. It's crazy. It makes you feel proud of yourself. Yeah. But if nobody cared, I'd be doing this anyway. This is just me. I love it, and I absolutely love it. I'm so happy I get to do this.
Okay, tell me the truth. Were you a John Jones fan? Because you grew up in this era, right? So you like Jones.
I like Jones, but because he was so good, all the legends he was smoking, I wanted one of them to get him.
DC. Who did you root for in the DC fights?
I just loved the DC fights.
Yeah, they were tremendous. Gustafsson, you wanted the Euro guy to beat him.
It was so not so much. No. Of course, I didn't have that. I just thought that was an amazing fight. I was like, finally someone's giving him a good fight. The John Jones era. It was when he done out the Shogun. Then it's Lyoto. Then it was Shogun, Rampage, Lyoto, Rashad Evans. I even remember the order.
Yeah. Man, you're a proper fan.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah, and then Jones got by through the skin of his teeth against Chael.
Yeah, that's true.
And then
foot was like his toe was dangling off the foot.
He done that. He showed me that move that he done to Jones. Actually, Chael did.
Really, you've trained together?
No, when I met him in Anaheim, he showed me the little toe breaker he done to Jones.
How long into meeting him does he start showing you moves? Hello, Chael. How are you? Hey, kid. Let me show you what I did to John Jones.
We were going over the when I had that mount position on Val, and he was like, "You just got to hold the head," and then we were talking about that. Yeah.
Well, you got to go to West Lynn to train with him for a week.
Yeah.
Why don't you do this? Is that another thing? You can't go to West Lynn unless you fight there.
Nah. That I'll have to go to West Lynn, won't I? Of course, I'd love to. Yeah.
That would be like a pilgrimage for you.
Yeah.
Like a spiritual journey.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty rough out there, Ariel.
Yes, it is.
So I'll make sure I've got my little picker with me.
If you spit gum on the street, they'll put you in prison.
Yeah, well, look, they've had the enforcer there for that many years.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So
too bad Mean Street Pizza is no longer around.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. I remember all these things. It's mad, isn't it? It's mad.
I don't know if you know that. Were you a big boxing guy?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So November 2008, were you watching Joe Calzaghe against Roy Jones?
Of course.
At the Mecca.
I know.
Crazy.
But I looked at it there. Well, I forget the guy's name. Travis something in the 1930s.
Oh, wow.
Then it's Joe Calzaghe. Then it's Jack Marshman. There's me. There's the 4 Welsh people who have ever fought in MSG. And the British list is probably still small.
Yeah. And we're not talking MSG Theater, which some people like to pass off as we're talking about the big building.
The Garden, yeah.
That's mad.
Look at that.
Could I ask,
Yeah.
we've talked about your father and what he means to you.
Yeah.
What do you think he would say about all this?
What would he say?
Would he believe this?
I just, I haven't spared a thought for him yet, but what would he say? I mean, the state of the world's in now with the suicides and that. People, they're like, oh, what? I know for a fact, if you had a crystal ball or if you saw what I was doing now, that's enough reason to stick around. You know how I lost him.
Sure.
You know how the circumstances of how we lost him. Yeah, right. So I just feel like, I don't want him to be kicking himself up there thinking, I should be there with him. He'd be proud, you know?
Oh, my God. I think he'd be blown away.
And Yeah, my mother's proud. Fuck you, Ariel.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to do
it's
that.
all right. It's
I think
I
you would
just don't
be
wanna-
over the moon. I
yeah,
think you'd be-
it's my mother's proud. Everybody's proud, and I think back to that time in my life, and I don't want to cry.
Okay.
I'm just trying. No, go on. I'll tell you. I want to say it, but I just can't help it. Think back to that time in my life, and when I get out of the taxi outside the hotel and I slap the ground, because it's like a way of saying like fuck you back then, to what happened, and being unsettled for so many years, and it's a way of like saying like, nah, I was never gonna stop. It's a way of like it's a way of celebrating rather than looking back on the darkness that my family had to go through. And it's a way of saying, that's why I say I've made it now, because it's a way of saying like, look, I did it. I've fulfilled that like prophecy I had. I stood in the face of it and never stopped, and it didn't always go my way. I didn't have it there on a silver platter, you know what I mean? But I did it. And when God, he'd be so proud, just like my mother's proud and my family are proud. And just what a surreal life, Ariel. And we are just getting started. But if it all won't come crumbling down now, like I told you after my debut, if it all come crumbling down now, I'd be like, no, I did it though.
Mm-hmm.
I did it. I made a promise and I kept the promise, and I followed that promise. And followed it through, and that's how I feel. That's how I feel about it. He'd be so proud. I'm dead proud, and it's like I've honored that. I've honored that promise, and now from here on out, this is for me, and I can enjoy it now. Whereas before, it was like I have to do this. I made the promise to myself. I wouldn't have lived with myself if I didn't get here. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I got here, and now I can enjoy it.
Any family
think
members?
that when I'm wiping tears on my
No,
eyes.
no, I
But
appreciate it.
It's happy tears.
I can understand that. Any family members coming over?
Of course, yeah. My mother's coming, my auntie and uncle's coming, my brother.
Have they been to New York?
I don't think so. I don't think my mother has, or maybe she went as a child.
This is remarkable.
Yeah, my mates are coming. It's amazing. Yeah, so we get to enjoy this. This will only happen once. This first fight in MSG. So we get to enjoy it, and it's.
You think you'll be nervous on Saturday? This is the locker room where
maybe I
Hulk
will.
Hogan went up against Iron Sheik in 1984.
I know.
WrestleMania 10. I'm not trying to make you nervous, by the way.
No,
but
I might do. I might be.
Ali Frazier.
Yeah, I might be, but it's not going to stop me going out there and doing it anyway. So, yeah, Ali Frazier, I'll soak it in. It's not. This occasion is not to be feared; it's to be enjoyed.
Absolutely.
That's genuine with a hand on heart. I mean, all I've got to do is go and have a little fight.
You've done that in front of 100 people.
I'm amazing at this. I believe in myself, and I've got the skills to go all the way. I know I have. So yeah, if I'm a little bit nervous, I'll go and do it anyway. That's called being a man. Fortune favors the brave. I am so ready. Mentally, physically, spiritually, there's nothing that can stop me. There's absolutely nothing that can stop me. And this guy I'm coming up against,
Bassil Hafez. What do we know about him?
he's tough, but
Habibi.
he's tough, but he's not tough enough. He's big, he's strong, but he's not strong enough. He's the right guy. Look at great shape, fair play. I tip my hat off. He's great shape. He's a big guy. He's the right guy. The right place. He's an MSG. But he's coming at the wrong time because he's coming across me. Yeah. And that is a dead certain fact. It is what it is. I'm going to go and enjoy and take what's mine. And you can't live. You can't compete against that, mate. You can't compete with this. There's no way. So that's why I'm already enjoying this.
I love it.
I'm not counting the chickens before they pass.
No, I get it.
I love fighting. I love sparring. It's my favorite day. If he cracks me, oh, here we go. We're in the fight. I know I can do that. That's the least of my worries. The focus I've kind of put on this is making the most of it and enjoying it, and taking it all in for what it is. Because one day I'll be old and done. So I feel like I'm doing that, and this fight will be my crowning moment, 100%.
And what about the fact that the first time we spoke, there you are, you've never been to a WWE event, and then I turn on Monday Night Raw later that night, and you're there in the front row. It's Michael Chandler and you on the screen. And then fast forward a couple months, I see you in the office with Trips, and then fast forward, I see you front row at Bash in Berlin with Punk.
Yeah.
And now you're just like, you're Mr. TKO. Look at you over there. I mean, look at this. Who would have thought?
I Mr. TKO, yeah, but
You're Mr. TKO.
Who would have thought me?
Yeah.
I would have deep down. But
front row.
look at that, mate.
I mean, look at you. Just the boys hanging out.
And I told Triple H one day I'd love to wrestle for him.
What did he say?
And he said, well,
look at you guys.
We'll get amazing. And Punk is a legend. He's so humble. It's insane. He's such a good guy. And I mean, yeah, when you look at this last 12 months, it's like I've got the
look at you guys. This is at Bash in Berlin,
and then I get Michael Cole put me over, the Welsh Gangster celebrating with Punk, all of that. It's like I'm finding out. I had these beliefs in myself, and this year I've found out whether they're true or not. This was the year, clearly, in the universe. It put it to the universe. This was the year where we're going to find out if these beliefs I have in myself are true or false. And I've found out every single time they're all true. So it's like go with your gut, whatever you do in life, because it's not wrong. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure you, on your way up, I'm sure, well, it hasn't come easy to you, is it?
No.
But you kept true to yourself. You kept doing what you're doing. And look where you are now. So
look at us.
It's look at us, man. Do you know what I mean? It feels good. So,
by the way, what about being backstage? Isn't that magic? I love I just love observing. Like you see everyone walking around with their outfits and they're talking, the writers and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a real fascinating place to be.
I met Michael Hayes. I think I don't want to get him confused with the other big Asian wrestler guy with blonde hair. I'm 100%, 99% sure it was Michael Hayes. I met him. And just the whole team,
as a fan, it's a real trip, right?
Yeah, it's just surreal that you can do it. And now I just think, well, if I've done this, that was like from nothing to that. Is a lot more impossible than going from the position I'm in now, to taking it over.
I even saw you doing some matches outside. Did you do something outside? You hit an RKO outside. That's tricky for someone.
Let me pull that up.
Absolutely, we have that.
I was.
You had an impromptu. There it is.
Yeah, look, shaking his hands. Look, yeah. See, yeah, well done, mate. Never trust a gangster. Boom. That was it. Yeah, and then he wasn't quite done. Please keep this rolling. This was execution. It was like a.
I like that you're producing this right now. You're asking. Oh, look at that.
3 count.
That was almost Diamond Cutter-esque.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was like, and then I was doing the German chants with all the Germans.
Is this before or after the event?
That was after the event.
Do people know who you are?
A few did, yeah. A lot did, but they didn't know me in that circle. I don't think. I just.
You're just having a great time.
Yeah, I was pretty drunk there as well.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
The best wrestlers, they all had a few cold ones. I wish I could have a few cold ones before this fight. I wish it was more normalized.
I saw you on the plane in your story. You said. How tough was that?
Just all the time. And just that's me. I like a cold beer. Like Steve Austin. It's like 10 in the morning. Would you like a tea or coffee, sir? He's like, ma'am, it's 10 in the morning. We drink cold beer where we're from. I'll take a nice cold beer. Do you know what I mean? That's just that's me.
You're a big beer on the plane guy?
That's the best.
I've never had a drink on a plane before.
We weigh up what's like the best beers is like waiting like you with the missus and you're ready, you've got to wait for her to get ready, nip downstairs and have that beer. the train beer, the airport beer.
I don't know this experience. I've never, am I missing out?
Have you drank?
This is great.
Have you drank?
I have drank, of course, yes. Yeah. I have drank. I'm not a big drinker. I haven't got you in
trouble there by admitting you're...
Absolutely not. No. I don't feel great after it. You know, I have a very
It's called a hangover, Ariel.
Yeah.
You got to man up and just...
In the moment, though, I don't feel great.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you're probably drinking the wrong stuff.
What do you drink? Like okay, what's this? I know you like to do the thing where you drink on the way out now. Which, by the way,
now that's not new, mate. That's like on the way out. He's got a beer. He's got a beer. I'm going to drink the beer.
As a germaphobe, this drives me nuts. How do you do this? You don't know if someone spat in it. You don't know if they had.
Man. Yeah, but I hope they hadn't. Who spits in their own beer? But
backwash.
Yeah, well, I drink, quench the thirst, drink the beer.
You've been doing this for a while.
Oh, well, if I didn't drink it on the way back, I'd be like, well, where can we get a beer, boys? And they bring me, I'd have
So
a
what's
beer
the
there.
ultimate drink?
It's a cold lager. So it's like
what's the brand?
I don't stick.
What's the difference between a lager and a beer?
Well, a lager is like a crisp, refreshing, and like beer is more like, I think beer is like ale. But like, for example, a Miller Lite.
Yeah.
That is stunning. I really love that. But I don't have that. That's not accessible. I have a Coors Light. I might have a Madri. Ask Aljo when he's here about the Madris.
What's a Madri?
It's a type of beer. But that's more beer than lager. Lager is more.
Is there a Welsh brand?
Is there? Well, we don't drink it enough. No, we drink Corona. Madri, Coors, Carlsberg, Carlin.
Okay.
Am I forgetting an obvious one? Probably. It's been a while, see, because I'm dedicated for this fight.
Yeah.
You know what
When's
I mean?
the last time you had a drink? Were you drinking camp?
I was gonna make a joke.
Oh.
No, a few weeks. Can't remember. Yeah, September.
So you cut it out?
Yeah, cut it out because
there's some people. I mean, I heard Aljo say.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not at that level where I would feel comfortable drinking the beer. I would feel guilty about drinking it, so I'm not gonna do that. Sparkling water, that's fine.
Sparkling, huh? Does it make you gassy? Sparkling?
Nah, I love it. I drink gallons of that stuff.
It's very salty.
Sparkling.
Yes.
Salt.
Have you ever had? There's a lot of sodium in it. Have you ever had
salt in the sparkling water?
Yeah.
No, I don't think. I think someone did something with that, mate. I don't think that was
San Pellegrino. Have you had San Pellegrino? It's very classic.
Is there sodium in that?
Tons.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, if you're trying to cut weight, I don't know if that's. I mean, far be it for me.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh well, I'm on the I won't tell you just normal water.
No, that's regular what you have there. Yeah.
Yeah, just normal. Yeah.
Yeah. But if it's
I love sparkling water. Though my mother used to give us that with squash, rather than Coke and that.
Oh, with what? With squash?
Yeah, we'd have sparkling water and squash. You don't know squash?
No.
What is that?
It's like a grenadine.
Is it the concentrated liquid that makes drinks taste like orange or blackcurrant or something?
You call it squash.
What do you call it then?
I think like syrup.
Nah, it's not. It's a bit. Nah, it's just squash. I don't know. Robinsons. I never heard it. You never heard of that?
Robinsons. I think
just
I've
drink
heard
your
of.
salty water.
Yes,
exactly. Fair.
Can I ask? Speaking of the UK, what's your take on this whole Tom Aspinall situation?
Look, it's unfortunate for Tom. It's just the timing's all off with that injury last year with Stipe.
But John now saying like, I'm not going to fight him. He hasn't done enough. You've been a fan since back in the day, isn't it? As Vince McMahon once said about that man, Bret Hart. It's a time-honored tradition in our business, right?
Yeah.
He was referring to dropping the belt. In our business, MMA, you got to fight the guy.
You've got to fight the guy. I have no doubts Jones will fight him. I think it will 100% happen.
You think he's working us?
Oh, of course he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I think he's winding us up.
Yeah, he's working us, and he's just making that fight, especially over here in America, he's just making that fight bigger. I'm not, and then get a few, it's typical push-pull. No. Oh, if he said he really, really, really wanted to fight him, perhaps nobody would be that interested. But because he's saying no, it makes people more interested. That's the business. He's selling it, I think. And yeah, you saw Jones, he replaced Rashad, didn't he?
Yeah.
He placed Rashad, and Shogun gave him a chance. You have got to do the same thing. But of course you have. I think he's working us. I think he is.
I think so as well. Do you think he wins on Saturday?
Jones. I think it's not going to be as easy as everybody's making out.
I couldn't agree more.
Like, I can't believe people are writing Stipe off. Like, he's 42 years old. He's 6'3". He's always in shape. He's a fireman. He's a multiple-time world champion. How you can't write that man off? He's had some time off. He's not got out of shape or anything. He's a tough. What did Joey Diaz say Stiopic. Yeah, you know what I mean? So yeah, you can't write him off. You can't write him off. So who knows who's going to win that one? Probably say Jones. I think Stipe might catch him. You don't know.
I think it's 50-50.
Yeah, it's a total 50-50. Yeah, without a doubt, it's a 50-50. So I don't know what all this nonsense is about.
What about Aspinall Jones?
Oh, I think Tom gets him.
Yeah, Tom's good.
Tom is unbelievable.
You know what I love
man.
about Tom? Have you met him, right?
I've met him.
You were on the same card in Manchester.
And before my debut, before I met him properly, I might have met him before at Cage Warriors. I did meet him before at Cage Warriors. He sent me a big voice note saying encouragement.
Ah, amazing.
Yeah, before
out
my
of the
debut,
blue.
out of the blue. I went, Tom Aspinall.
Class.
Yeah.
He is so down to earth.
Amazing guy, amazing guy. And I think he without a doubt, could easily go down as one of the greatest fighters, you know, in the heavyweight division and across all divisions. If you look at him, like we're all looking up to guys like Tom over in the UK. Like, look what he's doing. So
why does it seem like he doesn't get the attention and love that the guys on the boxing side of things get? He's the
what in the UK?
Yeah,
the UK is just fried in a minute, Ariel.
What do you mean by that?
Just all it's, I don't know. People will be too busy talking about like political events rather than like, look at this amazing world champion we've got. That's just how it is.
I went to Wembley for. Oh yeah, we were supposed to meet each other.
Yeah.
It was hard to get in touch with you.
No, that was difficult. That was.
You were some kind of star. I was trying to track you down.
Yeah, it was.
You were wearing a fantastic Burberry outfit. I do recall. But what a scene that is. Could we get that in MMA? Could they do a stadium show at Wembley?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think they could do the Principality in Cardiff 100%.
Yeah.
There's a roof shut and everything. I think 100%. 100%. I just don't know. It's weird. Tom's just maybe got to just keep going.
Yeah.
It'll come. Boxing is only big in the UK because people can get drunk and just look, he punched the other guy, he's punching the other guy. They get it. They understand what's going on. They haven't got to think for longer than 5 seconds to understand what a boxing fight is, two guys punching each other. But people still don't like all that on the floor, rolling around stuff. I'm like, all right, mate.
Yeah.
Go and watch your horse racing. Do you know what I mean? It's just, yeah. But I think one day, MMA, big stadium event for sure, 100%.
What do we have planned for the walkout? Because I know you were talking maybe like...
Just a secret, Ariel. I've got a secret plan.
You got a secret?
Well, I'm not even going to be able to tell you the plan because you're going to go roll straight through with this, aren't you? I would say...
Well, this is live, by the way.
Yeah, when we go off the air, I would have told you, but you're still going, aren't you?
Oh yeah. Oh no, we'll take a break. I thought you were implying that I'm loose lips. That I'll
no, I'm
blow
not
your
implying that.
I mean, that felt like a shot in the heart.
I'd shoot a lot straighter than that.
Yeah.
Shoot a lot straighter than that. No.
But you have something planned.
Yeah.
So we need to be watching.
100%.
What number are you?
I'm the second fight of the card, but I'm the main event for Europe.
Yeah.
I'm 11:30 p.m. Europe time. Yeah, it's early over here. Yeah, we've got lots of fights after me, but people are going to have a long day drinking. They're going to be betting. They're going to be talking. They're going to be up to all sorts. And then chuck the TV on, get ready, probably on the Fire Stick in the pubs, all illegally streamed. Chuck it on, and I'll be on. And 11:30 is about, people start getting chucked out about midnight, and then off to the nightclub where
they celebrate the win.
Celebrating a historic victory for the UK.
And you have something special. They better air this, because sometimes with the prelims, they don't air the walkouts.
Well,
they don't do this. This would be promotional malpractice.
Yeah, I don't think they're that stupid, are they? They better not cut my music off early and all that.
Give you a mic time?
Oh, mate, surely.
You have something planned?
I've always got it. That's just what you got to do.
And then are we shooting for March?
It's not so much planned though, but I can't.
No, I know, but
I'm sure something will pop into my head. Yeah.
March 22nd, 02. Would that be the next one? They just announced that today.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, Ariel, I don't want to shoot that. I don't want to shoot that down. I'm about to fight in MSG. 2025 is.
You're an American pay-per-view star.
Exactly.
Yeah.
2025 is light years away for me at the minute.
Okay.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it,
Fair enough.
That would be cool. Of course it would. But who knows? They might. they might have someone else planned for me. We don't know.
Is there someone in the crosshairs? Someone you really don't like?
Honestly, I don't care enough about other people to dislike them that much to really.
There's no guy out there like, fuck, I want to get my hands on that guy.
Bassil Hafez.
Bassil Hafez. What I was trying to get to was like you getting on the microphone saying, so and so, you absolutely suck. You know, I wanted to hear that.
Yeah, you're gonna, or you might see so and so 6 feet tall, 170 pounds. Boy, until I met you, I didn't know they could stack crap that.
Yeah.
You might get something like that, or yeah, I don't know. You might do. I don't know. I'll know what to say when I'm there. Just like I'll know how to fight him when I'm there. This is just like it's easy for me. This is.
What do you do now? What's the next few days look like?
I got a little bit of media to do tomorrow, and I don't know what I've got. Media and something else. I can't remember. They give us a sheet.
Are you gonna go explore? Or
And I'm gonna explore. Yeah, get a lot of walking done.
are you gonna stay after?
Yeah, till Tuesday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so
You get a nice pizza.
oh yeah,
Are you a pizza
mate,
guy?
I've got my plan out for the beers and the pizza and the food and the pubs and all the different places I'm gonna do. Oh, can't wait for that.
Well,
that's
Not to
looking
add
forward
pressure, you get the dub, you come back.
without a doubt.
But
And I'll teach you how to drink. We'll have one here. Will you do that?
am I allowed?
What to drink on at work?
Yeah, I fucking do it.
Yeah, fuck you. You're the
Yeah,
boss.
I'll fucking do
Who
it.
else is the boss?
Yeah, I'm the fucking boss. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, we're gonna drink one here together.
Yeah, that's what
What are we gonna drink?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'll whip something. out.
Carlsberg.
No.
I like those
your-
non-alcoholics. Those ones are
Oh man. Serious.
a Blue Moon. What are they called? A High Noon. or something?
That's a nice.
Blue Moon's a beer.
Yeah, that is. I wouldn't drink a Blue Moon. No.
Sam Adams. That's an American beer, right?
Is
there.
it? You might have to show me some sort.
I
What
know,
about a
wouldn't it?
Canadian beer? They're not.
Molson.
Molson. We'll get some of them.
Labatt. Have you had a Labatt?
No. We'll get some Molson. We'll toast, and we'll celebrate a successful night in the office. Because that's
Can't
all
wait.
this is. This is just a little 15-minute fight that I am more than happy to do. I do it in front of nobody, and we're just doing it in a big famous arena. And then I'm gonna go and enjoy the fruits of my labor. And we'll have our beers. We'll talk. We'll lay out the plan. It'd be
Love
good.
it.
It'd be
Love
good.
it. I look forward to it. Thank you
Yeah.
for coming.
Mate, thank
Well
you for having
done.
me on.
You're the fucking man. It's a pleasure.
Thank
Oban Elliot, what a guy, what a gentleman. It's an absolute honor to have him in here. His third UFC fight goes down this Saturday, MSG, UFC 309. Bassil Hafez, he's 2-0 in the UFC. Hey, we were talking about Carlos Prates, breakout star, 4-0. You're on that short list. You get
Yeah.
this win as well. Breakout
Yeah.
star for 2024.
Hey, I'll take that. But we've saved the best till last, Ariel.
Yeah.
Save the best till last. UFC 309. Don't miss it.
This one.
Oh, no.
Yes.
I thought you were looking at
No,
that
this
one.
Yeah, but this is the single on you.
You've been moving that around.
This is, yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, we got a whole team back there.
I failed.
It's a beautiful thing. Next time, on Monday, we'll get it right.
Yeah, we'll get it
We're going to take a quick break. The aforementioned Carlos Prates, and then Aljamain Sterling in studio. Have you met Aljo?
Yeah, I drank with him.
Oh, geez. All right.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to introduce you. He'll be
yeah.
joining us in studio as well. For now, I think this is the Alex Pereira interview that I talked about yesterday. Here it is, and we'll be right back in a couple of minutes. The male fighter of the year for 2024 is Poatan, is Alex Pereira. The MVP, the MVF of 2024 for not just the UFC, but the entire sport is Alex Pereira. And he is kind enough to join us right now, live here on the program. There he is, our good friend Alex Pereira, here courtesy of our good friends over at Steak. And there's El Jefe himself, Plinio Cruz, joining us.
Shama.
Yes, joining us as well. Plinio, where are you right now? Are you in your Lamborghini? What is that? Your Bugatti?
No, I'm actually in front of my new gym that I'm supposed to be opening like in a week or two. We're just moving, doing some stuff here.
Okay, well, congratulations on that.
New Jersey, Nutley.
I love it. Nutley, New Jersey. I know it very well. Congratulations on that. And Alex, parabéns to you. Congratulations on the win just a couple of weeks ago. Thank you. Obrigado. Thank you for joining us here on the show.
Thank you, my brother. I happy, very happy.
It's good to see.
Nice shirt.
Yes, nice shirt for Alex, huh?
Camisa tá bonita, viu, Potter? Nice
pô.
shirt.
Estamos numa reunião, no almoço, né? Reunião. Então tem que ir bem bem vestido, né? Depois da luta aí, né? Muitas coisas acontecendo.
He had to dress up nice. He had a nice meeting and lunch after the fight. Very many good things happening.
Okay, so can we start with that? What are we talking about? What good things are happening to you since the win in Salt Lake City?
Bom, vamos começar com isso então. Quais coisas boas que já estão acontecendo com você depois de sua vitória em Salt Lake City?
Depois dessa vitória, né? Que foi o que, todo mundo esperava, o que eu esperava, né? Muito ansioso aí por essa vitória e graças a Deus tudo aconteceu da forma que a gente planejou. Então muitas coisas a gente sabe, né? Que você está aparecendo, está em evidência, muitas empresas, né? Para patrocinar, então tá procurando e estou muito feliz com tudo isso.
Well, after a fight like that, as we expected, right, having all this attention, many business looking for sponsorship, for business, for other inquiries, and a lot of good things happening his way because of that.
You revealed, Alex, after the win that you were battling all kinds of issues, some health, some non-health related. You talked about feeling sick, your throat, antibiotics, your ribs, your toe. How are you feeling now? About 2 weeks later, how is the body feeling after the fight in Utah?
Pô, falando do jeito que você se sente, né? Você revelou que você teve vários problemas para essa luta, a garganta, a costela, né? O pé. Como é que você se sente agora, já que passou essa luta, sua saúde? Está legal?
Não, eu tô bem, né? Minha costela é o que incomodava mais, mas eu não tô treinando, né? Tô descansando, então para dormir incomoda um pouco, né? Para quem já machucou a costela sabe como que é. Mas de resto mesmo, o dedo, eu não tô forçando ali, não tô tracionando. Então, não tem muito incômodo, né? Eu parado. Treinando, com certeza, eu vou sentir na hora.
Well, right now he's fine because he's not training. He's just resting up, just healing. Ribs still bothering a little bit because it was almost like a crack. So, but toes not feeling right now because there's no traction, there's no movement. So for now, he's just resting up and healing, so he's fine.
Obviously, you talked about the visa and having to go to the consulate, and you were waiting to see if you could come to the states. You injured your ribs, your toe was still hurting, you weren't feeling well. Did it ever get too much to the point? And I know it's kind of a crazy question to ask you, Alex, because you always show up no matter what. Did it ever get to the point where you thought maybe you wouldn't fight against Khalil Rountree in Utah?
Pô, são várias coisas que a gente ficou sabendo que você mencionou, foi do seu visto demorar, depois a costela, depois a garganta, depois o pé. Chegou a um ponto da gente pensar e falar assim, pô, acho que isso aqui já é demais, vamos ter que dar uma adiada nessa luta.
Desde o início eu achei que não ia dar para mim lutar, eu lutei de teimoso mesmo. Eu geralmente aí treino intenso, são de 6 semanas, mas para essa luta eu ia fazer assim intensidade de 5 semanas, porque eu estava no Brasil. Então, eu estava no problema do visto ali, no processo de visto, e, faltava exatamente um mês, eu não tinha recebido o meu visto ainda, né, então eu fiz até uns vídeos, como eu me sentia, como eu mostrei, se olhar para mim, para as imagens, você vai ver que eu não estou bem, entendeu? Eu tenho esses vídeos guardados, eu vou soltar eles ainda, para vocês verem a situação que eu estava ruim. E, quando eu consegui viajar para os Estados Unidos, foi com 30 dias aí antecedente da luta. E aí mesmo conversei com o Glover, falei com o Plínio, eu falei, cara, eu não sei, eu acho que eu não consigo lutar, mas eu não quero dar a resposta agora pro UFC, mas eu quero que ele esteja ciente que eles já têm que ficar esperto que talvez eu não lute, né? Então a gente fez todo o processo aí que a gente já tinha planejado, de 3 semanas antes para Salt Lake City, né? Então eu treinei 1 semana em Canérica e fui para lá. E, antes no Brasil eu já tinha tomado já antibiótico por 5 dias. Depois de eu estar 1 semana em Salt Lake City, tomei mais 5 dias de antibiótico. E até ali eu falei, cara, eu só vou falar no último dia, já que a organização já sabe, então eu não vou me queimar, não vou ter problema. Eu posso falar, um dia antes da luta, tava com isso em mente, mas eu não queria sair da luta.
Well, in Brazil, it happened that usually a perfect camp for us is about 6 weeks, right? Because he maintained himself in shape. But because of the visa issues and everything, because they took too long to release his visa, his passports. So he came to America. He was already messed up in Brazil. He got throat infection over there and got the ribs hurt.
All right, that's the conversation with Alex Pereira from a couple of weeks ago. Here's my Oban Elliot merch. What a guy. How can you not root for him? UFC 309 coming up this Saturday. We're going to be joined by Aljamain Sterling in a few minutes in studio as well. So sit back and relax. But for now, let us go to our next guest. Let us go all the way to Brazil, Sao Paulo. To be exact, this man is on a roll. He has won his last 4 in a row in the UFC. He's 4-0 in the last 10 months. He is arguably the breakout star as far as 2024 is concerned, and he just headlined the 100th event, fight night event that is, at the UFC Apex on Saturday, defeating the veteran Neil Magny in very impressive fashion. He is a member of the Fight Nerds squad. He is the Nightmare Carlos Prates. He's kind enough to join us. There he is. Bom dia, Carlos. How are you?
Bom dia, my brother. Thanks so much for inviting me. It's a huge honor being here with you today, talk with you. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's my honor. Honestly, I'm a real big fan of what you are doing. It's a joy to watch you fight, and it's a joy to see the way in which you promote yourself and you deliver. I love everything about what you and your team are doing. So first, congratulations on the win on Saturday. This seems to have wrapped up an incredible year for you. 2024, what a dream for the Nightmare. Are you able to make sense of what has happened to you over the past year? Because you have now become one of the top, rising stars in the UFC's welterweight division. And a year ago, you weren't in the UFC. People weren't talking about you like they are now. Have you been able to wrap your head around all of this?
Yeah, to be honest, now it starts to make sense, but now today I arrived in Brazil, and then I was without the internet. And then when I turned my internet on, I saw a lot of posts saying I'm number 13 in the world, come to UFC ranking and things like that. And I was like, then I realized everything what happening this year, And yeah, because before I was doing like living, how I can explain like day by day, and not thinking too much about that. But now it's make a lot of sense.
That has to be a dream, right? To see a number next to your name in the UFC. Is this happening sooner than you thought it would?
I think so. I think because I was expecting like you fight less, or I was expecting like UFC probably don't give me a lot of opportunities like they give me or something like that. But yeah, for sure.
Can I ask you about the finish on Saturday? Because I'm not suggesting for a minute that there was something weird, but it was just such a fast shot that grazed the top of his head. When it was happening in the moment, were you surprised that he fell and was knocked out cold like that? And okay, so you weren't. Clearly you weren't, because watching it live, I had to keep rewinding it to see what happened because it was so quick.
Yeah, bro. The first knockdown, the punch got on the same place of the second one.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why it was not on the middle of the head, but not too strong. But when he got the punch, he was on the ground already. He was knocked out.
There was some talk of you, I believe, fighting on this card on Saturday at Madison Square Garden, and then they moved you. Were you disappointed that you weren't on the MSG card as opposed to the Apex card last week?
No, I'm not disappointed because I think it was a really good change for me. The main event, I would fight on the prelims if I fight in 16 November, and then we changed to main event. So I think it was a really good change.
Okay, so no problems there. And of course, some big cards are coming your way, no doubt. Obviously, your team is making some big moves and some waves. Could I ask, the whole concept of the Fight Nerds, the glasses, just the whole vibe of the team, who came up with that?
I think Caio and Pablo, they come up with too many ideas, and they are like the front guys, like the front line. They are the real nerds, and then we start to do everything together after.
And when was the team born? Like, when was the idea, the name Fight Nerds? When was that born?
Bro, it's a good question, because I'm on Fight Nerds in maybe 2 years, 1 year and now almost 2 years. So I don't know. I think it starts with Pablo and Caio, and then come another guys like I think after Roof come, and then me and Jean we come the same time. I think 1 year and a half or two, almost two.
And when you joined, there were already the fight nerds, right?
Yeah. I come to train with them because one of the coach there, Flavio Alvaro, was my former coach when I was training shoot box. Before I leave to Thailand in Brazil, before when I was leaving Brazil, before I leave to Thailand, I was training a lot of grappling and MMA with Flavio. And then I leave to Thailand. I was in Thailand for almost 6 years, and then I back to Brazil. Then I back to Brazil in my city, Taubaté. I had only my Muay Thai coach. And then I come to Flavio and talk with him, and then he say, "Oh, for sure you can back to train grappling and things like that, wrestling." But now I'm teaching at Fight Nerds, and then I come to visit Fight Nerds, and I'm stay to today.
That gym with all the famous people wearing the glasses, that's in Sao Paulo?
My first gym.
No, the gym I always see you guys training in, and there's the paintings of like Albert Einstein and Bruce Lee and Muhammad Ali.
Yeah. There's the Fight Nerds.
Yeah, and that's in Sao Paulo?
Yeah, in São Paulo. There is not my city. My city is here in Taubaté,
Okay.
where I train at VTT, and I train with my father Chris. I train Muay Thai, straight condition, and things like that. I do here in Taubaté, and then some days of the week I come to São Paulo and train at Fight Nerds. I train grappling, wrestling, and sparring.
The glasses obviously represent the team, and you guys were giving them out on Saturday, which was brilliant. Seeing John Jones wearing the glasses and whatnot. Are you an actual? There you are with some of the guys: Khalil Roundtree, Aljamain Sterling, Caio, of course. Are you an actual nerd? Would you consider yourself a nerd as a day-to-day person?
No, of course no. But I think everybody can be a nerd for different angles.
Yes, because you don't seem like a
Yeah.
nerd. In fact, I believe you've been smoking cigarettes, right, since you were a little kid.
Yeah.
How old were you when
Since
you
when I
first
was
smoked a cigarette?
12 and 13 years old, and
Incredible.
I start.
Uh,
Yeah.
Can I tell you something, Carlos? Honestly,
Yeah.
I have never put a cigarette to my lips. I've never touched a cigarette with my lips. Could you believe that?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
What do you think of that? Is that weak?
That's cool.
Is that nerd? Maybe I'm the nerd.
Yeah. Yeah. When I was at school, you had good scores and things like that.
Kind of. Yeah. How about you?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not.
Nothing. You didn't take it seriously.
Nothing. No. I usually when I was kid, I really enjoyed to come to school, but I didn't like to study.
And so when you're at school and you're smoking all this stuff, are you telling people that you're going to be a pro athlete, or did that happen later in life where you dreamed of this?
No, not really. When I was at school, I was playing soccer and yeah, the different sports, not fighting. And then I started to fighting at 15, and then I stopped it to go to the school at 16, something like that.
So what did you think you would be?
I ever didn't imagine it be like a professional fighter when I stopped the school.
What did you think your future would be? What did you think that you would do when you were older?
Bro, I have no idea. I was thinking about or do something like he come to some university and make a lot of money and he spend everything with parties and things like that. Like how can I explain in English, but do some university and then I could get a job to make a lot of money and just spend money with parties and things like that. Or I don't know, maybe outlaw or something like that. I don't know.
Who introduced you to fighting?
Um, the father of my really good friend. Usually he have like a DVD from Pride,
Yeah.
Pride FC, and then I was watching, and then the first time I saw, and I think really nice, and then I come to my mom and say I want to training, and then she say no, for sure you don't want to do that, and my mom didn't like what she watched that time, and then I think 2 years after I come to the gym and start to train.
And how long afterwards do you go to Thailand to train over there?
I start to train at 15, and I moved to Thailand with 22 years old. I think I trained 7 years in Brazil, and then I moved to Thailand.
Okay, and in Thailand, I understand you train with the likes of Khalil Roundtree, Israel Adesanya, even Zabit, right? Did you train with him over there?
Yeah, I trained one time with Zabit, Douglas Lima, many really good fighters.
And so now it's all coming together for you. Now you're one of the rising stars in the UFC. And I even see, like, in the Contender Series, Dana White was comparing you to Anderson Silva, saying that you look like a young. When you hear that, what does that mean to you? Like, was that one of the guys that you looked up to when you were coming up?
Bro, it means a lot, you know. Anderson Silva is one of the guys I really like to watch before I come to fight, you know. I like to watch his fights until today, but I'm working a lot for maybe in 10 years or 5 years. Then I might come to Contender Series and then say to another guy, that guy looks like a Carlos Prates from his prime, you know.
That's what you want.
Yeah.
Where are you this time next year? If you won 4 fights in 2024, where do you think you're at this time next year in 2025?
Bro, probably 2025 I don't gonna do 4 fights.
Okay, too much.
But I don't know. I can see me like maybe number 4 or 5 on my weight division, something like that.
And are you still smoking cigarettes?
Yeah.
How often?
Nah, bro. Maybe 8 per day, 10,
Really?
7. Yeah.
Do your coaches tell you maybe it's not good for you? For your cardio?
Before they tell me a lot. They tell me a lot, you know, before. But now, yeah, I tried to stop one time. And then I was 1 week without smoke. And then I got 5 kilos in 6 days, you know, because I eat a lot and didn't come to the gym to train. And yeah, I got 5 kilos.
So if you fight on a Saturday, are you smoking on the Saturday too, the day of the fight?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
How close to the fight are you actually smoking?
Bro, I smoke the last cigarette I smoked before come to Apex because I cannot smoke there, you know?
Yeah.
You cannot smoke anything there, you cannot drink anything there, just water, what they give to you, and things, and each food what they give to you. You cannot eat any food there inside, drink anything or something like that, you know?
How about marijuana? Do you like that too?
Not really, not really.
Okay.
Before I smoke a lot, but it's make me like he start to give me some panic attacks, you
Yeah.
know, and things like that. And then I stop, like maybe I stop like you smoke every day, maybe 5 years, 6 years.
And what about your English? How did you learn how to speak English so well?
My mom is English teacher here in Brazil.
Oh wow.
So before I moved to Thailand, I knew already English, but I didn't speak English, you know. And then when I come to Thailand, it stay there like 1 year, 2 years, and then I start to speak English because I train at Tiger Phuket Top Team, and the head coach was from US, so I had to learn English and start to speak English.
And you're still very close to your mother. I understand you're still living with her, right?
Yeah. In 2020, with the pandemic, I live in Thailand because my mom was alone here in Brazil and she's 17 years old.
Yeah.
And you know that time was crazy. We even didn't know what it was true or fake news. So a lot of people dying here in Brazil and things like that. And then I said, no, I'm gonna back to Brazil and help my mom, take care about my mom.
Well done. Well done. And is the plan still Australia? Is that what you want to do to fight on that card? I know you said that on Saturday, but now a few days later, is that what you want?
Sorry, say again.
You said you wanted to fight on the card in Sydney, in Australia. Is that still what you'd like?
Yeah, I really would like to come to Australia, fight there. I have a daughter living there, so it would be really cool fight there again.
How many kids do you have?
One.
Okay, and she lives. Do you get to see her often?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's amazing that you get the opportunity. Do you think that they are going to oblige? Do you think they'll give you that shot?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah, and
When I talk after my fight, I was looking to Saint Shelby, and he smiled when I asked to fight in Australia. He smiled like I feel like he think like his smile was like I can't say no.
yeah, they like you a lot. It's a great spot to be in. And you mentioned Jack Della. Do you think that's possible, or are you just shooting for the biggest name?
Bro, to be honest, if I was, I don't know how to say English, if I was or if I would,
Yeah.
or Jack Della Madalena, I would say no. But I'm Carlos Prates, so I won't fight him,
Yeah.
But of course, if I was like the number 4 and the number 13 asking to fight me, I would say no way.
Well, let's see what happens. I hope they put you on the card so you can see your family. And it's amazing to see the rise of not only you, but the entire team. I love your demeanor and everything that you guys are doing. So, parabéns, as they say, right? Parabéns. Obrigado for the time. I know it was a little hectic. You were landing and coming on the show. So thank you very much. And I wish you nothing but the best and continued success as well.
Thank you so much, brother. Thanks so much. Thank you also for inviting me and being here today, talking on the biggest MMA podcast in the world. Was a huge honor for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. All the best to you, and we'll talk to you soon. There he is, the Nightmare, Carlos Prates. And actually, our good friend Guilherme Cruz, if you're wondering why he is, in fact, referred to as the Nightmare, it's actually because of a TV show in Brazil that I guess he looks like one of the main characters. We have the tweet right here from the Brazilian beast himself. Fun fact, Carlos Prates' nickname, the Nightmare, has nothing to do with being a nightmare to his opponents or whatever. It's because he looks like Pesadelo, which is nightmare in Portuguese, the character from a kids show in Brazil. How about that? That's incredible. Love that. All right, great stuff there from Carlos Prates. And I look forward to his rise and perhaps seeing him in Sydney. In a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by our last guest of the day. Is he there? Do I call for him? How do we do this? Oh, yeah. We got actual walkout music for our next guest. We got Funk Master walkout music. Is he here? The current UFC featherweight contender. Oh, look at this. This guy's got actual walkout music.
I'm here to win.
Yeah, this is
win at all costs. I will not stop. Tell them the boss. I'm coming for everything they said I couldn't have. Roadblocks, we running past. Coming strapped, snatch your bags, climb to the top with the kill shot. Things you prayed and hoped for. Dreams turn to hood folklore. Dreams turn to hood folklore. Got a new opponent, time to catch a case. You talking tough, about to test it. No need for judges.
What does that say? Oh, that's Funk Master. That's your signature? I thought it said 7 malt. Oh, 7 malt. No. Yo, this is beautiful. Thank you. First of all, thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome to the new studio. Appreciate you. I would like to try this.
I was gonna say I know you don't typically drink, but
big occasions we say Mazel Tov.
Mazel Tov.
Yeah, that's what my people say.
Smash them up.
Yeah. First of all, the song is called what?
Here to Win.
Here to Win.
Yes.
When did that come out?
We're working on some cover art right now, and then once the cover art is done, we can upload it.
So this is your third.
This will be the third song, so hopefully get it uploaded this week, and then it'll be out probably on all the streaming platforms, and maybe like the following week or something like that.
When do you do this stuff?
In my spare time, sometimes.
Yeah.
I like music, man. That was like my first love, first passion. That basketball, things straight out the hood, So fighting was just something that I was obviously better at.
Yeah. Okay. Can I try this?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. I don't want to screw it up the opening. How do you do it? Do it? This is an honor. This is the brand new Funk Harbor, which is out now, right?
Yes, sir.
Where can people get it?
FunkHarborRum.shop.
By the way, I remember when you were telling us about the idea.
Yes.
Like it wasn't even a thing. And now here you are actually selling it. When did it come out? It came out over the summer?
August 1st, right before Jamaican Independence Day.
Okay.
I don't want to kill you.
Yeah. You think that would kill me? You think
Well,
I'm that big of a
you
lightweight,
say
huh?
you don't drink too much, so you know.
Look at this. 200 pounds of steel here, Aljo. Okay, this is exciting.
Are you
Wow.
200?
I'm 200, yeah.
Okay.
How about that? I'm not that wimpy. Okay, this is it?
This is it.
This is for me?
Wait, is that
Cheers.
the smaller one?
I don't know.
I think I gave you the bigger one.
Oh, whatever.
Let's switch.
I'm a big boy. Okay, here we go. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you. Congratulations. Salute. Mazel tov.
Mazel tov.
L'chaim. We say l'chaim, to life.
Lahaim.
Yeah.
And Solange.
Yeah, Solange as well.
Solange.
Do I go one shot or do I sip it?
You can sip it. I would sip it.
I want to do one shot.
You want to do a
Is
shot?
Is that?
You could, but I would want you to taste
appreciate-
it first.
okay, got it,
yeah,
got it,
just
got
so you could get it.
Tastes like the islands.
The island breeze.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Solid, right? But a lot of people, they don't drink rum, so they don't really know. But once they try it, if you like whiskey, you like bourbon, this is
So
one of the
is
smoothest.
rum something that is specific to Jamaica?
Yes,
And
it's all we drink.
that's all you drink. That's
Pretty
like
much.
so it's not like a beer culture. It's more this.
More rum. Yeah.
And where's this produced, for lack of a better word?
So this is Jamaican rum blended with 3 different distilleries, aged from 2 to 5 years, and we had it bottled in Holland. They have one of the biggest rum distilleries where they just purchase rum from all over the world. So I got to go over there, try everything out, and this is what we came out with. And I was like, I think this is the one. So this is our highest end, which is we're not selling at the high end price point, which we should, but obviously we're just coming to market, so we want to make sure people can actually get to try it, make a little revenue, and then reinvest that money back in. So we have the white rum, which is going to be a lower costing product, but it tastes just as good. I had someone try it that came to visit us in Vegas, one of Rebecca's friends, my fiance, and he was saying, I can't tell the difference between the two. He was like, how are you selling that much cheaper than this? I was like, bro, it's just quality product.
And so who's helping you with all of this? Like obviously, I'm assuming you have people behind you with the.
I have a team.
Okay.
But I'm mostly leading a lot of it because a lot of it's creative. So you have to kind of be the face of it.
I like it. I'm having.
I'm glad you like it.
Legit.
Yeah.
And I'm not. I wouldn't be bullshitting you. I wouldn't keep drinking it. You feel it.
Yeah.
You feel it. You said Jamaican rum.
Jamaican rum.
What is the difference between Jamaican rum and like, I don't know, what is a different kind of rum?
So each island is kind of different. The way, I guess the molasses and everything else is kind of grown with the lands and everything. Like there's a whole process. Like there's a lot. I did so much research on this and I still don't even have like a concrete idea. But the way everything is kind of like, what would you say? I don't want to say distilled. The way the water runs and everything. So every land is different. So it gives it like a unique taste to wherever the distillery is. And Jamaica has I think 6 or 7 distilleries. And this one is blended with 3 different ones.
And why'd you do this? Like what inspired you? Like this is a big undertaking.
I like to drink, man.
Okay, you do.
I like to drink. I like to party.
This is a dream.
This is a dream.
Okay.
And I know Connor did his first, and a lot of people thought I was like piggybacking off of what he did, trying to copy. I'm like, nah, dude, I've been wanting to do that for the longest, but I didn't know where to get started. Former partners that I was working with, Driftwood Distilleries, they actually helped me get it launched, and from there, we've been growing. So
it's remarkable because I was just talking to Oban Elliot. I don't know if you saw him back there.
No, I didn't miss. Was he here? I missed him.
He was here. He was
I missed him. Oh, my boy, my Maji boy.
He was talking about that. He said, "Ask Aljo about that." What you just said. What is Maji?
It's Madri's is just a beer.
Okay.
Yeah,
so why is he here, Madri boy? Because he specifically said, "Ask Aljo about this." We were talking about beer.
So I never met him, and then when I went to Wales for that competition in Polaris, we were just coming out from where were we? Bali. I got offered this match. I'm over here on vacation. This was after the O'Malley loss. So I'm on a world tour right now. I'm like, I don't give a shit about fighting. I don't care. I made enough money. I just want to unwind and see if I still want to do this. And, went to Sydney, Australia. Then from there, we went to Bali 2 weeks. And then we went to Wales after I had the match. I was like, guys, I'm not in shape. I've been drinking nonstop. But I get to Wales. I'm like, maybe I should cut out the drinking. And then I meet Oban. And he takes me out to like this local pub area with the boys. And we just started pounding Madri's. I'm like, I feel bad because I'm like, I know I got a match coming up, and this guy is taking it very serious. And I wanted to, but I'm like, yo, you guys caught me at the wrong time. This is not gonna be the best version of myself. Thankfully, I still won, but it was a very close match.
How many days prior to the match are you drinking with Oban?
I want to say almost all week.
Oh God.
It was at least 2 days, 2 or 1 day before.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I kept asking Mike Grundy to bump the weight class up, the weight limit. 'Cause I was like, let's do 60. I was like, let's do 65. I was like, can we just do 70? I don't want to cut no weight. I'm just having a good time.
You said you were talking about this in an interview. It might have been maybe with DJ. I saw you and DJ talking where you were like, yeah, man, I'm going to have drinks during training camp.
Yes.
I'll have 3 or 4 or something like that. It came up because Oban is a big drinker, but he says he cuts it all out. Was there ever a period where you cut it out and just didn't like that so that you now went back to drinking 3 or 4?
Yeah, I had a period when I was an amateur and early pro. I cut it out clean, listening to the old school boxing guys.
Yeah.
No sex, no alcohol, trying not to stay up too late.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was a little bit more straight edge. But as I got older, man, I knew John Jones.
Yeah.
And I think that was the catalyst. When I saw him, I was just like, shit, man, well, if he could do it, I could maybe do some of it. Obviously, it was much easier for him to make the weight for some reason, whatever it was. And back
this
then,
is in wrestling, in college wrestling.
Yeah, but also for MMA, he was
yeah.
doing this.
Yeah, yeah.
So for me to see him making 205 so easily, I was kind of like, well, it's a little bit more work for me, so maybe I don't do it during fight week. So I went from like 8 weeks, cold turkey, and then I went to like 6, then I went to 4, and I didn't see any difference in my performance. I thought, if anything, the only thing that changed was the mindset. I felt like I was more at ease, more relaxed. I feel like I'm doing the things I enjoy.
And so up to the fight, like, are you drinking on fight week?
Just one the day before.
Okay, that's it.
But the Cater fight, I actually didn't have anything.
Why is that?
I was nervous.
You were?
Yeah, I thought that was such an important fight for me, where it was like, if I can't even compete, like not even close, then I'm probably gonna be done.
Really?
Yeah. So
you put that kind of pressure.
Oh yeah, because I was just like, dude, I made enough money. I don't really. The money's not the motivator. The motivation was the money, of course, but also to be the best. If I have no clear path of showing that I could be the best, and it's like, what am I even hanging around for?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I'm like, I'm not looking to be.
So if you would have lost that fight, you might have retired.
If I lost
and looked bad,
and it was uncompetitive,
yeah.
It's just like,
you'd have been out.
What are we doing?
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you feel that way in training camp? Like, was it hard to get motivated? Was it hard to, to really get up for it?
To get motivated?
Yeah.
No, I felt super motivated for that fight, because at the end of the day, I knew what was at stake. I was this is literally the end of my career on the line. I'm literally walking the plank and staring over the edge with my hands tied behind my back and sink or swim. It's either I'm going to be able to do what I say I could do and all the things that we've been doing in training, or then if not, then I just move on to the next chapter of my life.
You mentioned when you went on the world tour, so to speak, after O'Malley, that you were kind of like wondering if you would do this. You actually considered that. Did you consider after O'Malley stopping?
Yeah, it was kind of like I was like, maybe I coach, maybe I just help the guys and help that way.
Why were you thinking this? Because you were just champion.
I was just champ, but there was a lot from the mental aspect of being coerced into the fight. I know people are gonna say, "Oh, shut the fuck up! You signed the contract." I'm like, yeah, there were. Before I signed the contract, there was multiple no's. I don't know how many times I gotta keep repeating this. There were multiple no's, but we had a couple of things in our favor. One, the launch of this, which failed. It didn't get launched in time. So we only had the prototype, which I was a little bit bummed out about, because I wanted to capitalize on that for sales, like life outside of fighting, right? So that didn't work out. And obviously the money. And I was promised after the fight, whatever the results were, that I can have my time to just unwind. Because that's really what it was. It was just all the stresses of getting injured, trying to battle back. I felt like I had no break as champ. I was constantly in a semi-fight camp, which is a lot mentally. And I don't think people understand the mental strain that puts on you. You have a family. I don't have kids yet, but I have a family. I have other things I got to take care of. So it's not just fighting is my end-all, be-all. I mean, when I was younger, yes. When I was 21, 24. I'm 35 now, man. last year 34. I'm like, dude, I got other things that are just as important or take some type of precedent over training and fighting. Like I would like to have a break so that I can miss it a little bit. And that break made me come back completely a different person. Like I was just ready to go.
The break from August to April. That's
Yeah.
like 8 months. Yeah. Right?
Was it August, April? Yeah. End of, yeah.
Mid-August to mid-April. Afterwards,
Is it cold in here? I feel like it's cold in here.
you think it's cold? Yeah. Wow. I want to. You're the first. This is. I'm so happy you say this because you're shivering.
Yeah.
You're that cold.
Yeah.
You know what's so great? I'm so happy you say this. I'm not happy that you're cold, but I like it boiling hot in the studio. We're new here, and I keep telling everyone that I think it's cold in here, and no one believes me, and they're like, "Oh, it's Ariel complaining." Now I have Aljamain Sterling saying it's cold in here.
Right
Okay, well, I'm sorry about that. The jacket looks great, by the way.
Thank you.
That footage that came out for the documentary, the documentary that they were doing.
I don't know how anyone thinks that was good. Whoever released that was just kind of like,
Good for who?
like, I don't see how there's any upside for the company.
Did you have a
Releasing
say in whether or not they would be there?
No, I walked in, I saw the cameras. I was like, well, it is what it is. Like, I came here to say I was going to fight anyway, which I had every intention of showing up. I just don't think it was the best version of myself due to the injuries, having to nurse injuries for so long just to even get to the fight. But it is what it is. Like, at the end of the day, like, the better man that night won. So
Yeah. And I'm not trying to
I made
rehash
peace.
all of that, but I was just wondering, like, when you walk in, are you like, hey, could you maybe, like, this is a big meeting for me right now. Could you maybe not record this? And, like, did you have any sort of say, or is it just like, this is what it is?
Well, it wasn't really a conversation. Maybe I could have said something and maybe it would have been like, but I'm also glad it was kind of put out because I think people get to see how it looked from my perspective. You have your manager there, is me. I'm talking with one of the head bosses and you see how the conversation is going. And, people aren't complete idiots for the most part, so I think people can kind of put two and two together and see what was, it wasn't, I wasn't set up to win, that if anything, that was having the deck stacked against you. And I was hoping I could defy the odds one more time. That's all I wanted. I was like, let me just try to see if I could do this one more time. I know I said no multiple times, whatever, 4 or 5 times. But I wanted to see if I could defy the odds. I was like, fuck it. We're going to go in. And if it works out, it works out. If not, then we took a chance. And at the end of the day, that's what life's all about. So
Considering all of that, seeing your friend win in September and be like, considering all of that, that must have felt incredible,
it
right?
was the best. Maybe it would have been a little different had I won and vacated the belt, right?
Yeah.
But, I lost to this guy, and then he goes out there and it shows the world, like, yeah, this is what a fair fight looks like. I'm like, I think you got off easy. That's my
Against
personal-
Merab?
Yeah, I think he got off on the easy way with Merab.
What do you mean by that?
I think it could have been and should have been a lot worse.
Really?
Yes.
He thinks he won.
He's crazy. I watched the fight back. He's crazy. You could give him maybe 1 round. You could give him 1 round. I would say you could give him 1 round, round 5. And you could maybe give him, what was that? I think round 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
I forget which one exactly, but it wasn't like Merab blew him out of the water, but in real time when you're watching, you're just like, who's winning, who's in control of the fight, and this guy's clearly not winning.
That must. I mean, we saw I think we just played it like you in the corner witnessing all of that unfold. There must have been a part of you that's like, this is karma, right?
Bittersweet.
Were you feeling that way?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was bittersweet because it was like, I would have liked to have shown that exposure of him, but to have one of my really good friends do that, that was the sweet part for it, and for him to realize a dream. So I was super happy about it.
There you guys are, right over there.
That was a great night.
Yeah. What was it like being in the Sphere?
I didn't get to really enjoy it as
Take
much
it
as I
all
would.
in, yeah.
Yeah, because we only got to see that one fight, and we were in the corner. We didn't get to watch as everything was kind of going on, which would have been cool.
What's the backstage like? Because it's not built like an arena, right?
It was weird. There was a lot of walking. I was saying, like, if you lose the fight and you have to walk up and down all these stairs,
Oh, really?
and your legs are beat to shit, that's not fun.
It's not built for
Sports.
Yeah, it's not built for that. But Merab and the victory and then the celebration afterwards. Like when you see that, knowing Merab, when did you first meet him? Like around what year?
2000. I mean, was I in the UFC yet when I met him? I would say at least 2013, 2014.
Okay, you came in 2014, the UFC, right?
When I got signed, yeah.
Yeah. So like, this is a dude who came in from Georgia, landscape, who knows, and then
construction.
Construction, excuse me.
Murab, cutting your grass.
Yeah. Well, you could, make some nice little landscape. Cannot just be grass, by the way. It could be, a nice little patio. Point is, he gets this welcome back home as champion, like insane stuff. This scene right over here, when you see your boy getting that.
I witnessed it firsthand before he even got the belt when I went to Georgia with him.
Yeah.
And I was blown away with the reception that he got. The amount of people that would show whenever he would post anything on Facebook.
There's that shot, right? That shot is the best. The
dude on boss, man. That's boss level shit.
Yo, he's like a president coming home.
Oh, 100%. I told him you are the mayor.
Yes.
Of your home city and your country, bro.
It's crazy because like that can never happen. That doesn't happen for any American fighter.
No,
right?
This guy with the tattoo on his chest. Murab, I'm telling you, Murab is such a great dude.
Has he changed at all since becoming champ?
Not at all. If anything, he's funnier.
Yeah.
Because his English is better.
Right.
So you get to understand his personality that much more.
And perhaps like deja vu all over again. The word is they tried to get him to fight in December, and he said no. Like,
yeah, I told him, I was like, bro, you seen what happened to me.
Yeah.
If there's anything you learn from that and anything I can offer you in terms of advice is the fans don't get it, but we as athletes, we get it. And you need time to mentally want to fight. You need time to heal. You need time to get ready for the next training camp. And you just want to vote. Take your victory lap, just like any champ should, and pretty much every champ gets to.
Yeah. And so he held his ground.
I hope so.
Yeah.
He told me he has, so I'm hoping nothing's
I think
changed.
the plan was that they wanted him to fight in December, from what I understand. He's not fighting in December. I know they're looking for a main event, and now maybe it's February, but then Ramadan's in March, so maybe he gets pushed to April. But I'm happy to hear, like, to come back 3 months later, reminiscent of you, after he just went 5 rounds, reminiscent of you, against a killer like Umar. You just won the belt. You deserve some time to, I think, rejuvenate, but also enjoy that. Like, what a journey it was for him. Everyone else gets 5-6 months.
Look how many top 5, top 10 guys he had to fight just to get here. You know what I mean? He went from having those 2 shitty losses, the one split decision to Frankie Saenz, and then the one to Ricky Simon where they let the bell expire, the fight's over, and then they decide to rule it as a loss, which is super weird. He gets a stinger in his neck, and they use that as saying you were out. I'm like, clearly he's not out. I mean, I think we know what a guy that's out looks like. The guy got a stinger in his neck, and they ruled it as a TKO. And he rattled off how many wins, how many former champs, how many title challengers did he beat. And the guy that they want him to fight beat one guy. And I'm not saying he's not good. I love Umar. I think Umar's a great guy. But facts are the facts. I don't care what your cousin has done. That does not have any bearing on what you have done for the sport. You got to cut your teeth in this game, not riding the coattails of your family's merit. The same thing is like I always say, if I have kids, I want to make sure they're not riding off the coattails of what I do or have done in my life. I want to make sure they're out there, they're being go-getters. I think anyone should, with any type of real self-worth, would want to do that, earn their keep. You know, you don't want to be feeling like the person who's just here because you were handed an invite versus actually earning to be at the table. Earn your seat at the table.
How do you think that fight goes?
I think it's a very competitive fight. It's still very cold. With that said, excuse me.
Does this make you warmer?
It has. With Murab helping me for my training camp with Movsar, I think it's also helping him. We've gone over a lot of situations from like back control, side control, mount, just different things that he could try. And he's making my training and sparring sessions that much harder, which is very annoying because I have to work that much harder and I get way more fatigued. Because I'm used to taking guys down. If I take them down, it's usually like I get to hang out, show a couple punches, then we reset the position. But I think he's getting his jump start to the training camp now, which is good. And but he's not doing it at a pace where he would have to fight in December. He's getting some time to prepare. And I think that's what anybody would do, sensibly. Take the time to get the right training partners, get the right looks, and then when you get into training camp, you focus on what you need to do for the fight.
Do you think O'Malley can get back to the belt?
What are they going to do? Give him another unranked opponent and let him fight for the title next? I think there's too many good guys. And O'Malley's very talented. He's very good at what he does. I think if they're smart, and I think if he's smart, he only accept the fights that will give him the stylistic edge, where he can use his range, use his feints. He's a very talented guy. We all know what his one weakness is the grappling. And some people will never really close the gap in that area. It's just, some people are better at this. Like, I'm never going to be this phenomenal striker. I could put in how many years? That's just not what my body is meant to do. I'm a grappler by nature. Maybe if I was younger and I started with that, maybe my twitches or quick twitch muscles would be a little bit different. But, and I'm 35. Like, not really teaching this old dog new tricks.
Right.
Like, you could show me new stuff, I can implement it, but I'm not really looking to revamp my whole style.
Have you reached a point where you're like, I'm not going past 37, or I'm not going past 38, or I'm not going past 40? Now that you say you're 35, and you're like, is there an age where you don't want to go past?
I had said 32.
Oh, damn. When was that?
When I was about 28.
Also, 28 is not that far away from 32. So why did you pick that number? It's a random number.
I thought I was going to win the belt, and I would have defended it a couple of times and said, all right, thanks for the, as Conor would say, thanks for the cheese, smell you laters. But it didn't quite work out that way. And it is what it is. Like, we all have our different journeys and our different paths in life. And we'll see if, I think I'm just taking it fight by fight. I don't really have a number set on it. Right now, I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I want to test the waters December 7th with Movsar at UFC 310 and see if he's as good as he says he is. And I think that would be a good indicator of letting me know where I'm at.
Okay, so let's talk about that, because you were supposed to fight in Utah, and then you injured your shoulder, right?
My elbow.
Your elbow. Actually, I think you posted the footage.
Yep.
Right? So what happened here? I think we have the footage. Your training, was that at the, was this at the PI?
This was at the PI, sparring with Jeremy Kennedy. And I was just hitting like peak form shape, and I was excited to get these rounds in with him to see where I was really at.
Damn.
And he goes for the Kimura lock. He had it behind my back, and I was able to pull it back forward. So as I pull it back forward, I'm now trying to straighten my arm so I could get back to like an underhook position and just completely kill the Kimura lock. And somehow, some way, I didn't even know that was even a possibility of getting an injury right there. And
what
heard
happened?
Something pop. He heard it pop. It sounded like Velcro. So it wasn't like a pop. It was like it sounded like gloves. If you open up a fresh pair of Velcro gloves, it sounded like something just tore. And it wasn't great.
And so what was it?
I don't know what these muscles are called. I forget. But I tore that. Partial, not a complete tear. So I didn't need surgery or anything like that. And they said it was a grade 1, thank God, which is like 10 to 15%. But I got the MRI the very next day, and then I got a follow-up MRI, and they said, okay, it's pretty much the same thing, so nothing really changed, just improvement in the strength area. So that worked out, but it is what it is. It's just a shitty injury. Like, I didn't think that could happen. I didn't even know I don't think he thought that could happen either. It was just one of those weird freak situations.
And so how do you feel, like you and Movsar have been going back and forth for quite some time. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think you've even sort of implied that he's on steroids or was on steroids, right?
I mean, we all know that we've all heard the same accusations about, respectfully, like I said, I have friends from that region, but again, respectfully, people from that region, it's different. It's just the culture here in the States is very different. Like, people here in the States, we don't have the same, I know people are gonna say, yeah, you're building, it's not a building. I fought guys that have been on gear. It is what it is.
You can tell? Can you tell when you fight them? Yeah?
Is
it just like a strength thing?
It's apparent.
Or is it a look thing? Is it a feel thing or is it a look thing?
I think it's a combination.
Okay.
But again, you don't know until they actually pop for something.
Yeah.
I mean, TJ was outed how many years ago before he actually popped for something? And because you pay for all these doctors and things to make sure you can pass these exams or tests or whatever. And I think people try to say, well, you never pop for anything. I'm like, even for me, people say the same thing about me. But again, it's the same thing. Like, the same thing I say about him, he could say the same thing about me. But I also know I don't have the luxury or the financial backing, like now I do, but back then, to pay for stuff like that. My body looks exactly the same as it did when I was 21 years old. Like, nothing's changed. You've heard Bobby Green talk about the guys over there overseas, their training and what those guys. It's just where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's a lot of guys who go over there and they come back with stories. It's like, well, are all these guys talking out their ass? So I have speculation that, yeah, maybe he's on some shit. Maybe he has. Maybe he's not anymore. I don't know. But either way, I'm going to show up and we're going to fight. And I'm going to see who's better. I still think I'm a better fighter than he is. So regardless.
But when you have that idea in your mind, is there a part of you that's like, nah, I don't want to fight someone who I suspect might be doing that?
Nah, because I think I'm him, bro.
Yeah,
So
all right.
that's what it is.
Because I think there's
I think I'm gonna boss my damn self. So it's just like,
who cares?
I don't need it. I feel like I was blessed in my life that I'm just as strong as a lot of these guys who are on stuff, and I've trained with guys who are on stuff, and they're very surprised at how strong I am for not having to take anything. Well, at least this is what they think. Like, if you don't take anything and you're this strong, they're kind of like, well, that's pretty damn impressive. So, with that being said, that gives me the confidence that even if he is strong in certain areas, I think I'm going to be just as strong to match that, and I think it's going to come down to skill set.
So when you look at him, you've been around the game, you fought them all, you beat them all. Are you impressed with him? His technique. He's undefeated. I think 18-0. Off the top of my head, he's beat some tough guys. Arnold Allen recently. What's your assessment of him?
I met Arnold Allen for the first time really at the PI.
Great guy.
He's a solid dude.
Yeah.
I like Arnold. We kind of had like this, before I get to your question, we had like these awkward sizing up moments.
Oh.
We call it sizing them up, right?
Okay.
So like he's doing PT, I'm doing my S&C, and I have my shirt on. Normally I never have my shirt on for S&C. He has his shirt off. I'm with my fiance. She jumped in. She was like, she wants to jump in today. So I didn't know he was going to be there, but randomly she wants to jump in with me. Okay, come down. And then I have my other boy, Alp, former teammate. He's retired now. He was in the UFC, Turkish Delight.
Oh, yeah.
So we go in, we're doing PT, we're doing S&C. He has no shirt on. And then I'm doing all these exercises, these like looking like a beast. And then he's doing like these little bands. And he says something to one of the guys. He's like, you need to be making me do stuff like this. So this the competition's in here.
Right.
So it's just funny. So as soon as he leaves, I take my shirt off. I'm like, all right, so it's not awkward anymore because I wasn't trying to have a pissing contest. And then the next day, I take my shirt off and I go upstairs. He's upstairs with no shirt, with his shirt on. So it's just funny. It's just like two top 10 guys.
Does that happen a lot, by the way, at the PI? I'm surprised that more of that stuff doesn't happen or that things don't pop off. We've heard about a couple.
Yeah.
But like you're all in there, like all these lions in there. You've got to be running into dudes all the time, right?
All the time. But I'm pretty cordial with everybody. I don't have I'm a little bit more mature now where I'm not trying to start beef with people.
Has there ever been uncomfortable moments?
For me?
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, really?
Of course, yeah.
Like with guys you were about to fight or?
Nah, I don't want to say I'm about to fight, but just people in general. I mean, even when Henry came in, when he was announced that he's coming back from his retirement, then he shows up at the PI. I'm just like, all right, bro, you're in my safe place right now, brother. So, but Henry's cool. But just that, it's like, now he sees me with my shirt off, and Arnold Allen is, I now I got a pump going. So now I'm looking big, I'm looking swole. So now I'm back in my mind, I'm thinking like, he's probably thinking like I'm sizing him up again.
Yeah. This is King of the Jungle stuff.
Yeah. But it was just, I was just getting my workout in. But he was a cool dude. I was actually thinking about asking him to work out. Just see if I could pick his brain with anything, see if there was any takeaways I could learn to add to my game. Because I train with everybody for the most part. With that said, I forgot what the original question is.
Movsar, like, are you impressed?
Am I impressed?
18-0, undefeated, beat some tough guys.
I think he's a very smart dude, got pretty solid fight IQ, doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Impressed is not the word I would use. I think he's a sound fighter. I think he's very technical in the sense of what he's trying to do, get to where he needs to be. But impressive would be more like Ilya. Like, that's impressive. Like, that's something that makes you go like, wow. Okay, that's the bar.
Yeah.
How do I get there? So with that said, I'm not saying he's not good. I'm not saying he's not dangerous. I mean, he's got his tools and he's good at what he's good at, but there's nothing overly, and I'm not shitting on him. I think he's a tough opponent, 18-0 for a reason. And soon to get that churro, as Max Holloway would say, maybe I don't use that line, maybe because obviously he just lost. So respect to the former king. But he's gonna have to hold this L, man. That O's got to go.
How far away does a win over Movsar like get you from the Ilya conversation?
I think a win over Mosar gets me in the title shot conversation.
Oh yeah.
I think so. Arnold Allen beat Giga Chikadze,
Yeah.
who's a stud, and he just lost to Mosar, and then they bumped him higher than Mosar, which is super weird.
Yeah, ranking.
Makes no sense. I don't know. This is the one thing I can't agree with Dana on. I don't know who the hell's doing the ranking.
I don't know if they're real people, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like some beta.
I agree with him on that one too.
Yeah, like how does he win that fight after losing to the guy, and then he's now ranked higher over a common opponent that he just lost to? Like, I don't really understand that.
So do you have any concern that the issues that you might have had as well as bantamweight champion will preclude you from getting a featherweight title shot?
No, I think his new blood is exciting. There's a storyline of obviously Merab's the champ, so it's like, who is Merab gonna back? You know, so people are already asking these questions. I'm like, guys, please stop with the drama. Like, I don't even want to think about that right now. Like, I have to win this fight to get into that conversation, right? So I got a tough task in front of me in less than 4 weeks, and I'm just excited to shut this guy up once and for all for all the corny videos he's posted. Like, at least be funny. Like, I don't care if you're funny. Like, be funny. I can laugh with you. Okay, that was a good one. But some of the shit, I'm just like, yeah, you need a new writer, man. Yeah. You gotta get somebody else to write this stuff for you because this is just bad.
Does that mean you think Ilya beats Volkanovski?
Again?
Yeah, because I'm assuming that that's the next title shot, right? So that will probably happen.
With all due respect, and I know I'm saying respect a lot because I'm gonna say something that's clear.
Yeah. Usually, with all due respect,
do you think Volk wants those problems again?
Man, but I don't think he's worried. Ilya's really good right now.
Yeah,
I think
his style doesn't fit a guy. Like, if you're gonna sit there and try to strike with the guy again, what is your path to victory? We all know your chin has been tested twice in a row. Mm-hmm. How much recovery could you have possibly had, and what could change from the first fight to the second fight? I'm not saying it can't happen. Crazier things have happened. I thought Volk fought a phenomenal first round until he kind of just got stuck on the cage, and Ilya does what he does. He beats guys when he gets to the cage in that black line. He gets you there. Guys don't know which way to go. There's like their feet stop moving. Just slide your feet. Get out of the way. It's easier said than done, but I don't know what really changes is from the first fight to the second fight.
Your relationship, I heard you mention this, your relationship with Merab won't put you in an awkward spot if you fight Ilya, right?
I don't know. You got to ask Merab that.
Nah. No, because I heard there's no way. I think maybe I'm crazy. I think Merab would back you, if anything. Or maybe he just stays out of it, but like his relationship with you goes way further back than Ilya.
Of course.
Yeah, it's not a question.
I understand the blood history and that goes a little bit deep as well, but I don't know.
And you guys are boys.
Yeah, of course. But I like I said, like those conversations don't even happen until I have to beat this guy anyway. So hopefully, God willing, go out there and shut this guy up December 7th, drink some Funk Harbor in the post-fight interview, and then life is good, and we get the title shot next.
That's the one thing about all that always annoys me. To the best of my knowledge, you correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they ever actually offered you a Merab fight or vice versa, right?
No.
They always talk about this hypothetical, like, oh, you guys, but like it was never like, oh, it was so pie in the sky stuff because a few things had to happen, but now they use that against you. It's sort of like Fitch and Koscheck back in the day, or even Rory and GSP. It never got to the point where it was like, yo, you guys have to fight each other or else.
Yeah.
And now it's like this revisionist history where people are like, oh, they didn't want to fight each other. That's bullshit.
It is. It's one thing when they hear it from me saying it, and it's like, oh, you're just saying that, but it's the truth. The truth is the truth. Like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
There was never a fight offered. Not saying we would have accepted it anyway.
Sure, but you were never put in that spot.
Never.
You had to sit down and actually collectively talk about this.
Because they're saying that he didn't get the title shot ahead of Cheeto, some of the fan base at least, the crazy ones, because I was blocking him and denied him. So some people were even saying as punishment he had to go fight somebody else. I'm like, do you hear how ridiculous you sound? The guy who earned it as punishment has to go fight another top 5 former champion, 2-weight champion, because it's punishment. Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? Where the guy who was ranked 6 got moved up to 5, so it looks like he's fighting a top 5 opponent. and just came off a win over Pedro Munoz in a close back and forth fight, is getting the title shot because of the storyline. Like, what are we even talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to say you want to give him if the narrative, we want to give him a chance to redeem himself and get avenge his loss. Okay. But if you're going to say this is the next best guy, like, you're going to piss on me and call it rain? Like, what are we talking about? Like, don't insult my intelligence. Like, that's my only thing with that situation where merit doesn't always matter so much. So now it's all of a sudden where Merab is doing something off of merit and he's still getting, like, heat for that. Like, he asked for the Davison-Figueiredo fight. On merit, he is probably the most deserving guy in the bantamweight division to date because there's nobody else. Everybody else has lost. I mean, you could say the most skilled guy possibly could be Umar, but it goes back to, if we're talking about merit, what's wrong with him asking for a fight against a former champion, a guy who actually beat 3 guys in the bantamweight division? That and in top 5. That it makes sense.
I feel though that
top 10, because Rafa wasn't in the top 5, but
I feel like the fans have come around. Like I see you got a lot more. It's a weird thing. I think ever since the O'Malley fight, you don't get the same type of heat. Do you agree?
Not as much. I would agree.
Yeah, it's a weird thing how that works, right? Like all of a sudden, maybe they think you got wronged or whatever, and they turn. I do want to give you a lot of credit. I notice you don't mind like putting yourself out there, especially on Twitter, like talking politics, talking this and that. Like I'm like sometimes I'm like,
where's my MAGA hat?
Yeah. Sometimes I'm like, damn, Alja, you keep going, you go, and I respect it. You put it out there.
Yeah, like I think what's right is right. Like even like the Israel-Palestine war that's going on. Like I think it's almost, you're almost just as wrong for you not to say something when there's wrongdoing going on. Or if you have a stance on something, like people are going to support you no matter what. For you to not have a stance, I think you're playing the political game of trying to appease to everyone. I rather know who my people are than having questions like, I don't know if I should say this because this person might feel bothered by me saying this, but this is how I feel and this is what I think. Mm-hmm. And if you agree with me, cool. If you don't, agree to disagree. There's nothing wrong with that. We can all have differences in opinions. Doesn't mean we have to all like them. Like, I'm not going to hate you because of this unless you're like killing kids or raping women. Like that. Like that's a clear like, hey man, you're kind of a piece of shit. Like, like that's clear. But anything else is like, you don't like red, I like blue. Okay, I'm not going to hate you over that. Like, I don't know. I think it's very simple, but people have gotten so crazy in today's day and age that they make it almost impossible for, like, it's weird for me even to say this, like celebrity figures to have an opinion on something because you dribble a basketball, shut up and dribble. So I can't have an opinion on something that also affects my life.
People just want to put you in a box. So for them, you are Aljamain Sterling fighter. And you cannot have any other interest. Meanwhile, the guy who's telling you to essentially shut up and dribble has an opinion on everything under the moon, right? And he's a carpenter, let's say, but he doesn't just stick to carpenting. And so it's always weird for me when people say that about athletes or famous people, celebrities, actors, because it's like, yo, you have a litany of interests as well. Why can't they? But it's because they've put you in their mind as Aljamain Sterling athlete/fighter.
Yep.
And that's it. They don't want to hear anything else. How dare you? Don't tell me. Unless they agree with you. If they agree with you, then they're like, yeah.
Right on.
If they don't, that's when it's like stick to sports or stick to MMA, you know?
I don't have all the answers. I've never once pretended to like know everything. I speak on what I actually do know. And if I'm wrong, correct me. And I think there's a right way to do that. And of course, there's a dickhead way to do that as well. And I'm willing to call that out. Like, I'm a real person when I'm on social media. I'm not trying to pretend I'm stuck up my nose to the sky and pretend I'm better than everybody else. Dude, we bleed the same thing. I take a shit, I take a piss the same way everybody else does. I put my pants on the same way everybody else does. I mean, I'm maybe lied about the pants. I have like a secret trick.
Oh, what is it?
I'm joking. But I'm just saying, like, I'm the everyday person just like everybody else. Like, before I was doing this, what the hell do you think I was doing? I was a teacher. I was a coach. I was subbing. I was doing all these other things. I was working as a stock boy. I was working at a lumber mill. I'm an everyday, hardworking American like everybody else, and I'm entitled to an opinion just because I'm now fighting under the limelight. I don't think that changes that.
Are you going to MSG on Saturday?
If the UFC gives me tickets.
Come on.
I'm still waiting for my approval.
Bro,
What's
what?
up, guys? The New York boys here.
For real?
Yeah.
You got Weidman on there?
I'm worried that I don't want to put this in the atmosphere, but it could be possibly his last fight. It's New York, the setting, the tone, everything seems right.
Yeah.
I hope it's not, but I would be very saddened if I stayed in Vegas to watch the fights and not get to hang out with him.
This is why you
and see
came.
him. This is why I ultimately came, and I also have a dental appointment.
Okay. I mean,
You gotta take care of the teeth.
that matters. You got to be in the building.
I hope so.
So how does that work? You like make a request? What is that process?
Yeah, I put the request in, and it's a wait list because I know Donald Trump is coming. Last time he came, he took up so many of the tickets. Obviously, I'm not the champ anymore, so I don't get priority like everybody else. But I did win in my last fight, so hopefully with my
Yeah.
fight coming up, it makes sense
You're one
to
of
have
New
me.
York's own. I think it's one of the great travesties that you've never had an. You're the only guy, really.
Yeah.
Of all the New York guys, right?
I think Marab. I don't know if Marab's ever fought in New York.
Well, I guess I was thinking of like the
Like born here.
yeah, and the majority of you're so associated with Sarah Longo and training here. You not only have you not fought at MSG, none of the New York cards. You fought in Newark and in New Jersey a bunch of times, and it's still the brain thing, right?
Yes, that's still what it is. And
How is it that every other top commission in the world is okay with you fighting, but not New York?
New York is behind the times with a lot of things. And respectfully, I've emailed those guys multiple times. I said I would love to fight here at least one time before I hang up my gloves, man. Like, I'm getting older. Like, what are we waiting for? And it's literally, it just seems like all they have to do is have a board meeting and make the decision. At least that's how it was articulated in the email.
What's the issue? There was something in a scan?
Yeah, so they didn't know if I was like born with it or if it was something that developed from fighting where it's like, oh, we don't want to take the risk because if you have a brain bleed, then it could be bad liability.
Sure.
Okay, I understand that. I'm also understand that I am here taking those risks. Like, I don't plan to do stupid stuff, but like you never see my fight style where I'm just sitting there getting pummeled because I'm very aware of all that, right? So I'm not saying in the back of my mind I'm thinking like, oh, the commission, but I'm very conscious of that because then when I do my follow-up scans, I got to make sure everything is on the up and up so that it still clears me to let them know like, yeah, it's more than safe for me to fight. Fighting is a hard sport. Doesn't matter if you were born with this or not. Anybody can have this develop in a fight, depending on how much trauma you take to the head. So I think New York needs to kind of get it together and stop dragging the feet.
Does it annoy you? Does it bother you?
And I talk to all of them. Whenever I go to these New York fights, I see them. I see Kim, the commissioner.
Yeah.
I fought for her at Raging Wolf when I was an amateur. I fought for them, I think, 2 or 3 times. And it's just like, I could fight on the Native American reservations, but you're not going to allow me to fight on the big stage. Like, I'm helping to put, and like, obviously it's not just me alone, but I think the attraction would be, it would be a 2-way street to.
Yeah, of course. And it's just weird that you're the only one. And I know you want to be on there, right? I mean, it would be huge. Would it be sad for you? Like, would it be a thing? Or at this point, are you kind of over it where it's not really something that you care about?
I don't want to say I'm over it, but we haven't had a lot of success in New York.
Are you actively trying? Oh, we as a team.
Yeah,
it is a weird thing. Yeah,
there hasn't been a lot of success fighting here. When you look at the ratio of the UFC fights that have taken place in New York, from Buffalo all the way down to Long Island to New York City. I mean, Long Island, Chris Weidman won, thank God.
Yeah, that was
over
great.
Gastelum.
Yeah, that was incredible.
And we needed that, so that's just what it is. I would like for it to be done because I have so many friends from high school that I haven't seen in years that would love to come out, but we're not close enough where they're going to come fly out to across the world or across the country to come see me fight, right? Because it's not like we're having everyday conversations, but it'd be nice for them to have it in their backyard where they could actually make it out.
Do you think John wins on Saturday?
I think it's going to be a very good fight. Here's my thing. I'm very fond of Stipe. Obviously, my history with John runs deeper than my friendship with Stipe. And of course, all respect to Stipe, firefighter, something I was looking to do when I applied to be a firefighter when I was a pro coming up. And I actually had my number called, but I had to turn it down because I'm already doing well with what I'm doing, so it doesn't make a lot of sense for New York City, for the FDNY. But with that said, Stipe has his tools to win. I just hope it's not a one-sided fight. I would like for it to be competitive because I think the fans would be more appreciative of it overall, and they will cut John some slack over him and the ducking allegations of, which I understand their viewpoint on that, but it also is like, who needs who more? Does John need Aspinall? Or does Aspinall need John Jones? Like, I know from a selfish standpoint, as a fan, like, yeah, I would love to see that fight, but I also know that John is on his way out. And I think we all know that. He's expressed that. And with that said, it's like, on your way out, are you gonna say, give me the biggest lion that you possibly can? Like, I don't think I'm doing that. And I even asked my friend when I was doing my podcast, like, do you think you would do that? Like, I understand that you want that fight, but would you do that if you were him?
I understand where he's coming from.
Sense.
As much as I want to see it happen, and by the way, shout out to the Weekly Scraps.
Shout out.
Get it on YouTube. I do think that he's trolling us. I do think that he'll take the fight. I think he's trying to rile us all up with all these things.
Could be.
You know him. You know him better than most here.
Yeah.
Like, you know him on a personal level.
I wouldn't say like that. Like, I know him,
He's
but
trying to rile us up, I think. When the way he takes little pot shots at Aspinall. What has he done? I'd rather fight Alex. He was talking about his resume or lack thereof, he called it. Like, it feels like he's needling him. And he's needling all of us that want to see it happen too.
Yeah, so maybe it goes to the negotiation rooms.
Yeah.
And if he wins, I think maybe there's a possibility that they finally unify the belt, and it's a huge payday for him. And if he does lose to Aspinall, I would imagine he's going to get an automatic rematch. I would imagine. Who else would there be to even...
If he wants one, yeah.
That, yeah.
Knowing him like you do, are you surprised that he's this good for this long, considering, like, you're not
surprised at all.
Even though, like, this dude, like, I remember him telling me on the way to the Gustafsson fight, walking out UFC 165, he was thinking to himself, I can't believe I just spent the whole week partying and I'm about to fight this guy. I can't believe I did this to myself. Like, I can't even imagine what he was doing that week to say that. He said this to me in an interview, right? And here he is. That was 11 years ago.
Yeah. He's a once-in-a-lifetime generational athlete, man. He really is. And again, I've seen this firsthand. And then when I realized, he offered me a couple shots at the bar, and I was like, I'm fighting in, I think I told him 4 or 5 weeks. And he was fighting in like 2 weeks.
This is in the UFC?
This is in the UFC when we were upstate New York. I was at Team Bomb Squad. He had just left down to New Mexico, down to Jackson's. And I was like, am I doing something wrong? Something's not mathing. Like, the math ain't mathing right now.
Yeah.
But then I watch him on TV. He's going out there. He obliterates the competition. And I'm like, I think there's something to be said about that. It's not saying like
just
go out
that
and party.
Like once in generation athlete. And
yeah, I think he's physically gifted. I think he does all his homework. I think he's very meticulous in his preparation with getting the looks that he needs to see. The same way he didn't take that short notice fight with Chael Sonnen. He's not that guy. He wants to make sure he's got the utmost edge on you in terms of knowing you inside and out before he's accepting a fight, and knowing that he knows you better than you know yourself. And I think when you have someone who's that dedicated to what they're trying to do, that's a dangerous person to stop you. I don't know if a couple of drinks are going to stop you, Coke, whatever it is. I don't think any of that's going to stop you. I think as long as you're in shape, you're ready to go.
And here he is all these years later. It's remarkable. Like, the dude won the belt in 2011. And I know he had a long layoff there, but...
Yeah, but just imagine anybody else, like anyone else for the most part doing any of these things, they're probably crumble. Their whole world would probably
4 years
crumble.
later.
Yeah. So kudos to him, man. Like, I would think it's nothing short of inspirational. Like, I'm not saying it's role model, like yeah, party, do this. Like, that's not the role model messaging, but it's also the role model messaging of put your mind to something, put the work in, and truly do the smart work, and you get the results that you seek.
Last thing, real estate. How are we looking there? Al's killing it.
Al's crushing it. Quinta Realty.
He sold New York Rick his house.
We were talking about that outside, actually.
Famously.
Yeah.
Are you involved at all?
Very little.
Okay.
I'm more so connecting
right here.
the
I mean,
dots.
this is
some bosses right there. Right?
I mean, look at you, the
Two
kings
sharp
of
men.
Long Island.
Two sharp guys right there.
So you're just dabbling.
Just dabbling. I'm more of an investor side right now.
Okay.
Al's more selling the real estate direct to consumer. I'm just doing what I can with referrals, anything like that. But for investing, that's more so my avenue.
Okay, so you have that. You have this.
Yeah.
Other things? You strike me as one of those
Some
guys.
music. I do a little music, you know.
Yes.
I ain't cutting it up like that, but got some bars. Wait till this track drop. Here to Win. I think people are gonna like that one. It's kind of like reminiscent
week,
of Roy Jones Jr.
Potentially this week?
If I get the cover art so I can finish the upload, so that we could get it on these platforms. But for right now, I'm aiming for next week. I think next week it'll be up and live and running.
By the way, will you watch Tyson Paul?
I'm gonna watch it. I like Jake Paul, even though all the goofy stuff, whatever, like the mismatches. It is what it is. But he's making it entertaining, making it fun as much as he can. I'm here for that. And obviously, I know there aren't matches to take serious. But this one with Tyson, I actually think Tyson is looking to get in that ass. So
it's insane how he looks at 58.
Yeah, he's a monster right now. I was watching a little bit of that face-to-face interview, and the way Tyson was looking at him, I could see the reminiscence of the old Tyson, just like, I want to fuck you up. I want to kill this guy. I want to eat all your children.
Yeah.
That's what I was seeing when he was talking to him face-to-face. I was like, this could be a good one.
So you're not one of those who's like, 58.
No, that's definitely a thing, but I can't ignore that. That's, facts are the facts. But I think Tyson will be a worthy challenger. I don't think he's running into Jake Paul's punches. I'm just hoping to see some vintage peekaboo TikTok coming up, boom, 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 and come in and get in that body work. That's going to be nasty. I'm excited.
I'm going there tomorrow. I'll be.
That's in Texas, right?
In Texas, yeah, Cowboy Stadium.
Tell Tyson to send me some tickets.
You want to come?
Nah, I can't.
You'd leave and come back. It's on Friday, by the way, not Saturday.
Oh.
You could come back and forth.
I could actually.
Yo, they got to hook you up. I mean, that's crazy.
I hope so.
Yeah. If you want me to put it in
word in with Dana?
I'm happy to do so. I'll text him.
You don't get
Snapchat, DM. I now see his tweets because they took away the block function. So, like, you know that?
Oh, no, I didn't know.
You can now
that.
see the tweets.
When people block you, you can't, like.
You can't interact.
Oh, that's perfect. That makes sense.
Great. I mean, this is a dream. This is all I've ever wanted.
Yeah. That's great.
Where can people get this one more time?
You guys can get Funk Harbor Rum at funkharborrum.shop. Go check it out. We have the white rum coming for Christmas. So please go check it out. All support is appreciated.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm like the little businessman. I'm the blue collar worker just like you guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Hopefully you sell that for like 400, 500 million.
I'm trying to get a fraction of what Conor got. Just a fraction. I'm not greedy. I'm here to share the wealth with everybody.
I appreciate you bringing it in. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. Good luck. December 7th, rapidly approaching. Less than a month away. Yeah. I mean, even doing this trip, I'm assuming you're going to train while you're out here.
Of course.
Yeah.
100%. I got to.
Back on Long Island.
Long Island, possibly the city. We'll see.
Okay. Well, good luck. Can't wait for it. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much. There he is. Host of the Weekly Scraps as well, and proud owner of the brand new Funk Harbor, which I finished, by the way.
Yes.
How about that? As did you. Are you still cold?
A little bit better.
Okay. All right. Well, we hooked him up. We'll take a quick break. Back to wrap up the show. Yesterday in studio was Michael Chandler. By the way, Chandler Oliveira, who do you have?
I don't have nobody.
All right, fine. On the fence. You can get more of that great insight on the Weekly Scraps. Here's Chandler from yesterday, and we'll be back right after this. First time ever. He's been here before. He's joined us in our other studio, but first time at our new studios here at the Yahoo HQ. And he's got a pretty big weekend coming up, but he was kind enough to make the trip down to the area in which we're in. I don't want to give it away because I don't want any crazies coming by, but he is competing in the co-main event, a rematch of a fight that happened in May of 2021 in Houston, Texas, which was one of the best fights of the year. Watched it again last night, a frenetic fight, an insane fight. We're getting it again on Saturday. Co-main event, 5-round co-main event, Charles do Bronx Oliveira against Iron Mike Chandler. Is he there? Yeah, there he is. Big Mike in the house. Hello, sir.
What's up? How are we?
Thank you for coming.
Of course.
First ever in studio.
I know, right?
Look at this. Man, you are rock solid. Holy shit.
Yeah. I've been in training camp.
Yeah, you look great.
Got a fight coming up.
Thank you so much. Here we are. It's great to have you. Everything okay? They treat you well?
Oh man, yeah, this is great.
A+?
The new setup, man.
First class.
Ariel.
We made
always
it, Mike.
landing on his feet.
Yes. Yes.
Always
leveling up.
And leveling
up. We're not even landing on our feet.
Exactly.
That almost implies that I've screwed up in the past. Is that what you're saying?
This is true. Hey, well, I've landed on my feet a few times.
Yes, you have. You have. Thank you so much for this. I appreciate it. You landed last night.
I did, yep.
I saw, what was that plane, 10X, all that
10X.
stuff? What is that?
So 10X Health Systems. So it has changed my life. Obviously, I've always done things differently than a lot of people. I put a ton of training in, but also focus a lot more on recovery. So the 10X superhuman protocol, especially, so red light therapy, PEMF mat, cold plunge, hypermax oxygen. You see that oxygen mask I wear? I've done that.
Here are you with some of the 10X guys, right?
Right, that's me and Ray Lewis there. That's Brandon Dawson, one of the owners.
Okay.
Yeah, we did some cool football stuff that day.
I saw it.
And I put Ray Lewis, the legend, through some MMA stuff. And yeah, I mean, obviously, training is one thing, but the recovery is just as important, if not more important, especially at my age.
All right, that's the conversation yesterday with Michael Chandler. You can see the entire thing up on the YouTube channel. How about us? How about us, guys? 3 in-studio guests in the past 2 days. Already some in the books for next week.
Slurring your words there a little bit.
Yeah, know yourself, Frankie. I'm going to drink this whole thing tonight.
I was going to say, take one, just rip one straight from the bottle, man.
Well, I want you guys to try it.
I do have to try it.
Do me
I
a
did say
favor.
that.
Hit some water real quick.
Why is it?
Oh, he's saying you got the cotton
You
mouth.
got the little bit of.
You know what, Frank?
Chewing your words.
F you.
You know, I'd hear about it later tonight. Like, oh, I'm a little smacky in the show.
Bit tinny.
Little tinny, a little crisp.
They don't love you like I love you. Now, I got to tell you, it's nice. I don't know. Are you guys big rum guys?
I'm a big Funk Harbor guy.
Yeah, know
White
yourself.
rum coming at Christmas? I mean, this guy is on top of it.
By the way, what is the difference? I probably should have asked that.
Frank's an expert on that.
Frank, go ahead.
Yeah, it's the fruit that you use to make the rum is different.
I like when Frank gets,
it's
you know, when
white-
Frank gets technical, he does that thing with his voice.
Am I not supposed to?
Starts
It's the,
high, starts high, and then
It's
goes
the
low.
fruit that you use.
Well, I'm so glad you asked,
I-
Ariel. So white would be that it hasn't aged that long in the barrel. The more that it ages in the barrel, the darker it becomes.
Okay.
And the reason that we have bourbon, this is an extra fact that you didn't ask for, is that back
No, I like
during right before Prohibition, like people would just like spit tobacco inside the barrel to make whiskey look darker than it actually was.
Gross.
The federal government stepped in and like, we're going to regulate like how whiskey is made, so we're not doing this kind of thing. So when you buy a bourbon, like you know that they had to follow a certain way of making it.
This is like what I said to Oban about people spitting in his beer.
Absolutely. So you know what? Great minds and all that.
Yeah. I would say the biggest revelation of the day is that Carlos Prates smokes 8 to 10 cigarettes a day.
I have quickly become the biggest Carlos Prates fan.
What
on
the
earth. The fact that you were like, do you smoke them during training camp? And he's like, brother, I smoke them on fight day. The last thing I do before I step into the Apex is rip a heater. I couldn't be more in on that
Have
guy.
you ever smoked
Love
a cigarette? There's nothing to be ashamed of.
I've ripped a dart or two in my day.
A dart?
You know?
Is it weird?
Give me a couple glasses of Funk Harbor. We'll go get some marbles right now, brother. We'll pull a Carlos Prates outside.
It's almost like a weird thing for me at 42 that I've never done it, so it's almost like a point of pride.
I can say for a fact you would not enjoy it.
Oh yeah.
Like if you haven't done one yet, like.
But I've never even like one that's not even lit. I've never even put it to my lips. Is that weird? Do you think that's
No,
weird?
I don't think.
True or false? Weird?
I really don't think that's weird. I know a lot of people that.
Really?
That don't smoke cigarettes.
Is it weird
I
to
don't
you
smoke
that
cigarettes.
I've tried marijuana but not that?
Nope, that's also not weird.
All right. Maybe because it's viewed as like less taboo these days.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like people that don't smoke cigarettes that have tried cigarettes, it usually happened when they were drinking. And like you're not a big
Carlos Prates is doing it right before they're like, hey, the van is going to be here in 5 minutes to take you to the Apex. He goes outside.
How about it? He loves ripping heaters, and Oban Elliot's like, I wish we could drink beers in the dressing room.
Between Carlos Prates, Oban Elliot, and freaking Aljamain, we are degenerates today on the program.
I love it.
I could see the way Oban was talking about drinking. Like you could just see his.
I know he has fun.
Oh my God!
I
yes,
know he
that
has
guy.
fun with it. I'd
love
to go to Wales and drink with him. That'd be a tremendous outing.
I just love his emotion. I love his passion.
His passion about everything in life too. Whether he's talking about wrestling, his family, how he was going to get here, working at the chicken
Nando's.
shop, Nando's. Yeah, big fan of everyone that came on the show today.
Today was a great day. This continues to be a great week. Uncrowned.com, your place to be for all things UFC 309, all things Paul Tyson, and whatever else happens throughout the week. Uncrowned.com. Tomorrow, there it is. You're home for combat sports. Love that. Who came up with that?
That was me.
I like to call it the Coliseum of combat sports, uncrowned.com. Here's the thing. Tomorrow, we will have the boys in the back, 1 p.m. Eastern, same place, same time. Thursday, we'll have the crack. And then Friday and Saturday, we're going back to back, like Drizzy once said. I learned the game from William West, so you could never check me. Back to back like it did. We're going Friday, watch party / post show, and then Saturday, watch party / post show. Of course, Friday is Paul Tyson, Saturday is 309, and then I'll be back here on Monday. Have a very early flight tomorrow to the DFW. We'll be hosting the press conference, which I think is on at like 6 or 7 Eastern. Weigh-ins on Thursday. It's all weird because weigh-ins aren't usually on Thursday. And then the fight on Friday. Going to be working with Rosie Perez, guys. You ever see White Man Can't Jump?
Oh, yeah.
Words that start with the letter Q?
Yep.
Billy, you're so stupid.
Is it a fight or is it a match?
It's a fight.
I thought when it's boxing, it's just a match.
It's not a boxing fight, but it's a boxing match. But when you talk about just the fight without mentioning
I
boxing.
feel like you're bearing the lead here. You were like, weigh-ins aren't usually on a Thursday. Well, brother, usually there's not a boxing match on Netflix on a Friday. Like, come on. I feel like I could run through a wall. Jake's going to end this.
No, it's very true. It's very true. I can't wait.
Jake Paul currently, you can get him as good as -190 right now.
Yo, is it going down? Is that accurate? Wasn't it like
it is going down? Yes.
Yeah.
No, I thought you were saying like the old expression, like
no,
it's about to go down.
No, I meant like is the line going down? I don't mean is the fight going down?
-190. I mean, you guys.
Yo, people are buying into this Tyson thing, huh?
Your age gap.
People are buying into it.
I wanted to say no comment on the artist series poster behind me.
Oh yeah. You know, I have to say
it's tough.
I heard you guys say like, "Oh my gosh," and then I actually actively looked it up.
You're a hater?
Wow.
Not a hater.
Drink a little bit of rum and
just for the record, this is infinitely better than anything that they will put out. But your reaction, I actually like actively looked it up and I was like, all right, it's good.
Can we put it back up, please?
I think the bar is so low at this point.
All right, I love the artistic look of John and Stipe. Then you got the Statue of Liberty with the belt over its shoulder. And then you got the MSG roof above it. You got the Brooklyn Bridge. I think this is a fantastic.
Need bigger faces.
Octagon as well. The skyline. You don't need bigger faces. We get the bigger faces on every single poster. I got the normal poster right next to me. It's garbage.
Let me see it.
Oh, we don't have the picture of it.
Oh,
Liberty
it's just there it is. Okay, yeah.
So does Stipe.
Two-division champion.
Yeah, no, that is awful. That is absolutely garbage.
Did you see the deleted tweet? I want to say, I think it was TNT Sports tweeted out, like someone made a fake one of this where it said like ducking John Jones.
Yeah.
It hasn't fought since 2021. And
it was a mistake, right?
Yeah, but TNT actually posted it and then had to delete it.
That is infinitely better than the one to your right. 100%.
This one's so good. This one is so good. I love it.
Yeah.
I love homages to the place that's fighting. And Statue of Liberty with the belt on.
Maybe homages.
Look at this.
Homage?
Do we have this?
Homage?
Can we see this here? I mean, look at this. This is a poster. The Rumble in the Jungle.
It's twice I've grabbed those things down.
Classic poster. Great poster. If they release something like that today, I feel like you'd be like, what is this? Did someone... You guys must be trolling.
What about that one?
Did you do this on
What about that one over there? Le Stade Olympique, le 20 juin 1980.
Again,
Leonard Duran. What about that
legendary poster? I just feel like if they came out with something like that today, you'd be like, you got to be trolling. This is.
No, I don't.
Did you make this
I
on
would
clip
never
art?
say that. By the way, what about that one over there? You can't even see it. George Chuvalo against Muhammad Ali. I mean, there's so much goodness here. Are people liking the new studio? The guests are they liking? By the way, are we doing
cold, apparently, right?
Are we doing? Yeah. What about that?
Helwani off that rum? Did he get us? Did he get us canceled yet?
They don't love you like I love you. No. By the way, can we clip that off of Aljo shivering?
Oh, we already.
Nah, we're not clipping that.
And show it to who?
I talked to him
Our
after,
HVAC
and he
guy?
said it wasn't that cold.
Yeah.
I talked to him on the way out.
He just wanted to show off the jacket.
Yeah, there was a jacket.
He just wanted to put on the
jacket was sick.
Okay, let me ask you this. Wait, where was I going with that before? We were
Boiled or grilled hot dogs.
That
and
Funk
also
Harbor,
the,
baby.
The eight
Funk
foot plumber.
Harbor.
Do you need a cigarette?
We need
Funk Harbor and sex after the show, baby.
You're making this out to be a thing.
And Aljamain
Screw you.
Sterling. Drinking Funk Harbor. And we're
I can
smoking
see it.
cigs.
I can see
You
it.
guys are making this out to be a thing.
Let's smoke cigs inside in the studio.
Oh, this is what I was gonna say. Listen, I'm 100% there. Are we still doing the pictures with the guys, GC? You used to do the pictures.
Okay.
Now it's like a weird thing. There's no one here. Usually
Listen.
Joe would come in, you would come in, we'd all communicate.
It was so easy. Like it was
now
almost,
you're literally like
it was
100 feet away.
It was almost casual to get the pictures. It was almost like it just kind of fell into it. They were like, "You want to pick?" I'm just like, "Yeah, of course. You know what? I'll grab a picture with you." Now, like I really have to go out of my way. I've also been quite busy these last 2 days as well. 3 in-studio guests.
We
0
don't
pictures
care.
so far.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna have to be something that I'm gonna have to really force my way in. I'm gonna have to casually walk in.
Because I like the pics.
I love the pics. I mean, one day this is what I envision: a bunch of pictures. It's almost just like a big memory board in my. It's a side-by-side picture, me and them, and then like their greatest moment in the UFC or in boxing and something like that. And it's just a big wall in my house, and I'm old and gray, and I'm just like, used to have some fun back then. So yeah, I got to start getting the.
I will say
pictures again.
it's been a little bit hectic. I don't know if it would have been like super picture. Like we just been grinding.
No, you're killing it. I mean, I opened the door and Rick's there with the headset.
Oh yeah, he's got the production.
Killing it with the headset.
Can we pose the 2 questions earlier?
Yeah, I was gonna say I heard you guys yucking it up, and I was too locked in. Like I was in my mode.
fuck.
I didn't hear what
I
happened.
remember them off rip. Number 1 is grilled or boiled hot dogs.
Grilled for sure.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah.
That makes it 3-2. Grilled wins. Number
Who
2.
was boiled?
PT and Ariel.
No,
no,
I
PT
said
and Frank. PT
yes,
and Frank. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to burn you like that.
Sorry.
Number 2 was: would you rather be handcuffed to an 8-foot tall plumber? This is around the clock. 8-foot tall plumber, or a 4-foot tall plumber, but every time he speaks, he screams.
What?
Yeah, yeah.
And they said it was addressed to you for
yeah.
no
They
particular
actually said specifically
it was for you.
It was for you.
I think it's your gout.
Jesus Christ. Just on the basis of not screaming, the 8-foot tall plumber, right? Like it feels like, and also it feels like maybe there'd be some benefits because the spectacle of an 8-foot tall human, like you'd kind of be able to capitalize on that. Like we could make a TikTok that's just me and my 8-foot tall plumber. So I'm gonna go with the 8-foot guy and avoid the screaming.
That is a good point. I mean, the 8-foot tall would be such a spectacle, and like he'd kind of stay quiet.
We can monetize that. I feel like
Rick with the logistical feel of it. I love it.
This is what we predicted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say I want to do a thing like, you know, here we have this wall in front of us. Should we start to do a thing where we do Polaroids and put the pictures with the guys?
Yes.
Like the Canucks?
This is great.
Well,
let's
now,
this is a great
let's put
idea
a
because
pin in that.
I'll
for-
be
What?
the guy that brings in the Polaroid.
Literally
Yes.
saying
And I'll be like,
put
you
a
mind
pin
if
in
I
it.
just get a picture?
Yes. Can you
Just
get?
if I could
Okay,
just
so are
get a
you on this? Is this your thing?
Yeah, I'll get
But now we're 0 for 3.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all right.
We got.
Imagine, Rick. Imagine we
Polaroid
were
was
doing
a
this
day 2 type
dating
thing.
back to 2012.
Imagine Overeem with a little balloon on a
Oh
Polaroid.
my God! It is actually a shame. We need to rectify this. Remember ESPN days? We had them all sign a thing.
The sign,
and then
gave
we
it to charity. Yeah.
it was to
Oh yeah, it was for a cause.
it was for a fighter.
Ray Borg.
Ray Borg.
All right, amazing. I will get on the Polaroid. Just go ahead with the corp card number.
Yep. It's 3, 4, 2.
I gotta say, I love Funk Harbor Ariel. I don't know what happened,
Just
but
stop this.
I'm
You're
loving
making this
it.
into a thing.
I really
loving
love
it.
this idea, the Polaroid idea.
Yeah, let's do that.
Funk Harbor Ariel, are you Parliaments or Marlboros?
Oh, I thought you were asking my
Can I-
Canadian politics thoughts.
The fact that we didn't ask Carlos his preferred brand of cigs.
Oh
I
no,
wouldn't-
It's a
we
Brazilian.
We'll have him back.
Because
You know what? He feels like a Newport guy.
because
to me, if I'm
every
being honest.
every Carlos fight day from now on, I want to pick up a pack.
Okay, I'm gonna text him.
Yeah.
Real quick.
By the way, he was very apologetic. It was off air, but he was very apologetic about.
Nah,
it.
he seems like a
Times.
sweetheart.
English
he
is
is a sweet man.
fantastic. Shout out to Mama.
Mom, yeah, his mom's an English teacher.
I was thinking about when Oban was talking to you about the beers. I was thinking about running some in, to be honest. But
No, Monday. We're gonna do it Monday.
I love it.
he mentioned that after.
You ever
after
shotgun, Dario?
Shotgun is what in the thingy.
Is
the-
where
in
you
the can.
key it
No.
open and then you crack.
We can't
it
do
open.
that in the new studio. They'll kill us.
Who's they? This is your.
Yeah, this is my fucking
This is
shit.
your studio.
You think
Funk
me,
Harbor Ariel don't
me,
care.
me, me, me and Oban
Yes.
We can go outside for that for real.
Take the camera.
Chael, I feel like Chael has to be there for that.
We could actually do that. I could just zoom in and film you guys.
Oh, that'd be sick. How would you do it on Zoom? Oh,
That's what I'm
Zoom.
saying. I'd
Yeah,
join
yeah,
on
yeah.
Zoom.
I think you meant zoom in like.
Oban wins.
We go outside.
Stone
We
Cold
shotgun
Steve
on the streets of New York.
Shotgun or Stone Cold Steve Austin? Which one? Day's over after you Stone Cold Steve Austin because you're gonna get drenched.
Yes,
we'll
you
bring
would
a
know.
change. We'll
You
bring a
did
change.
it.
Yeah.
By the way, when you did that outside of the WWE headquarters a couple weeks ago, did anyone stop you?
Oh yeah, there was like a crowd watching me, and then people were honking the horn and stuff.
But did the actual WWE people stop you, like security?
Okay, no, because no one was out there. But then I drove by later that evening.
After the 2 beers, huh?
I wasn't the one driving. I was in the car. Thank you, Frankie.
Damn, Frankie, what an arc.
Man, I mean, I am very against
I'm
drunk
looking
driving,
out for my
so
friend.
I don't do that.
Yeah, you're looking out for sure.
I want to see him in
Security guard was in a seat, in a folding chair next to the belt later that night.
Okay, did we talk about the fact that a woman and her kids posed for a picture with GC? Did we talk about that on air?
A woman and then like the entire crew of kids, like one by one pictures with Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Thought that you were him, or just like
No,
just
they
like
knew.
the costume. But I was like, you guys do know I'm not him, right?
They were just they loved the costume so much. I mean, we all loved the costume. It was
the costume was great. I thought you were just about to say, did we talk about the fact that GC put his feet on the table?
Oh no, they were hovering.
Yeah,
and then properly disinfected.
I saw that and I
Janitorial
was
staff
like,
was on
wow. It's like the old saying goes, quand les chats sont pas là, les souris dansent.
I said that as soon as I got down.
Meaning, when the cats aren't here, the mice dance. And that's what
Are we the mice?
I love it. Yeah. Funk Harbor Wani out.
We have
Funk Harbor Helwani is a trip, man.
Oh my
we got to get
God.
him off the pack. We'll have soon. He'll be in the do-rag like
You guys wanna go get
LeBron
pizza or
with the
something,
cigarette in the side.
Pizza.
I don't know.
Let's go to a bar where we can smoke cigs inside.
Yeah.
You guys serve Funk Harbor here? Doesn't matter. We brought our own.
I was talking to Aljo all about the distribution. he's expanding here in New York.
White rum? We're saying the white rum's huge.
I've never seen white rum before. Maybe I have. Is it just like
It's clear.
Yeah, it's just clear.
Yeah, it's like I mean, this is like proper 12 apple.
Yes, Frank.
There's a couple of cleaning house things that we should do. There's a super chat.
Oh,
Even earlier.
Thanks.
From Rich Money Mitch. He says, "Hey guys, first I love the new show."
Thanks. Love this voice, by the way.
By the way, I was on comms. I was listening when you were like, I love when Frank's explaining something and he's like, he's got that like voice. That was perfect. He does do that.
It's currently 56 degrees in Central Park right now. You're listening to 98.7 FM. Your place for all the hits.
Yo, Funk
Yeah, go
Harbor
ahead.
Ariel has to return. I love this.
Go ahead, Frank.
All right. Rich Money Mitch.
Yeah.
Hey guys, first I love the new show. The Discord presence is severely lacking.
Oh.
I feel like it's a missed opportunity.
As Jordan would say, big miss.
Yeah, Jordan would say big miss.
Big
Yeah.
miss.
To not have Frank's soundboard on there. Please consider this. Love you guys.
Okay, I've gotten legit, not kidding, 10 DMs about Frank's soundboard needs to be like published online. So that we
This
can
feels
press
like
it.
early 2000s, like soundboard machine, like Schwarzenegger soundboard machine.
What
like,
was
where-
your
where you
number
would
one?
Prank call people. We need a Frank one.
What was your number
Frank
one? Was
call
it
people.
was it Arnold? Was
Yeah, I
it
think
the
it was
Arnold
Arnold.
one?
Yeah.
Me too.
Billy
Arnold
Madison
Collins.
once was, or not Billy, Happy Gilmore.
Arnold was the number one for sure.
By the way, shout out to the chat informing me that the sky is currently purple behind me.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that accurate?
Beautiful set.
Yep.
Beautiful set happened.
Is
behind
that is
you, right?
that
It is
good?
looking great. Yes.
Is that good?
That's
The sun is setting in
that's
New
a
York.
10 out of 10 set right there.
Beautiful.
All right. I mean, one might say the colors of the sky might be a little bit
No,
troubled.
that is
It's the rum that's confusing you a little bit.
I mean, look at the oranges in the window. It's fantastic.
Cole B writes, and Ariel, do you...
Wait. What is the resolution?
Well,
Can
there
we
was
get a
no, you just started
soundboard?
talking about the clouds.
Can we get a soundboard published online? If somebody knows how you can publish
I
a
know how you can do
soundboard
it
online,
on Discord? It's a matter of, are we efforting this or not?
who's we? Who the fuck is we?
I'll circle back.
You
Wow,
effort.
you are the soundboard now.
Yeah, you do it.
Well, speaking of that,
Kinda
to add
coming at
more onto
me.
Frank's plate, Discord like booming. Got to get a Reddit thread going for Uncrowned.
There is
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, an anonymous.
I think you guys just stay on your little Twitter sphere and forget that
Oh,
there's a whole
wow.
other internet.
X space. Thanks, though.
Yeah, true. An anonymous person who I don't know if they would want their name said on air texted me. We gotta get the Zin for Ariel.
Yeah.
We gotta get Funk Harbor Ariel on the
Guys,
Zin too.
Zinwani.
On the Zin.
Stop trying to ruin me, all right?
On
We
the
need,
Zin.
we need him
now.
packing.
By the way,
like a
I'm going to get
can, baby.
home. Jerry, the agent's going to call me and be like, yeah, you've been removed from the Netflix broadcast for drinking on the job. I didn't want to be rude to the guy. By the way, how about this?
It was very classy. It was
what kind of
It's a paint pen.
F and then master.
he signed it in the
It's
room.
like watching a
I thought it said
toddler explore the world.
7 malt.
Nah, F master.
That's sick.
Yeah, it's great.
Do you think this is like actual hand?
Yeah.
So now, finish that and bring the bottle back so that we have that in the studio.
Oh,
What's the
I mean, we
secret
could
in
keep it here in the studio, no? Or is
Nah,
that?
you're taking that home.
Will
no?
YouTube dock us?
No. Did we resolve the first super chat?
Yes.
Are you hungover
You're
now?
working on the you're working on the soundboard. What's the
Okay,
next
what
one?
else? What else?
All right. Cole B writes, Ariel, do you remember Amped Mobile streaming live UFC events to their users?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, Frank, I do.
How was it viewed at the time? Also, did anyone on the crew have Amped?
I think it was. Was it AMP''D?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How would you
only
pronounce
Amped mobile users got to watch the fights?
No, but it was a feature if you were an AMP mobile user. Like it wasn't just exclusively for you. Amped was a big sponsor with Pettis, I believe, with Uriah Faber, with that crew. And I could see I think it was actually AMPD. In any event.
Isn't that what you said?
I think I said
AMP?
apostrophe D.
Apostrophe
I
D.
think I said
That's what they
It is
wrote.
looking like AMP''D.
Okay,
Which
there
is
it is.
pronounced
Amped. Yes. No, of course I wasn't an Amped mobile user. Who that? I didn't know.
Was anybody?
I didn't know of a single person that was an Amped
Look
mobile.
at the state building behind you.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So nice.
By the way, what's the other one that? Boost Mobile. I don't know anyone who uses Boost Mobile as well.
Oh, Boost was a thing. Definitely,
Boost is
kids,
still a thing.
When we were in high school, people had Boost.
Cricket Wireless?
Cricket, shout out.
Cricket's a current thing, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then Mighty Zan writes in, and this is probably anachronistic.
Yo, what's up with this building right here? You see this?
Wow.
It's on fire.
That's the Empire State
Okay,
Building.
we don't make jokes like that.
No, look.
Those are lights.
Empire State Building?
That's the
No,
Empire State
there
Building.
is like a glimmer effect happening.
And I
on it
just-
for sure.
No, it's
I
not a glimmer
just-
effect. It's like an actual.
I just said check out the state building
Oh.
behind you, and you're like, yeah, it looks great.
You calling the Empire State Building just the State Building?
Yeah, that is bizarre. I was
when
like,
you live here, you can,
yo, if there was ever an indication that this is a real window, this is it right here.
All right.
Yes.
So the question was, and I can't emphasize was enough. Aljo, when is Funk Harbor gonna be in Australia? My
All right,
heart
so-
breaks that someone paid to ask this question and we can't answer.
I'm
As I-
gonna get the answer and get back to you.
I was talking to him. He is looking to expand distribution. So just send him a message. Send him a message that you want it in Australia. I'm sure he will listen.
Perfect. Also, John Tomlinson is now a knows-it-all.
Let's go, John.
Woohoo!
Shout out, baby.
And then
Shout out to Johnny.
Wow. Tech gifted 10 Ariel Helwani Show memberships.
Thank you.
Hey, Thank you, Tech.
Just love it.
Thumbs up to the chat. Anything else?
This house is clear.
Okay. I think
job,
you're the
Frankie.
drunk one,
That was
Frank.
good. No, he did a good job with those super chats.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that you do that. It's a nice lane for you. It's a nice role for you.
Wow. Should I just focus on that?
No. Just, I do want to mention that there's a report circulating, courtesy of Red Corner, that Shavkat Rakhmonov versus Kamaru Usman is in the works for UFC 310. In the midst of all this meshugas, I have reached out to the appropriate people, including Ali Abdelaziz, who is actually the source for all my news. He's actually the one who tells me all these things, in case anyone is ever wondering. And I've not heard back yet. So, okay. Well, On Air Jordan is telling me that Shavkat tweeted yesterday regarding this. All I hear, yes, okay. So this is all I hear are empty call-outs, no real intention, no action, just posturing for the media and fans. He tagged Usman, he tagged Colby. Colby also had a great video in response to this. Go check that out on the appropriate channels. But this is the report that's out there right now from a reputable outfit. They were the ones who did report the Umar Nurmagomedov versus Song Yadong fight, which did not, in fact, come to fruition for December, was a thing that was discussed. So this is the thing. Not saying this is what happened, but some fights are discussed and they don't necessarily come to fruition. So let's see. Let's see if this is one of those. I'm not weighing in on it, but it's something that is out there. People are sending it to me. I have not, other than a couple of texts, been able to really dig in. As of now, they haven't replaced that original main event. So let's see where they're going to go with that. And let's see if it's just going to be Pantoja versus Asakura. We shall see. Perhaps by the time we speak again tomorrow, we will have the answer to this question. For now, though, I have to go home and pack for my trip, so it is time to say goodbye. I do want to wish you all a salute, and I do want to let you all know that perhaps the next time you see this mug will, in fact, be on a platform that is accessible to 270 or so million subscribers. No, I'm kidding. I'll be hosting the press conference tomorrow. Now, when I walk up there, guys, what do I say? I'm going to walk up there. I'm going to have my sheet. They're going to tell me, yeah, say this, say that. And I'm going to say, the baddest man on the planet, Iron. Right?
Yeah, that's Iron. It. Nailed it.
And then I'm going to say, and he's going up against the A side, El Gallo de Dorado. We found out yesterday that GC has never heard that term.
El Gallo Dorado.
Yeah, which kind of bummed me out because that means you haven't watched the last 5 press conferences.
That's actually not true because you've said that nickname 19 times since yesterday afternoon, and I still can't remember it.
Wow. Okay, so you're saying you're saying it's not memorable. That's what you're saying. They don't
El Gallo de Dorado.
Yeah. That means
don't look it up because I want you to do it from memory tomorrow on Boys.
That means the Rooster of Dorado.
Shout out.
Any food wrecks in Dallas, Frank?
No, I think we went to that one Tex-Mex place.
Oh, it was awful. Awesome. It was absolutely horrendous.
Wow. Don't get diarrhea or anything. I feel real bad.
We did go to a great place on that Friday night. That was a lot of fun. And then we went to a ramen place on the Saturday afternoon.
That was exciting.
Frank went to a great place way before that.
Shout out to the Hyatt House,
Frank.
man.
Frank went to.
Oh, look at that.
Frank went to Happy Town. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. Thank you, Oban. Thank you, Funkmaster. Thank you, Carlos. See you tomorrow. Peace.